Well, hello, ladies and gents, and welcome to the AMD WoT7 tournament. Thanks for joining us for the final stage of the tournament. And as you can see, I'm being joined by a new analyst. He's coming straight up from NA, and he's well awake. I can say so. Octo, how
Oh,
is it going,
yes.
mate?
It's good. It's 9 a.m., so, we're vibing. I had some saltine crackers for breakfast.
Okay, so we can probably just take a look at the brackets for that tournament. We have a total of 4 teams in the winners bracket and 2 teams in the losers bracket, Octo.
Yeah, so all 4 Polish teams placed top 2 in their groups. And so we'll have Holonici play Grupa, which is formerly known as Goodnight Nomi, and then Opor, formerly known as Opor,
Yep.
playing Bozdro. And then we'll have the Ukrainian team in the lower bracket, GD, and Phoenix, the international team, also in the losers bracket.
So you have a total of 4 Polish teams in the winners bracket. No surprise there, Polish domination in the WoT7 tournaments. And Ukrainian and international teams in the losers bracket that we will get to see later on. On top of that, we also have some Twitch drops prepared for you guys for the weekend. So we'll have something for today and also something to get tomorrow.
Yes, so today, and tomorrow, but today only we'll have the consumables, the large kits. Us poor guys need those. And then we'll also have the Prowling Tiger decals, so those should be pretty fun. And then tomorrow only we'll have the Strength of the Spirit 2D style, but also with the consumables and the decals.
Yeah, definitely. So you will get to pick that. Make sure to go on the Twitch drop section and pick that up. And to introduce the first match of the day, which is going to be Grupa Speed against Olov-Nitsi, we have the team lineups and the community predictions. And no surprise there, Olov-Nitsi, almost 80% the community going with them.
Yeah, they've won many times in the past. They showed up strong in the winter 7v7. They've won multiple times, so I think they're going to be a favorite for this whole tournament.
We also have to mention that during this tournament, we have the new tier 10 tank, the BZ75, the Chinese heavy, that is not going to be playable. And also, the players are not going to be using the experimental equipment. So, just the usual WoT7 tournament, the rules are the same, no EBR. And that being said, Octo, I think that now it's time to us to hear what the casters have to say to introduce the first match of the day. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome with Ducky and I to the Casters Corner at the AMD WoT7 number 9 tournament. And yeah, the analysts outlined it already. We are going to have 2 Polish matchups to start off the day, the first one being Grupa Speed against Holov-Nitsi. What are your thoughts, Ducky?
Yeah, I'm with Octo that Holov-Nitsi is probably the favorite here coming in. Grupa Speed, yeah, formerly Goodnight Nomi. Pretty familiar lineup there coming in. I did like when Octo said that Holov-Nitsi showed up pretty strong in the Winter Invitational. I must have missed that part, but apparently he watched a different game than I did altogether. I think for them this is a proving moment, as recently EU has been getting absolutely rolled by not only North America, also South America. So at least for Holov-Nitsi, it's a chance to prove that EU can still win within EU at least.
Yeah, exactly. I also talked to the captains of the teams that basically played in the Winter Invitational, Monster being one of them, and he was like, yeah, we weren't really expecting or counting on how those teams from across the pond were going to play. They showed us some new approaches to some of the maps, so I'm waiting, and I'm also quite intrigued to see if that is going to have an impact on the strategies and tactics employed by Holov-Nitsi specifically, and also here we can see the Polish team coming in under their aforementioned captain of Monster, but to be honest, also in that team, not a lot of surprises regarding the names.
Mineros was in the Goodnight Nomi team before, no?
Yeah, but I think that's sort of the only switches that took place. So a lot of those players are obviously going to be well acquainted with one another. And yeah, I'm quite interested to see what's going to happen. I think we're going to take a look at the map pick and bans first of all. And we can see Grupa Speed are not wanting to play Prokhorovka, then Tundra being taken out by Holov-Nitsi. all of the European teams didn't really look too good on Tundra, so possibly some weaknesses identified and taken out of the equation there. Then Himmelsdorf and Ghost Town, 2 city maps. Ghost Town normally sort of a 1-1 split. With Himmelsdorf, you can never be sure, I don't think.
No, Himmelsdorf could be either way. You normally assume Ghost Town is a 1-1, just because the way defense works and can get ahead rather easily. But Himmels is a map where you could see a 2-0 either way come in, depending on how the teams play. And it's also a, well, Polish favorite map, like in general. All those teams really like playing Himmelsdorf. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see a 2-0. Which way the 2-0 will go depends. I know what we predicted, but in terms of how the match will go, our predictions are not always accurate in that regard. From Holovenici, they're a very versatile team, but before that, let's look at the predictions from the casters and analyst desk. The analyst desk copying each other's homework, very cute. Insane and Octo both going with the 4-3, Gihan then going with the 4-2, and me going with the 4-1 for Holovenici.
Alright, the thing that I'm particularly interested in, especially on Himmelsdorf, is how is the defender going to open here, because during the group stage already, we saw that a lot of teams, especially the Polish ones, like to open 1-2 line with a very fast lineup, pretty aggressive. That being said though, Holovenici coming into this one with 150B, we have triple M454 and triple E100.
Grupa Speed then bringing it to them with the CS63, the 277, the IS4, and the 4 AMX. As you can see, Grupa Speed lineup is an attacking lineup because it's that CS. You don't really pick it on defense because it doesn't have any real usage for it. But really, Holovenici's lineup there, but that triple 3k HP E100 is very heavy.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I'm gonna check in-game really quick what kind of guns those E100s are employing right now, because that's obviously gonna be a big difference. You have the small DPM gun with 530 alpha, that is like very good for DPMing, but then also you have the 150...
Mineros and Monster are both using small guns.
Yeah, I think all 3 of them are.
Also identified by the fact that the small gun has APCR as its special ammo.
Yeah, all 3 have the small gun.
And the big gun having the heat.
So, yeah, once again, we see that 1-2 line opening by the defenders here. Holovenici sending almost everyone. Only one E100 in B4 that's going to make its way probably to the either A5 or A6 position. That's obviously very potent for defending that 2-cap, but everyone else is sort of over the 1-cap even. They're going to start trying to take some of the southern positions on Himmelsdorf. Some spots now getting exchanged here. YOLO already spotted in his E100 in A6, Never as well. So some information gained for Grupa Speed and even some damage being dealt. I think that was Elian with a good shot into Never and a second one even connecting.
Yeah, some good damage there from Grupa Speed onto Never. However, Holovenici has that tremendous HP pool. They almost breached 20k HP before Never lost some. So it is going to be hard for Grupa Speed to deal with this lineup head on, if not near impossible. They have to draw these E100s out, get some angles on towards them, and make this Holovenici lineup rotate pretty open, because frontal fight is not going to be going their way just yet, because they also have that CS, right, which is another thing. I mean, Sokol's now trying to gain some information by moving through the map. However, when he goes towards the cap, you'll realize there's a big old E100 waiting there.
Yeah, exactly. And that E100 is going to be more than happy to trade against the CS. I mean, the CS, yeah, it does have APCR, but you can't be sure to basically go through that E100 turret 100% of the time. On the other hand, if the E100 fires at the CS, you're all but guaranteed to go through if you don't catch some unlucky autobounce angle. That being said and done, though, Grupa Speed are, I think, looking for some kind of counter push here in the southern streets of Himmelsdorf. Sokal lying in wait there on the K line, but they're going to be running into what feels like almost a brick wall with that double E100, double M454, and the thing is the 50B is also lying in wait not too far away, and even from C3 there could be some cross shots, and Elian immediately taking a beating, a pounding here, even getting set on fire, is going to drop down to 1450.
Yeah, good awareness there from both Barkis and Mineros. pre-aiming Ilian's position, knowing that Monster could get punished from there. And now an Ignite coming out from Miko, though, on towards Sokar, who was the AMX, running away from the K-line, scattering back to his teammate. And even though Group A Speed did take a lot of damage on Ilian, the damage taken on Sokar is even more. Marcel might even try to get the finish here. No, he's going to get out, and he does take 2 for that attempt at finishing off Sokar, though. Bit over an overextension there, takes 1 more on Miko, but he trades it out against Monster. In terms of HP, all even, but Sokar has to be very careful.
Yeah, Soka there on a one-shot is probably not gonna peak for the time being, and now we can see Group A Speed realizing they can't really push into this double E100, double M454, and the 50B as well, with Crossfire coming in through that 3-line. So right now, a bit of reshuffling going on, 1k HP apart. The biggest weakness for Holovnici right now is having a one-shot, but if they're able to hide that one well and just play off of it and get some, like, 2-3 more shots of damage in from Soka, they should be all good, especially considering that Holovnici now knows this is not going to be a 2-cap commitment. Even the 277, I believe, now being rotated down from the hill here. Yes, there is a rotation going on through the K-line now by the team of Group A Speed, but on the other hand, it's only 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, so they need to make something happen, and they need to make it happen soon.
Yeah, however, I think Holovnici is going to get caught here on this rotation. They also expect the rotation to come out from Group A Speed back towards the cap, but Ilian already lying and waiting with Sokol as well. They will be able to cross through this gap, but the more important factor is if the wall is destroyed at E1, they're going to catch all of these M4s on the way out. Ilian now getting spotted over, and that might actually be disastrous timing for the Group A Speed team, as now Barkas gets spotted out. He's still in no man's land, though, in that AMX M4, but the other ones from Holovnici, who also wanted to cross through, they have stopped. I mean, they might find Barkas here if they can get the connections, but even he seems to be just chilling and being fine. Actually, Group A Speed there missing the timing by about 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, now 2k HP apart here. Holovnici still up, but the tanks from Group A Speed seem to be having the better shots, as Minairos now is able to pick off Ilian. That was very, very low HP in that IS-4. Holovnici now hunkering down in that 1-2 line. We can see YOLO with the E100 finally joining, and he's going to have a good timing against Sokol here, who is also in the middle of the map, in that square, completely in the open, while Jordan also dies. 2 unanswered kills by Holovnici.
2 unanswered kills indeed, and now YOLO there in that big old E100 is going to be holding down the fort as he gets reinforced by both Piotrix and Never. You see Sokol try to make his way through the 8 line. He has to be careful though, because Piotrix is going to be holding the angle in the 50B. Sokol is just going to go for it though. Gets a cross. Some damage being traded there on towards Never by Miku, who makes a good peek there as well. Never now down towards the one-shot. Has to be careful. Twist pushing up as well on the 2 line. Might even get another angle on towards them. As Sokol has the 8 line angle, and Holovnici has to be careful here. Yes, the time is starting to run low, but they don't have a single tank that can really run away from this.
Yeah, and also Holovnici right now, they have 3 one-shots, and it's going to be crucial moving forward that Group A gets those one-shot, picks them up, removes the guns from the game, but instead it's going to be Monster picking up Miku. That's another gun gone, and the more guns that are being traded away by Group A Speed, the less angles they're going to be able to generate. Minairos now breaking the 3k damage mark with that shot onto Twist, and Twist I don't think is going to be able to find a whole lot of success here against that still very, very healthy E100, and now we can see Piotrix exactly in the position that he wants to be and makes 2 out of 2, is probably going to connect the 3rd one, not choosing for the reload quite yet, is going to get a 4th one. Does he go for the ram? I think he will do it as Piotrix picks up Gursky, and that's going to be 5-0 scoreline regarding kills. Only 1 minute to go, and I don't think Holovnici is stopping anytime soon.
No, I don't think so either. Marcel and Sokol, the last 2 bastions of attack that are not going to be doing anything. As Piotrix comes in for his 2nd ram, no, Never is going to steal it. And a lot of unfortunate timings there for either side, really. It was very even, you could say. But like this 1-2 line, if Ilian and Jordan waited like few more seconds, I'd say like 2 or 3 seconds, half the whole of an EC team would be crossing down 1-2 line.
Yeah, it was pretty even, and I think if Group A Speed is able to get those answering kills on the board, right, then they're in pretty good spot regarding HP, regarding positions on the map, because remember, YOLO in that E100 was pretty much out of the game for...
Oh yeah, it was 3k HP all the time somewhere else, until he showed up in the window.
So yeah, if we take a look at the shots, I mean, yeah, team damage one that sometimes happens, especially if you're in speedy mode in the CS. But on the other side, we can see that all of the tanks managed to have an impact. Even YOLO at the end getting a couple shots in, but Minairos really proving to be that bulwark that Hollow of Nitsi needed here. 11 shots, 9 hits, 8 pens, and he also was able to block quite a significant amount. Remember, he's got like 2.7k block, and that is almost a whole E100 worth in HP that Goodnight Nomi, or Grouper Speed rather, they basically wasted that DPM onto the E100 trying to kill it off.
The thing is about the 100, it's a pretty good tank against the AMX-M4.
Yeah, I mean,
because the AMX-M4 has 297 AP pen, right? I think it's 297, 296, something.
296,
like
I think, yeah.
I
mean, you get the better normalization from the AP.
But if the E100 turns its turret, you are not penning the E100 superstructure with this. Hence why it's a pretty good counter against the AMX-M4, because, I mean, not if the E100's in the open, because then they just get farmed through the lower plate. But in a position where Mineros is, where he can actually side scrape and control the turret, that it works.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that is where this triple E100 came in pretty clutch for the side of Hollow of Nitsi. Reading well how Grouper Speed wanted to play this. Then again, it's only round number 1, so... yeah, as you outlined, I mean, it was a 7-1 scoreline that then again, I think it was closer than this scoreline would suggest. There wasn't that much HP remaining, and I think if a couple kills, if a couple timings just go differently by like 5 or 10 seconds, then Grouper Speed stand a pretty good chance of basically winning this round. So, yeah, I think they're going to be unhappy about losing it. Then again, not in the most dire of situations in this best of 7 yet. So we'll see what Grouper Speed is going to be able to do on their defense. They're coming in with a 50B, double M454, one IS4, 1277, double S-Conk.
Double S-Conk for Grouper Speed, so a little bit less heavy, while Hollow of Nitsi in return, though, E3, E100, double 113, and triple AMX-M4. That's pretty heavy again, though, in return. I mean, I know Grouper Speed has 7 heavies, but in terms of hit points and armor, let's say Hollow has slightly more of it.
Especially considering that E3 that is just gonna go through basically everything that Grouper Speed has, like a hot knife through butter. People also ask why the 113s. Well, basically HP, speed, DPM, and also that heat pen with 340 coming in pretty well against almost anything that Grouper Speed has picked here. Also the heat, like when compared to the AP or APCR from M454s and E100s, you're actually able to hit those cupolas on the S-Kongs. Now Elian and Bark is here exchanging spots, and Elian is probably gonna get respotted by Minairos. There we go. He did get basically, though, 2 spots for 1, which is kind of a small advantage. That being said, though, Miko immediately taking a shot of damage here in his S-Kong. Not going to be too happy about that.
Yeah, but Alien there, I think, was just initially trying to spot if they went straight for the K-line, right? He goes there, he spots if they're immediately trying to cross over K-line, so they know that they can take 1-2 line fully for free.
And they are succeeding with that. I mean, we have double M4 and the 50B all crossed over towards the southern part. Then again, Hollow of Nitsi, they sort of have a passive hold behind the church with that E100. The 113 being spotted out is sort of in no man's land in like H4. And now the E100 rotating K-line, he's not spotted doing that.
The C100 on the K-line is kind of in no man's land as well, though.
I mean, remember, they have a 50B there, so that's 1600 damage in like 7.5 seconds, and then 2 more M4 shots, and the E100's almost gone.
I mean, Monster there is...
he's spotted now, takes 1.
He takes 1. He returns 1, though, but he takes 1.1 for that immediately. That's what I mean. He was just kind of, I don't know, driving.
Yep. Sightseeing. You know, sometimes you just want to see the tourist attractions on Himmelsdorf. That being said, though, the E3 on the hill not really having the biggest of impacts yet, simply because Grouper Speed is not offering up anything as of right now. He's also driving now. He's gonna probably go to B0 into the hold down. He's gonna try to spot the whole of the B line. He doesn't have optics, so he wouldn't spot anything that is in A4. But we as observers obviously see that there is nothing in A4. Instead, there's something brewing in the 8 line, I believe.
Yeah, but I think that Group Speed is making some good rotations here to deal with this. Even the M4 is coming closer, the 50B coming closer as well. They might have a lot of shots coming down this 8 line, and I think they will just continue pushing through though. They will not care about Twist, they will continue onto Elian, and Elian now realizing the danger he's in. He takes 1-2, tries to run away in that 277. He's gonna chill in the window for now, as now Twist is getting pushed on by YOLO and Piotrix. But in return, you see the G line rotation there. Gursky, Jordan coming for Mineros, fights all over the side. As now Never in the E3 even coming from behind as well. You gotta say those positions here for Holovenitsi are pretty annoying to deal with, and here comes Never, who's gonna deal a big one into Sokol. And Holovenitsi here seem to be getting just ahead in these individual fights. They're up a gun now as well, they're up in HP, even if it is only slightly. Elian's gonna be unaware completely of Never, the threat from behind, and Holovenitsi with this 8-line pincher coming pretty ahead of Group Speed.
Yeah, Holovnitsi just having more guns in the fight here, more effective guns in the fight, despite the E3 being completely somewhere else. That was able to do like 1k damage and a kill after all. But yeah, Grupa Speed not really able to convert on that repush into the G line. They needed to get the kills there, they needed to get the gun advantage there, but with that full HP 113, with Monster still alive in that E100, they just weren't able to do so. And Holovnitsi, it looked pretty dicey when they pushed into the 8 line, but not committing into Twist in the courtyard, I think, was the right call to just keep going onto Elian, that then ended up dying. And Holovnitsi on their attack, just looking very, very in control, looking very strong.
I also gotta say, I feel like Elian could have just been on the other hold down, you know? I don't know why he had to be on this specific one. He's on the corner, he just runs away for free. But I don't think that is what like lost him the game. I think, you know, the G line repush there, I think Monster, Mineros, and whoever was behind had a pretty good crossfire to deal with those guys repushing in. And then, you know, Twist, he was on the 8 line, but once you're forced inside the courtyard, you have the issue that even if the Elian runs away, they just take both windows, and then you're doing what in the ice? We're dying, right? You just die.
I mean, yeah, I think the basically the thing that Holovnitsi did well that game was that they pushed with a few tanks that did end up taking some damage, and it sort of looked even regarding the HP in the game. But then the repush that Grupa Speech started was taking place onto the tanks by Holovnitsi that hadn't been tagged yet. So basically, effectively, Holovnitsi was keeping more tanks and more guns in the game for longer, which allowed them to completely snowball out of control. And once again, we find ourselves at a 7-1 scoreline, just a repeat of the last match, but where the last match was sort of, I would say, close and decided almost a bit by timings, this one wasn't really. This one was just Holovnitsi walking all over Grupa.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a really, really good attack from Holovnitsi. The push down the 8 line, they also, which is an important thing to watch for the people spectating, is that they did not just commit down the 8 line with everything and was like, okay, we'll push down the 8 line and hope to catch something. No, they pushed down the 8 line with just enough to make sure that they could go through, push away Twist, so they could isolate him, and even got a second freebie kind of with Elian being maybe in the wrong position. And just playing it out well after that, while also keeping in mind the possible repushes and crossfire.
Yep. All right, so that is Himmelsdorf done and dusted. We're going to be heading to Ghost Town. Also, the other picks and bans we didn't talk about yet. Cliff then being taken out. Muravanka, the last map that would possibly happen before the tiebreaker. First is going to be Ghost Town, though, and if the sentiment of the 1-1 map holds true, then we would be looking at match point already for Holovnitsi, which... certainly after 2 maps, you don't want to be in that position if you're Grupa.
No, but we did say that Himmels is one of those maps, though. Where it could happen. And you could argue that in the first round, Grupa, unlucky with timing, but then you could say Holo was also unlucky with timing and just played it out better after that. And yeah, 2-0 deserved, right? I mean, I think the first round really could be won by anybody, and Holo came ahead.
Yeah, I think it was just the individual plays, or rather the individual assessment of the situation that put Holovnitsi ahead. So basically what I'm trying to say is player skill. Yeah, but round 2 not close at all. So we'll have to see. This was also, like Himmelsdorf, was also the pick by Grupa Speed, so now we're actually on Holovnitsi.
I don't think the pick matters that much there, though. It's a map that I think both teams feel comfortable on. It's played very often. Just like when people look into, well, let's do the lineups first, Kian. How does that sound?
Sounds good. Holovnici coming in with double M454, a mouse, double 277, one S-Conk, and a CS.
Well, Group S Speed has the IS-4, 4 S-Kungs, and the double CS. But yeah, what I was saying about map picks, I think that for first map, all teams just kind of pick a map that they're comfortable with. And that doesn't mean that you're always supposed to like win it. You know what I mean? Because people are like, oh, they picked this and they lost 2-0. But just because you pick a map you're comfortable with doesn't mean the opponent isn't either. Or that it's not just like a very much played map in general.
I mean, we also need to keep in mind we're still in the upper bracket, so there is the safety net for both of those teams to drop down to lower.
Look at this, though. Look at this straight into the cap.
That is a very, very aggressive attack by Holovnici there. I think they were using Monster to boost the double 277 into that cap, and I don't think Group Speed was expecting something like this quickly.
Double CS on K4, though.
Double CS on K4, and I think they're just going to make a run for it, because that double CS, the double medium, it is going to enable Group Speed to just get the angles from the outside ever so more effectively. That being said, though, Group Speed, they need to worry about the cap, because that double 277 onto the IS-4, it's just going to trade better as Never now starting to engage against the S-Kongs, but he's just basically there to delay them. That beefy mouse still 3.2k HP almost, and he's going to make the S-Kongs pay if they actually want to if they want to decap here. Finally, a decap shot coming in from, I believe, Jordan onto Barkis, and this is going to spark aggression by Holovnici, who are now starting to drive onto Twist, but they're taking a lot of damage for that.
This is a wide open terrain. It's the Wild West for Holovnici now, realizing the CSs are behind them. They are now pushing forward to get on towards Elian, but the Redskung narrowly getting behind the corner just in the nick of time. And now with that double CS rotation power from Group Speed, you would say they're in a pretty good scenario right now. You see the bulk of Holovnici forces here stuck really in that middle area. Now they see Miko, though, another S-Kung, but everything they do costs them so much HP. Bark is now down towards 700, but Miko here in the cap may have gone slightly too far, actually. Put himself in a bad position, capitalize, and now the Holovnici force, they're not stopping anymore. Marcel, they're coming behind you. Yolo, Meneris, Barkis, and Sokar are going to swing around this corner, guns blazing on towards Marcel. They do lose Barkis in the process, though, but Marcel's not going to last through this one either, as Monster will be the one to pick him up. They narrowly keep Yolo alive, but as the dust settles, Group Speed is down 2 tanks, but does have the extra HP.
Does have the extra HP, and Piotrix is actually in a dire situation here. He's trying to run away from Gurski, trying to run away from Elian, that's being collapsed upon by Soka, and Minairos just taking huge amounts of punishment. Group Speed, they need to get the guns into the game, and they need to get Holovnici's guns out of the game. They're still up 1k HP, but Elian there now in a dire spot. Never not gonna get rolled down to 17 HP. Twist is also gonna get picked up. Never in turn dying, but Gurski getting another kill onto Sokar, and all of a sudden the HP, they're in favor of Grupa, and Holovnici, they have the same amount of guns.
Dude, honestly, Grupa almost got rolled an individual skill here. Like, it was very close. So many times, like, kind of out of position. So Miku out of position. When Miku falls, Marcel falls. But luckily enough for them, Grupa did just enough to make it work, because they are going to win this most likely. It's really hard to recover here for Holo at this point. But they almost got rolled by just aggression there. Mineros now falling to Gurski. Yolo should fall as well. Piotrix will then fall to Sokol from behind. So it is all right here for Grupa, but what I was saying is that for a second there, you know, Miku falling, then Marcel falling, they were a bit over-eager. They had full control over the game, but they were trying to close it out just slightly too fast. And when you do such a thing and you open yourself open to this dead ball, as we're going to call it, because when it starts rolling, it usually never stops anymore, where they just overrun tank after tank, you can actually still lose the game even if you're up on HP.
Yeah, but like this, Grupa is going to pick up the first round of the match. It's going to be 2-1. That being said, though, Holovnici is going to get to defend next. But yeah, I think they did have sort of trouble coping with what Holovnici was throwing at them. That iron death ball that you mentioned, that's just started to get rolling over the tanks by Grupa. They almost like missed the window, missed the opening, and the thing is, like, yeah, even if you're up in HP as the defender, if you just run out of the guns and then you just get crossfired to pieces, then it can go very, very wrongly from you. But luckily for the tanks of Grupa, they were able to withstand the pressure. And I really liked that. Even though it lost, I really liked the attack by Holovnici, simply because it was something you don't see every day, something to try to catch the opponent off guard. I think that's sort of also what you need to do on Ghost Town, because if you let the defenders basically get those annoying positions like A4, K4, if they are able to put a super conk there, if they're able to secure the hull down positions at the cap in the middle of the city, then you're always going to have a hard time as the attacker, and you're not necessarily expected to win the Ghost Town attack. So, I mean, good stuff by either team with the better end for Grupa, but I really liked seeing something different.
What was unfortunate there for Grupa is the fact that for Holo is the fact that Grupa sent those double CSs to K4 straight. Now, if it was CS K1 and CS A3, for example, which you see kind of often as well, like one CS North, one CS South to control the angles, and then Holo gets away with this double cap pressure pretty convincingly, because there's nothing to flank immediately then. But in this regard, with two CSs going to K4 straight for Grupa, that gave such a little time for them to go to K7 and just reset. So they didn't put that much pressure on Krupa because they always had the reset angle. If the CSs were split, it would have been very, very different. There would be so much more pressure on the Krupa to reset.
All right, round number 4 being prepared now in between both of those teams, and we'll have to see if Holovnici will actually get stopped here dead in their tracks by the team of Grupa. Winning Ghost Town 2-0 would be pretty good for them here, as they would be able to equalize the scoreline. We'll see. For their attack, they're now picking double M454, triple IS4, one S-Conk, and only a singular medium.
A singular medium only, but then Holo on that defense with the mouse, the IS4, the AMX M4, and the quad S-Conk. A lot of people are going to be wondering, Keyhand, and since I want you to do it, because you're the resident tanking expert, as we would like to call it, with
I feel like you're setting me up
knowledge and information, why would the S-Conk be played, Keyhand, on this map and defense over the AMX M4?
DPM, and also I feel like the gun is a bit more reliable because you have the higher, yes, you have APCR, but you have the higher pen, and also you're very flexible. Actually, a lot of people overlook the hash. That's sort of, you know, you can tag those CSs, you can tag 50Bs if they get picked. I think in the back or in the flat side you can even penetrate M454s, but I think overall, if you have a side scraping and or a hold down duel, the S-Conk is just going to win out regardless, because you're even able to penetrate the mantlets of the M454s if you hit the right spot.
Now, if you only put that thought and love into your cliff map guide, maybe it would have been alright.
Alright, bro.
Oh, dude, that was such a long setup joke. I'm so proud.
Oh, God, man. I even said, I think you're setting me up here. Oh, man. I saw that one coming from a mile away.
No, you didn't, actually. You fell right into my trap, dude. Explaining for like 30 seconds to just like fumble down.
Trap card got activated. If you at least did that when we were actually watching Cliff and not Ghost Town, you know.
It still works, though.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Grupa speed on their attack. They can't really directly drive in, obviously, because Holovnici, they do have 1000 HP more. They have 7 heavy tanks, so what Grupa speed actually need to do is generate map control with the medium advantage that they have. They need to generate angles and then slowly start trading away at Holovnici's HP, and then when they feel like they have enough of an advantage, they can probably go for a move. You can see here the hull down S-Conk driving away the M454, so in that... that being said though, Grupa speed, they're not wasting time here. They're immediately sending double IS4 onto the cap.
Good shooting though from Holovnici. Ilian taking 1, Twist taking 1, Marcel taking 2. You like to see that. Overall, both teams are trading it out. To Gursky, though, with such a nice position against Yolo and Monster. S-Kunk above the other S-Kunk is just a clear win for the Gursky position, right? One, you can shoot down onto the cupola if they back off too much, and you also just have easier angles on basically everything.
Yeah, I mean the pen shots into the mantlet work better if you're above, and also you can just shoot beside the mantlet into the turret. That being said though, 20 seconds remaining here, and Jordan is also lying in wait. If that double S-Conk does commit onto resetting the IS-4, which they need sooner rather than later, but instead it's going to be the mouse never driving forward, trying to soak up some of the shots that are coming out. Piotrix is going to make his way to a crossfire positions. Never bounced here. Soka needs to do it, and finally the reset comes in onto Marcel, and Barkis now coming in from the back lines. Also needs to reset those IS-4s that are now turning their guns. Marcel gonna be focused out here down to 51. Barkis on fire though. Marcel finally out of the picture, but Barkis falls in turn.
Marcus falls in turn, and that was costly because now the repush comes on towards YOLO, on towards Monster. Jordan Gursky, Sokol come in from K4 to finish off YOLO here immediately, and now still on the cap. The boys from Holovnitsi trying to deal with Twist in that IS-4. Their slow, non-rotational setup here, costing them as Grupa and Speed. Getting that double IS-4 onto the cap, covering the angles rather well, are now going to be swinging this match right way around into the faces of Holovnitsi, as both these teams on their respective map picks, Kian, are going to be 2-0ing their opponents. I mean, Holo did it on the Himmels, and Grupa is going to do it on Ghost Town. So
exactly.
Map picks, what do they mean?
Nothing, apparently, as Piotrix is going to get picked up by Jordan, and now only Sokar and Minairos remaining. That 7 heavy tank strategy by Holovnitsi on their Ghost Town defense just going to completely fall apart, fall to pieces. Minairos is now going to get picked up by Elian, and this, as you said, equalizes the scoreline 2-2 in between Holovnitsi and Grupa, and I think we're watching some quite entertaining rounds here.
I agree. I was almost leaving you hanging, but I decided not to. But yeah, good stuff then from Grupa. You could see a bit of the downside of Holo's lineup, which is 7 heavies, is that it doesn't really have any rotational. It was also a very heavy lineup. So the S-Kung from A4 takes a while to arrive. The S-Kung from F1, which the Adam 1 takes a while to arrive as well. The cap was already so low at that point. They push in, I don't know what Barkis did there. It doesn't make too much sense to try and drive behind them. I mean, what would make sense if they all did it like at the same time and they tried to overrun the IS-4s or peek the IS-4s and kill them, right? Him, Monster, and YOLO. But pushing by himself, I don't think that is the way forward.
Yeah, I mean, him getting set on fire doesn't make it easier. Then again, I
But he
don't
would be
really
dead
think.
anyways.
Yeah, exactly. I don't really think it made a huge difference, if any at all. And yeah, just like that, Grupa 2-0 on Ghost Town, and this means now that we're heading to a completely different kind of map. Yeah, like Himmels Ghost Town, a lot of the trades that are going to be happening there is going to be close range, brawl, trading around corners. Muravanka, completely different kind of beast. I want to stay talking about Ghost Town for a quick second here, though. Interestingly enough, in both games, Grupa Speed had the medium tank advantage. In the first game, they had 2/1. In the second game, they had 1/0. Which basically opens up the map so much for you, because you can always be sure that you will be able to generate those outside angles. I don't think that's something that can be underestimated.
Yeah, well, it also depends on how you use them. I think on their defense, their way that they opened with them was ideal. Almost the perfect counterplay. On the attack, I don't think it was as much the medium as it was Holo's like slower lineup, which takes a while to get back to the cap to defend it. But it's always nice to have the CS at K4 that can join rather quickly. That is always the true thing. He came into the fight really quick. That's the advantage of the CS. And you see that icon there on Cliff, Kian? The ban icon? If people continue watching your map guides, that's where Cliff is going to end up for me.
Aww. I mean, you do know Cliff is going to get reworked. I'll probably have to rework my map video after that.
Dude, just leave it alone. Like, seriously, dude. What is wrong with... Leave it alone. You've done enough damage.
Leave Cliff alone. Leave her alone.
Leave alone. Like, seriously, you've done enough, Ki. Make a map guide for province or something, but leave the rest of us alone.
I thought about making one for province, but I'm going to go with different maps instead.
Make one for, I don't know, airfield, man. I don't play that anyway.
Oh, okay.
Or
you also know that one's getting reworked, so I'm gonna hold off with that, dude, until
I know, man. Well, what's not getting reworked in 2023? Your job position, sadly.
Huh? That was a low blow. Okay. That was a low blow.
It could be up or down, Ki.
I mean, up is always better than. All right, let's not go there. Anyway, I think the next map is about to start soon. It's going to be Muravanka, and I already outlined that it is quite different from both Ghost Town and Himmelsdorf. Since the map changes, talk about reworks by the way, a lot of the teams do seem to have the impression that the attack side is kind of favored now.
Yeah, where it used to be defense is completely favored. It's nice to have a switch, right? In the past, defense was heavily favored, but just like AMD, together we advance and roll the tanks as well, Kihan, and we make map changes that alter not only randoms but also encounter and 7v7 attack defense. And the attack is indeed a bit more favored. Grupa Speed, however, an interesting lineup there. IS-7, 277, Escon, double VZ and double CS. Double VZ not really meta on Muravanka.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously going to be a lot of burst potential on their defense. Then again, the attacking lineup by Holovnici is going to have 1M4, double IS-7, double S-Conk, 1 VZ as well, and the Batshot, which is going to be able to roam around a lot. The only limiting factor being the double CS once again, so the double medium by Grupa Speed.
Yeah, the double medium from Grupa 2, I think the double VZ is more interesting because I think they're going there to just try and punish somebody crossing over, perhaps with those VZs if they are able to.
Yeah, both of them getting spotted out though means that there is not going to be a commitment onto the cross by Holovnici, so avoiding the danger for now. You can even see Sokol and Elian with both of the CSs were aiming for a potential cross here. Gonna turn around, I mean that's a fairly standard spotting bush by now by Monster, and he's just generating so much information, and no one's even really thinking to blind shot him, because, well, on the lower side the heavy tanks are peeking as well, meaning that they don't know. They're missing the info, and Miko getting an ignite there. Pretty good. Onto YOLO. Oh, Monster starting to clip here. So that is going to be information for the CS tanks, because now they know where the Batshot is. They're going to be able to rotate around the map.
Yeah, but the good thing here for Grupa is that they have the 90 i7s from taking the cap straight, take the middle position. Now Sokol getting spotted out, and Elian not having a good time there in his CS. And what I like from Holovnici here is they are putting on a chokehold onto this Grupa Speed lineup. Only Sokol has gotten across, but I don't think the rest of them can just order of the K line. Yeah. I mean, this IS-7 controls so much of the map, and then there's no real counter to them right now.
I mean, Miko now trying in his VZ to offer some sort of counterplay. Sokar might be able to control him from the back lines, though. And for a second there, I was a bit afraid for Holovnici with Barkis and never being committed in so far that they could have basically been farmed from anywhere. And Twist now is doing a good job from the F1 position, put one into Barkis. They're just gradually taking away the angles from the IS-7s, meaning that Holovnici is going to have to react with their other tanks. And Monster and Piotrix are just doing that, sending the Batshot towards the forest with a VZ as backup. That's going to be a scary prospect for the double CS.
But this is good though. All of this is good for Holovnici, if you think about it, because even now you have the opportunity that at some point Never comes back because they have all the info and they just get somebody on the cap. They can even cross a guy into the middle hold down, right, on the cap, and play from there. And Krupa will have to do very long rotations to make this work. The only thing Never has to be careful from is getting side shots from the 6-7 line, because his teammates have not pushed up on 9-0 line yet, and he has to be careful.
Yeah, he just took one by Sokol, I believe, and there's other tanks also trying to punish him, though. Marcel is taking the brunt of the punishment. The double VZ clipping out, though. Never almost minus 2k HP here. Twist taking a swing at him, missing, but Never now down to 308. That's a one-shot if I've ever seen one. And not going to be out of trouble as of now. Barkis, yes, he has triggered the cap, but it's only single cap. And now Elian, you can see in the bottom right, he's spotted in the forest. He's taking shot after shot by Monster. He's actually going to get picked up. That is one of the mediums just gone.
Yeah, he gets spotted out there. A bit of good luck there, good timing from Piotrix. And also I wanted to point out Elian's equipment, Kian. I don't know if you saw it, he had binoculars. Actually on that CS.
All right.
But now still back into advantage from Holovnici because of Elian dying, because they still have Barkis that can start the cap, and there's no real way for Grupa to deal with it at this moment in time. Like, yeah, they pulled a really good number on Never, and it would have been epic if they killed him. But they needed Elian to survive so they could reinforce the forest, so they could win the forest, so they could get reset angles. Now they don't have this.
And you can see how defensively they're approaching this in the southeastern part of the map right now. Jordan completely at the red line, Marcel also rotating over it. And Sokol is going to have to generate the information for his buddies here, as Monster, just patiently waiting in the forest, is already fully loaded again. And this means that Marcel, Sokol and Jordan, all of them are completely out of the game here right now, while Holovnici, they have 2000 HP more. They have someone on the cap, and I'm not even sure if Twist is even able to provide HE resets onto the tank that is capping currently. And look, there's even a VZ at the church. Like,
I don't think so. I think this is a really hard situation to come back from for Grupa, because they don't have Forest, and the way that this meta has been shifting on Muro, even in group stages, Ken, if you remember, is that a lot of teams on their defense went straight for 6-0 line to try and counteract this cap pressure, right? But they just simply don't have the tanks for
Buck
this.
is crossing over now. Does so
he went-
unspotted even. Like,
he's in the better holdout now, and this is full push territory.
yeah,
Like full repush territory.
like, never mind that Bacchus didn't take a shot for the cross. He wasn't even spotted, so they don't even have the info where he isn't anymore. Minairos now putting one into Gurski. Gurski trying to get the information where Bacchus is, doesn't get it. I mean, he can assume now, but you can just see how bad it is for Grupa if they have to invest HP to get information, and they don't even get anything like a reset in return. Good shot by Twist into Piotrix, who is at the church, but the angles just aren't there for Grupa right now to provide the resets. Barkis is just going to sit there for 40 more seconds, and Grupa is going to have to invest like probably a full tank for this at this point if they want to reset. And you can see Marcel now coming in with that Vizi is probably going to bear the brunt of the damage. Twist now peeking up, but 1500, make that 2.3k, make that his life. Never just completely shutting down Twist, and now Marcel has to also invest quite an amount of HP to reset Barkis. Yes, he does the full clip, but now he's reloading, and Barkis is probably going to give him one for free, possibly even picking him up.
I mean, yeah, now Marcel's backing off. Marcel's going down. He had to commit his life into that reset. And yes, Holovnici does not have that much HP left, and Sokol does have them on the flank. However, there is only 4 tanks left standing here for Grupa Speed, who all need to play the game of their life if they ever want to come back in that one. And Gurski surrounded by a blob of white tanks there from Holovnici, leaving just Jordan, Miku, and Sokol to pick up the pieces. And I mean, I think Holovnici knows that only 3 people on the cap is more than enough. It looks like my average random battle with 6 of them on it. But all the one-shots are hiding behind each corner. Nice kill there from Sokar onto Miku, picking him up. Now Sokol coming from behind. And yeah, Holovnici's HP is really low. I mean, Yolo one-shot, Marcus one-shot, Never one-shot, Piotrix and Monster both a 2-shot. And Sokol missing the angle here. Is probably not going to get back in it. But he has to ram the batch.
Oh, 19
no.
HP.
I mean, he would not get back to it. In 5 seconds, it's a CS, he would not cross this distance.
Yeah, I mean, also YOLO just stays safe from the bad shot. So just like that, Holovnici is going to put their next round on the board on Muravanka attack, and they looked damn good doing so, looked in control. I think where it started falling apart for Grupa was sort of when Elian just went down for free in the forest, and then Monster just got to reload, so the CS cannot really contest him anymore. Because he can't be sure where that VZ by the attackers is. So yeah, overall, good stuff by Holovnici. It looked very controlled.
Never's move was also kind of risky though. A bit greedy there on the outside. Especially when you know they can rotate to the forest.
Yeah, the punish on that double IS-7 that got pushed on the outside, that didn't really happen. And the thing is, Holovnici, they had that S-Conk in return, but if the double VZ both get both shots in, that's like minus 2k, and what do you do in return? 1 shot by the IS-7, if even that, and 1 by the S-Conk. That trade is never going to be worth, but yeah, Grupa just wasn't able to pull it off, and I mean, Monster with an almost picture-perfect game here, 10-10-9. Yeah, we all know and have a love-hate relationship with that bad shotgun, so I would say perfect shooting by him.
Yeah, Batshot is one of those things. I think it was in the 2023 video. I think I saw it there. So getting some love is probably a good thing because extremely hard to play. But top end players can make it work. However, in general, Batshot gun is very hard.
Yeah. Then again, I think that's part of the appeal of the Batshot. I mean, it's my most played tank of all time and still my favorite tank of all time. We'll have to see. then again, Holovnici now, they are on match point. Grupa, though, is going to be attacking on Muravanka. So, wait, that means if Holovnici wins, then my prediction was correct.
That does indeed mean this, Kihan, yes. 4-2 would be Holovnici winning one more round. Round of applause for Kihan. He learned how to...
What do you mean?
Between last tournament and this tournament, he took extra math lessons.
I mean, math on stream is always problematic, because...
I mean, Kihan, math on stream is still better than some other things on stream.
True, true. For example, pressing W on Cliff, you mean?
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Wow.
if you're gonna roast me about my Cliff map guide, maybe I should have covered different positions and when not to drive forward, you know?
But don't make me force to dump my collection of all the things the Eclipse in the chat. You know, shaky aim at it, or jumping off bridge on Erlenberg twice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'd be quiet real quick if I was you, Kihan, yeah?
I'm gonna have to get some stage 2 buddy clips to, you know, make up for that. Anyway, Holovnici gonna be defending with M454, Triple I7, 1S Conk, 1 Batchat, and Minaros playing that UDES 1516 that we rarely see on Moro.
Yeah, but the UDES 1516 will get into it. Group of speed, though, however, with the 5A, the Bancha, the CS, the double S Skunk, the double I7, the 5A, not a very common pick for this either, but the UDES 1516, Kihan, what does it have over the STB?
I mean, basically it does have, I would argue, better armor. Obviously it has higher alpha. DPM, I'm not even sure which tank takes the advantage.
No, the STB by quite a bit.
Yeah, obviously it has pretty crappy heat pen. That's some, and also the gun handling isn't the best. Then again, the STB
and fuel tanks, of course.
Fuel tanks, yeah. If you're able to hide your hull, you're Gucci. But other than that, blah. Also, the thing to mention about the UDAS is why, for example, it used to get picked a lot on mines, is that it has surprisingly good camo, but there is not going to be a low noise exhaust on this one, so they're just going to be playing about the hold-on potential, and they're also going to be playing very, very aggressively, and I'm not really sure I like this, because yes, this double medium on the one line will be able to attempt an overpush, but there is triple heavy tank waiting for them, and the triple ISM, they're going to be driving in towards double S-Conk that are now going to be crossfiring them. This is a perfect opening by Grupa.
Never's just like, I'm going.
he's on a journey.
Never's just going. He doesn't. He's going, man. He's going because he's afraid of the guys up on 2. But there's Sokol and Jordan coming from the 4. Sokol and Barkis are like, huh? Where did these guys all come from?
Never just went on an adventure. Like, he had his bags packed. He was
my
ready
God.
to go. He was sending it. And now Bark is also, like, that is the triple IS7 out of the game. Yes, Miko is on one shot, but taking a look at the HP, double for Grupa on their attack. And I think Holovnici was sort of trying to catch Grupa off guard, but that all-in play completely falling to shambles here. Grupa with the basically perfect counter opening.
Bro, it feels like I never watched this episode of Dora the Explorer. To be honest, also Never has no fear, man. The guy behind him was like, should we go? I'm not sure. Never's like, I'm go.
Yeah, probably, you know, triple R and wasn't able to correct that anymore. Yeah, I mean, we're making jokes about it. Holovnici tried an all-in defense.
The reason why we're making jokes about it is an all-in defense, and it was over after the first 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Once they reached C3, there was no way back.
Yep. Yeah, because otherwise the I7s just keep losing HP for free in the crossfire.
The only thing you can fault Grupa for is hiding too long in B1. They don't need to hide that long. No, they don't need to. Once the I7 gets spotted, he was still spotted going around the corner key.
Yeah. Then again, I don't think it matters if they peak 10 seconds earlier or later. That is a pretty fast attack, by the way. So that might.
I mean, the Grupa already had the tiebreaker choice because of Ghost Town. They already had it because Ghost Town, and they'll definitely get it because of this.
Yep.
So it doesn't change anything.
Exactly. So for those wondering, basically how the tiebreaker works is the team that got the fastest attack gets to choose the side in tiebreaker, and if there is no fastest attack, then it is the most damage dealt in the attack, but obviously here we had attacking victories. And yeah, Grupa Speed taking it towards a tiebreaker, and I guess now the two of us have to hold it with Grupa so that the analysts aren't correct with their predictions, right?
I'm in I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been in a giving mood towards NA recently, so I hope Octo's right. You know, at this point, I'm just like, here, take it all, dude. What's next, huh? Well, my casting job, Octo? Huh? First you take my 50v15? I don't even care about the 7v7. Oh, just wondering, huh?
Yeah. I mean,
It's like inviting somebody to your house to come over for coffee and they decide to move in.
anyway, obviously the damage numbers being dealt here not really I mean, yeah, obviously they are important because they won them the game, but then again, we mention it that all in strategy by Hall of Nietzsche, just not netting them the success that they needed. If you're committing 3 tanks in like this and they get crossfired by hull down tanks from like basically 90-degree angles side and side, then you're not gonna survive that. And this now means that we are headed to Mines, and I would argue that Mines is one of those maps where it actually matters if you're able to choose tiebreaker side.
Yeah, Mines matters a lot with sight.
So
like a lot.
Yeah, because the Mines is a bit different than some of the other maps in that basically the defender decides how the map is played. If they want to contest the hill, then it just immediately turns into a shootout if the attackers don't go full 1-2. But if they don't, if they want to park the bus, like basically take the island with like 2 tanks, put someone below the hill, put people in the base, behind the stones, behind the bushes, then it starts to turn into a drawn-out game. So I would imagine that Grupa would be choosing Def here.
I think that is a very sophisticated comment from Yukihan. Yes, I could indeed see them pick defense as well. It's 50-50 though. They either pick defense or they don't.
Yep. Okay, so Miku just wrote Def, yes. So it is confirmed. The Grupa speed from the Polizia are gonna be trying to knock down Hall of Nietzsche into the lower bracket. And to be honest, talking about that, I would say that would be the first. I mean, not huge, but kind of still an upset in my opinion.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a huge upset, but it would be an upset still.
Yep. Especially thinking about the community predictions, which were like 22 towards 78% in favor of Hall of Nietzsche. So, then again, the map hasn't been played yet, so I wouldn't count out Hall of Nietzsche as of now. I know that Monster likes Mines a lot as a map, so maybe he has some insights on how to break possible camps by Grupa speed. All of those questions probably gonna be answered rather soon.
I mean, there's options for the defender on Mines, so they can go hill, they can play defense. It's usually hill or defense, though, like full camp or hill. That is the 2 choices you have. The only choice, however, Kihan, in terms of GPUs is AMD, right?
Exactly, as AMD is providing us with some pretty cool hardware. The winning team is gonna take home 9 6950 XTs, so pretty good graphics card, and the second team is gonna take home some CPUs as well. So thanks a lot to AMD for sponsoring and also for being awesome in general.
Now, let's see who gets the awesome win on Mines. We don't really see a lot of capping plays anymore, but the lineups is telling everything. Grupa Speed, VZ55, Triple CS, IS7, and a double AMX M4.
And Hall of Nietzsche on the other side, going with a singular CS, we have 1 E5, 1 S-Kong, and then quadruple 277. That is going to open up some options here for Hall of Nietzsche, because with a lineup that is this like aggressive and in your face, you have that E5, you have that quadruple 277, and also the S-Kong to all provide DPM, and then Monster is going to probably rotate around everyone or just going to commit straight to the hill as we see here. This is just plain in your face, and from Grupa Speed it's actually the same thing. The triple CS driving up, yes, they are going to secure the hill, yes, they are going to secure the cross shots, but is it going to be enough, as Grupa Speed is starting with quite an HP disadvantage? Monster now taking the shots by the CSs, but one of those twists by Grupa Speed also took it, and now Hall of Nietzsche with getting blown up. Never
double blow up, actually. Getting blown up as well. The 277s wanting to drive on top of the hill, but they stop. They turn around onto the middle on towards Miku, as now Sokar falls. Miku will follow. Holovenitsis could still do it here. Marcel on that VZ still on reload, as now Twist and Sokol kind of confused and ready to go, as they want to pick up Monster, but they also want to help in the middle, as now it's going left, right, and center. Monster actually drops off from the hill clean, without taking damage, gets the kill on towards Gursky, as now Barkis will fall, but Grupa speed down in HP. They have that one-shot CS though. Jordan here needs to somehow live. Twist falling. That was the one-shot CS. As now Jordan is going to be focused out by the guns from Holovenitsi. Even that blow-up seems to not have made enough of a difference. But Marcel now back in with the VZ55. Gives one towards the right, one towards the left. Piltrix now kind of left in no man's land. Jordan misses though, I think, on towards that E5. Sokol now bailing and scattering away to the winds, as Jordan here wants to get Piltrix a shot, but he does not achieve that. And I think at this point in time, Kihan, I think Holovenitsi should have done enough.
Yeah, Grupa Speed, they're getting that huge blow up onto the 277, but it's not even gonna be enough. I think the individual plays once again carrying Holovenitsi over the finish line. Just the cohesion in the team, the shot calling on who to focus in which situation, just pulling them ahead. Yes, they also got a blow up on the hill onto one of the CSs, I believe, but that didn't make a difference. I think it's crazy to see how Holovenitsi as a single force, as a team, are just able to get the engagements onto the tanks, able to get those guns out of the game even after taking such a blow up. Like normally a blow up like this should mean that Grupa Speed wins this easily, but instead they're just gonna pull through, and that was... Wow, that was...
I mean, it's also like, I think Holo wins in both cases. The issue with Grupa's lineup is that it is a slower lineup because of the M4s that they had, right? And the VZ, it has a decent amount of downtime in a fight like this. But Elon got set on fire on the first shot and then ammo racked after, so that kind of balances out the ammo rack. But also, if the 277s, what often happens is the 277s just drive on the hill and they do not care, right? And they kill the CSs that are on there. This time they turn around into the middle, which also works. But if you compare the lineups, right, look at this.
He took 4 shots, so it wasn't.
Yeah, he took 4 shots. It wasn't much. Elin took quite a few as well, from what I remember, before dying. But if you compare lineup against lineup here, Key, if you look at it in terms of like consistency fire and just overall, I'd rather have the lineup from Holo though, because you have the i7 on the Grupa Speeds lineup. The VZ does stop damage, but he doesn't share HP. Yeah. Like he just clip. So I'd rather have the Holo lineup there because you have those 277 single shooting capabilities. Like overall, I think their lineup is better for fighting there.
Also, I think what needs to be taken into account that yes, the 277s have like less DPM than, for example, an M454 and that in Super Conk. But you mentioned it, they bring in their HP and they're immediately there. And also, since Grupa Speed had triple CS, that means they start with an HP disadvantage, and that the VZ doesn't really make up for. So essentially, that is more than 2k HP. Like, they're starting with HP disadvantage, and then they have a clip tank that is out of the fight or not.
And an i7. And an i7 is just not really a good tank for this fight. Like, he can hit his shots, but he just doesn't have DPM whatsoever. Compared to a 277 for sure. Like.
So, Holovenitsi, I think, doing a very, very good job of reacting to that mid-aggression by Grupa Speed. And yeah, they just had the better tanks, but to be honest, I think that was a pretty good match. I mean, it went to tiebreaker. What more could we wish for? But I think, first of all, we're going to head to a small video, and then we're going to see what the analysts have to say about this. Take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, guys, and that's it for the first match of the day. Octo Holovenitsi taking the victory in a tiebreaker against Grupa Speed 4-3, just like we predicted. So good stuff on that. We can take a look at the brackets now. They're going to be advancing to the winners bracket finals, and they're going to be meeting either Upur or Pozjo, the second match of the day that we'll be covering.
Yes, and Grupa will be playing, is it GD or Phoenix?
Match 3. They're going to play against GDVV1.
Okay. And then the loser of Opor and Postro will play Phoenix then.
Yeah, definitely. So both of the teams losing in the winners bracket get a second chance in the losers bracket, which is also BO7. Talking about that match that we just seen, we had a great start from the side of Olovnitsy, taking a 2-0 lead on Himmelsdorf, which was a pick from Grupa, and then Grupa actually taking 2 victories on Ghost Town, which was a pick from Olovnitsy. So a pretty weird match to start with.
Yeah, and then when deciding the overtime side, Hollow decided to push on their Muro defense, making Grupa have the fastest attack, which was really important to use Mine's defense when the map is clearly defensive sided. But anyways, we can see Himmels here, start of the match. Alien, they decide to push the 1-2 line. And Alien takes a big volley from these E100s. Very interesting that they chose to do this. Pushing the E100s is not that easy with M4s. They just don't hold corners very well. And then, as you can see, the IS4, they cross the 2 line. The big mistake here is they don't cross the K line immediately to bleed Monster, for example, in the 1 line. So they take a lot of bleed for this, and they end up dying in F2 without really any punish in return.
Yeah, I think that was the mistake from the side of Grupa Speed. They possibly had the win to take on Himmelsdorf on the first round of that match if they didn't actually commit at F2 with the double tanks there. Because with the tanks committing in the 1-2 lines, getting to K1, to J1, they had some really good crossfire angles on the tanks at F1, E1. They could take the courtyard. So good stuff from Olovnitsy, holding strong on their defense, and Grupa Speed making a bit of a mistake on the first round. On the second round, you could see that split. I mean, they're going with tanks over the banana, and they're trying to go with the rest of the tanks starting over the 1-2 lines and joining, but they were pretty clueless where the tanks from Olovnitsy were, and they couldn't just commit with 4 and meet 4, 5, 6 tanks from Olovnitsy, so they were not on time to hold against that banana push.
Yes, and you can see the IS4s getting stuck in the courtyard there, and they're just getting wrapped. The defense of Goodnight Nomi or Grupa was supposed to wrap Hollow, but instead it happened to them, and so unlucky, I guess.
I mean, from the side of Olovnitsy, I guess they had a pretty easy task there, pretty easy read on where the tanks could be from Grupa Speed, and they took that overmatch over the banana, which was probably the right decision, and that way they were taking the lead 2-0 on that match on the first map of that match, Himmelsdorf, which was, like I mentioned, Grupa Speed pick. So that's a solid way to start, also mentally. But then next up on Ghost Town, with this aggressive play on the attack, Grupa Speed, they had the answer.
Yeah, so they go for Alien here, but they don't kill him, which is really hard then after this. But Miku commits onto the cap circle, which is a huge mistake. Essentially, it's giving Hollow a free pick because they don't get Alien here. So they essentially get a new S-Conk, and then the CS Marcel Jordan push into a mouse. That's never a good thing. So the game gets really close for no reason because of this Miku push onto the cap circle.
Yeah, definitely, that's the mistake from the side of Grupa Speed. They still managed to take the victory because you could see like they were very healthy with all of those tanks and they had great defensive position. But essentially, just going into that position on the cap with his S-Conk allowed Olovnitsy to just turn with all those tanks and repush. You could see at the end that they had the HP advantage to hold on strong on their defense, but still it was not the best way to play defense on that map. Hopefully it still worked out because they didn't get to catch anyone on the start. You could see Ilian making it just on time.
Yeah, and I don't think this game would have been close if the S-Conk didn't commit.
Yeah.
But here they're on attack. So Hollow didn't have anyone in J1, so they could send an S-Conk to G5, allowing them to cap pretty easily with the double IS4s. And pretty much from here it's just over. They're going to bleed the mouse IS4, anyone poking for this cap circle. Hollow couldn't really do anything, they had to commit, and here Barquez is just a free tank.
I mean, you could see from their lineup, simply, like, they only have, like, some super heavies. They had S-Kongs that the Mouse has for, so they don't have any CSs or any tanks to take positions to contest. You mentioned that S-Kong that was covering on the cap, so from the side of Grupa Speed, yes, they took a bit of damage with those Ice Force joining on the cap early, but in return, double cap pressure, Olovnitsy forced to just get those decaps, and the Mouse, yeah, it's a meaty tank, but they didn't get enough to deal with those tanks from Grupa Speed. Great positioning, great reactions, and great attack overall.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to win Ghost Town's attack, so good job. here, group was on defense, and they have the IS7s committed in the 3 line, and here never takes a big one, but Elian stays too long. I don't know why he committed to that position and then stayed there. As you see, he's gonna die, but it doesn't really make sense as they have control of the cap circle. They can take the 9 line later. He just gets caught out for no real reason and end up losing the game essentially because of this play.
I mean, they had the double CS to possibly contest the botshot of Monster and have the forest control, but as you mentioned, that's a huge mistake from the side of Elian, actually allowing Olovnitsy to go back for that cap pressure on top of having control over the forest. And you could see at the end they had to find some decaps, so they committed with this IS7 over the 1 line, but he got completely deleted. That crossfire from the side of Olovnitsy, all of those tanks ready to actually be committed to fight over the base 1 was really good. But next up, they were on the defense and they were going for a pure gamble, pushing straight the 1-2-3 lines, expecting Grupa speed to counter the forest, but the Polish team from Grupa actually pretty ready for it.
Yeah, this should never work. I mean, they're just handing them the overtime decision at this point on defense. If they're set up, they just can't do anything. They have a bad chat and a CS that can come back really easily. Double S conk in the 3-4 line. They were spotted in the 3 line going up the middle, so I don't really understand why they chose to keep going there. They had other options, so I don't know. Just a bad in-game decision.
I think their tactic was just to be played that way. It's just a gamble. It's a defense. That's a map where it's also pretty hard to play passive on defense. It's pretty easy to play slow on the attack. You have seen many teams also pushing the forest from the defensive side, so maybe they were expecting Grupa to fully counter that and surprise them, catching off guard like 1 or 2 tanks, but that didn't work that way. And then we had the final round of that match, the tiebreaker on Mines. Grupa speed on defense, Olovnitsy on the attack, CS is going aggressive on the hill, but you could see the damage from each side, like the damage they took on the CSs was great, and afterwards having this IS7, no DPM, having the VZ, yeah, barrel, double shots, but then reloading for a good amount of time. And from the side of Olovnitsy, you only have those single shooters working together, just moving in as a group and focusing our tanks one by one. Look at the focus fire on Gursky, that was beautiful. So from the side of Olovnitsy, they had the weaker side, they were attacking on mines, but they actually managed to play really well, Monster even making it alive with the CS on the hill. So to be fair, good stuff from Olovnitsy, deserving their victory on the defense and taking the victory in that match.
Yeah, it's very impressive to come back. It's especially getting 2-0 on your own map pick. That's never fun. So it's very impressive to have the mentality to come back from that.
Well, good stuff from Olovnitsy. That's it for today for them. We will get to see them tomorrow again. But now we need to get to introduce the second match of the day. It's also 2 Polish teams facing each other. It's Opór against Poznań Podwice. And those 2 teams also very known in the WoT7 tournaments. I mean, Opór, they had a pretty weak performance, if I can say so, in the past WoT7 tournaments. They didn't even make it to qualify in the last one, but Poznań, they were actually playing in the Winter Invitational, and you got to play them.
Yeah, I'd like to see improvement from Opór, sorry. These 2 teams split from each other, so it'd be really interesting to see the dynamic between that. I know in the past when I'm playing against a caller who's played with me, it's always interesting to see like how do they understand my calling ability, and so it'd be interesting to see like friends play against each other, so it should be good.
Yeah, that's enough from the 2 of us. That's it for that analysis. And now to introduce the second match of the day, just before jumping into the game, we'll get to hear what our casters have to say. Let's get back to the casting desk.
Well, hello and welcome back here for the second match of the day. As outlined already, it's going to be another match in between 2 Polish teams, this time even from the same clan, so they're going to be inside each other's heads, if nothing else. It's going to be Poznań Podwice against Opór. So basically the Bananas led by Konrad against the Resistance that Cat-Size team is going to try to put up. Also in those teams, I would say not the most of surprises. Some players in the Opór team actually getting swapped out, getting replaced. We'll see if that is going to hurt them moving forward, or if that is even going to bolster their strength. What's your input on that one?
Well, replacements are always done for a reason, Key. if they're done for the right reasons or not. If it's like, you know, availability issues or performance issues is a different thing, of course. You don't always replace a player just because you think that they're not performing. Sometimes, you know, life gets in the way, right?
Exactly. So, yeah, some interesting additions to Opor. That, to me, also suggests that Opor is going to have to prove themselves over Postro. Map pick and bans, Cliff and Himmels being banned by either team. Then the Bananas, I would say, by now on their signature map, Ghost Town. Steps then getting picked by Opor, then Muravanka taking out Tundra, and possibly the tiebreaker Muravanka. So once again, a tiebreaker map that is sided, this time attack-sided, I would say. But yeah, first of all, Ghost Town. I would say 1-1 split steps, sort of the same thing, no?
Yeah, it should be normally the same thing. Although Ghost Town is a possible 2-0 though. We say that it can be split, but we saw it already in the last match that if you are capable and doing the right moves, you can take it 2-0. However, Steps is less of that still. If you would say Ghost Town is potential 1-1, maybe a 2-0, Steps is generally considered as a hard 1-1.
And then you would have Tundra, which once again is an attack-sided map. Then again, we have seen 2-0s, especially during the Winter Invitational. First of all, though, Ghost Town. Here we see the casters' predictions, and you and me both going with a 4-3, so agreeing that the Resistance should be taking it in tiebreaker. Insane going even with a 4-2, and Octobear opting for the 4-2 for Postro.
That's very smart from Octo. You got to think about it, Kian. There's another layer of predictions with Octo. Basically, he's trying to make it sound like Postro is this epic team, because that way they're winning the Winter Invitational over them. So it's even more impressive.
So there's
right?
a different layer of complexity.
Exactly.
Even.
Because if Postro loses here, it just looks like Octo had an easy opponent, right? But if they win here, everything's different.
All right, lineups though. Opor coming in with 150B, triple M454, double S-Conk, and one CS63.
One CS63, and Postro in return brings their own batch out to face down a 277, a mouse, triple IS4, and an AMX M4. This IS4 is very Postro though. They really like those IS4s in general.
And I wouldn't blame them for it, the IS4, since it's reworked, since it doesn't have that overmatchable plate on the top of the turret anymore. Is a very, very annoying tank to pen if it's in some kind of defensive positions. And now we see the defensive opening by Opor, sending that double M454 towards the south and the CS even towards K4. So Conrad now needs to be a bit careful here in his own M454 because, yeah, if he offers himself up, then the CS would be
just a big trap here from Opor. Like if Kono pushes up, he won't be in danger, but once he crosses the K4 K5 gap, he will be immediately met with double M4 shots, and then the CS probably peeking him and killing him.
Yeah, Kubash now trying to outspot. DJ is succeeding with doing that, so the S-Conk is spotted. Obviously not going to be able to see the Batchat back if it doesn't fire. Then again, if no damage is being taken, this means that the defender is going to be, yeah, sort of on the better end of things, because every second that goes to waste, Orzek taking one by one of the M454s here, but every second that takes away is going to be a tiny little win for the defenders. Look at the HP difference though, I just noticed. Like, Postro has taken some damage, but they're still up like 1k.
It's because of those IS4s against the M4s, right? M4 2550 versus the 2960 IS4.
Mm.
You see Postro shifting though. They also now know where the double M4 is, so they won't be getting anything on towards Kono. Kono won't be pushing that. However, with the M4s there though, Rexar is a bit able to get pressured away, and then you could say that they could pressure the cap though.
Yeah, they could be pressuring the cap here. Then again, they don't really seem intent of doing that quite yet. They are not.
They're just establishing angles right now, though. So I think for them, Ooh, Kono getting spotted crossing. That's a good peek from Tisek though. Really good information. You may think that it doesn't mean that much, but it does. When Tisek gets that spot on Kono, they know he's no longer in K6-7. I mean, they didn't know before, but you can see the grouping here. Fed, Yosi, Profuse, Conrad. They might be moving on towards Rexar.
They might be. Then again, Rexar can just press S and go backwards. That shot by him seems to spark Pozdro into action, though. Profuse, Yosi, and Conrad, all the three of them are starting to make their way onto the cap. Rexar obviously needs to be careful, though. Big damage onto Profuse. Rexar taking 2 in return, though. That is going to be a, I would say, semi-okay cross for the IS-4s. Taking 1,000, trading back almost 900. Or Profuse taking another shot by Pan's Fury here. Still acceptable.
Still acceptable. This is a weird cap from Pozdro the way they're doing it, because they don't really have to be worried about Rexar. They have to be more worried about the south. And Tisek there immediately dropping towards 1k. Good adjustment from the IS-4s from the cap, coming to help out their teammates in the north. And Tisek is suffering in that AMX M4 right now.
Yeah, take a look at that damage being dealt by the attackers, by Pozdro. Zuza even taking one more. Now Ketsai in that 50B is going to come to flank Timfed. He doesn't have quite the clip potential to finish him off. 2 good shots, though, to reduce Timfed. 3 good shots make that. Probably there's going to be the 4th, but Rexar with the save is going to be able to save Ketsai from taking more damage after he was done clipping out. 30 seconds on the cap. Conrad taking one by Pan's Fury. That gets tagged by Orzek in return, taking shots by Tisek and Zuza. Trades all over the place, and to be honest, the HP kind of even, but one gun in favor of Opor.
Really good from Opor. And look at the angles now, Kihan, though. They have, Rexar not connecting there onto the back of that IS-4. He did say it's annoying to pen, and it shows there, not even like using any obstacle, just showing that side armor proves to be difficult. But for Opor, it's still okay if you look at it. I mean, Profuse is a potential one-shot to the M4. He really is. 579, one high roll. They did a really good move for Ketsai, though, in that 50B. Getting Fed out was crucial and important. They will still need to reset, though. Ketsai is coming, however, in the 50B as well. Fura here arriving in his Eskong. Probably going to accept the damage because they have to reset. He peeks out. He takes 1. He takes 2. He does reset, but he does not do more than that. He doesn't connect the shot. He does, however, have reload advantage. He gives 1 more to Yosi. Ketsai here wants to pick up Conrad in the AMX M4, but Kubash swinging in. Ketsai bouncing, however. It's going to be a disaster. He does make his last shot, but Kubash then comes in and picks him up. Rexar killing Yosi, but now this Batshot and the M4 that survived the fight here are going to be cleaning up Rexar, going to be cleaning up Panzer Fury as well. And how 1 bounce can mean so much is pretty important, because not only does Profuse survive because of earlier bounces, so does Conrad. Now Orchek in the mouse is the point of pressure for the Opor lineup. You can see Orchek dropping towards 1k. He does give a good shot on towards Jacob, which also knocks out his engine. Jacob retaliating, drops him to 30 HP. Conrad, however, gets a nice shot on towards that CS63. Kubash still 7 seconds on reload. I don't think that he will be able to get it. Jacob, no! Missing or not even connecting the shot against Conrad, who's still alive after that initial bounce from Ketsai in the 50B. Now Zuza trying to get an angle on towards this mouse is struggling, but here comes Kubash in the bad shot. Clean up crew on aisle 3 as DJ does finish off Orchek and is pretty healthy. Kubash does not miss these any day of the week.
I mean, Pozdro still only 400 HP more, actually. Dead even the HP now, but look at those guns. Kubash still 2 shots in his clip in the Batchat, does connect the first one, is going to get tagged by DJ in return, and now Profuse, Conrad, all of them are just going to drive in. Kubash, yes, he is on reload, but that S-Conk, yeah, he does have good reload on his 400 Alpha gun, but yeah, Kono.
I mean, if he kills Conrad here, there's a room, okay? Now he kills Kono speaking.
There's ain't no way.
Yeah, there's always a way, Kihant. There's always a way. He sets Kubash on fire and they win. Those bounces there in endgame scenario cost them so much, really, if you think about it. Ketsai not picking up Conrad. Some bounces on the IS-4s on the cap as well.
Yeah.
Conrad would have been dead. Like, if Conrad dies there, it's 1 tank less. because Jacob later took a shot from Conrad, didn't get to kill Conrad.
Also, the CS that was coming for the M454, not sure who it was, but basically the defender CS and then the IS-4 preventing that kill by picking up the one-shot CS was crucial as well. So
which wouldn't have happened if Conrad was dead already, because Conrad shot him for 600 just before that.
Yep. So this means we find ourselves 1-0 up for Pozdro, who also managed to convert their attacking round.
Good stuff there from Pulsar, but also I think Opor also did pretty well in their guides. Like the rotation from the 50B to get fed out, pretty good. I mean, annihilating a line. I think T-Sec and Suicide, I don't know if they really needed to push forward there. That was a bit of an overextension.
Yep, and now we see the damage numbers. Yeah, T-Sec and Souza actually with those M454s, like those trades, and also, yeah, like you had the mouse.
I mean, T-Sec still did a lot of damage though, but Souza was alive until the end.
And the thing is, if you're on a one-shot, then yes, you want to peek, you want to contribute, but sometimes you just can't. And those IS-4s together with that mouse were just doing so well. I mean, Ozek, once again, it's the story of, look at that, 2.6k HP bounce, so almost double his HP in damage that the defending team, actually needed to shoot onto the mouse. And obviously, if you bounce a shot, that is just that DPM going to waste for the next however many seconds you are on reload. And him doing top damage there as well just showed how, or shows how well he was able to pick his engagements and to just delay the enemy, because that in the end is what the mouse realistically is supposed to do, right? It's supposed to soak up DPM from the enemies, it's supposed to delay them, and if it's possible, then you're supposed to deal damage back, and just beautifully overall played by Ozek, and obviously his team profiting off of that. And I just want to highlight, like, Kubash, yeah, he had one unlucky bounce there at the end on one of the M54s, but in the end, he always seemed to be where he needed to be with that bat shot, especially in those clutch situations at the end. That, we need to highlight once again, only existed because the Opor players didn't connect their shots early on.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, you know, if you don't pen your shot, you don't win the game. Maybe they should try 7 mouses key since they block so much anyways, right? Rolling Fortress.
Yeah, you would make a lot of Germans happy with 7 mouses, but I'm not sure if you would make yourself happy, because I don't think on a map like Ghost Town you would be able to win with that if the enemy team know what they're doing. That being said, though, Opor coming on with a triple M454, double IS4, 1S conk, and the bat shot.
In return, Pozdro, 60 TP actually, AMX M4, W100, an IS4, an S-Conk, and a CS63. So an annoying lineup from Pozdro to play against if you're Opor. With those M4s, the IS4s don't struggle. The S-Conk doesn't really struggle. The M4s, however, you know, IS4, U100, it's a bit annoying.
Also, that 60 TP can be very annoying to play against because, I mean, it's not as effective anymore when shooting HE, but still, he's got the heat with the, I would say, sufficient pen if the enemy tanks are out in the open. And then you just dump that 750.
It's 317, man. It's also annoying.
Yeah.
It's not like VK 350 or Russian Heavy's 340.
Yeah, I mean,
it does struggle a bit.
VK 350 is just YOLO at one point. Like, for example, an E100 can't really properly angle against this. Against the 60 TP, that's very much possible. We'll have to see. Over 20,000 HP for Pozdro, though, while Opor only coming in with 18,400. So 1,600 HP, make that a little less of an advantage now. 1,200 currently for the attacking team. For the defending team. T-Sec and Sir Jacob now coming in closer. They know that the E100s, at least one of them are there. They did get that information, so now T-Sec is just going to start sort of side scraping against this. And you can see what the 60 TP is being used for. Ozek seems to be a bit like, I don't know. He was looking around everywhere. Big hit though into T-Sec, and that is exactly what that 60 TP is good for, right? Peek out, give 800.
That traded kind of even though.
I mean, Ozek took one shot and gave 800, but Timfed, that is nothing that Ozek can control. That Timfed takes damage. Oh, good shot into Rexa. I'm not even sure who that was by. Probably the S-Conk camping in the back. And Kubash passively having a look at that A-line here in that CS.
Yeah, I think Rishek did not spot Kubash, by the way, because Rishek was early on the corner of C6, because Kubash has low. Ooh, Getsai!
Yeah, that double E100 just putting in the work, putting in the hurt against that M454. That is 1k damage
Yeah,
that you don't want to take.
the CS from Kubash has low nose exhaust. So I think that's also why Rishak did not spot him taking A4 because of the low nose exhaust. It's an interesting adaptation.
And we can see now Sir Jacob peeking the angle against the 60 TP, trying to prevent him from peeking into T-Sec once again. And we can see that Ozek would probably take one by Rexa and one by Sir Jacob, so now that trade wouldn't be positive anymore. He's just gonna chill there for the time being. Rishek also lying in wait there with a Batchat. If the 60 TP shoots, he obviously has a long reload, and then the Batchat would be able to profit off of that. Opor playing sort of a waiting game here.
They're freezing right now. They're hoping that Orchek makes a mistake, peaks too much. Rishak gives him 1 or 2. Like, they're kind of freezing because they know Ketsai is in a, well...
Yeah, Ketsai can't
predicament.
go forward, can't go backward. He would be paying dearly for any and every kind of move that he does. Like, he can't cross back right because of the double E100. He doesn't want to cross left because of that IS-4. That would be giving him a shot as well. So Opor waiting for something to happen, but Pozdro, they don't need to do anything. They can just wait this one out as it stands.
Look at Profuse equipment as well. So it's nice to point out he has optics on the Nescon. Also, guys, this is not meta for randoms, okay? Don't believe the stories. These equipments are for a specific purpose. At CVS on a pattern is not meta.
Yeah, I mean, some people, you know, try to go for that when they're marking tanks because they can't do it on damage only, but yeah, actually, why Profuse...
You should not be the one to talk that way, Kihan. You literally marked the chieftain on the first day because you know the expectations would be too hard after.
I mean, you know, then again, I can say I had the first chieftain marks on you. Huh?
No.
Yes, I can say that.
No.
Anyway, Pan's Fury and his buddy DJ driving into there, but once again, we see that power of that double E100, 1,000 for nothing. And T-Sec and Jacob now pushing onto the cap. Timfed obviously putting in some damage as well. And now DJ noticing he can't really go further because from the backlines that Superconk is passively farming. Timfed, another shot and the double E100. 1 tap, 2 tap, go. T-Sec just going to the garage.
There's on purpose there from the E100s as well. They decided not to shoot on Jacob and waited for T-Sec to be crossing. Now Risha coming in with a good clip though onto Kono from behind. Picks up that E100, makes short work of him. So the Batchat doing really well there. Now T-Sec is going to be bailing because he's on reload. Kubash is also behind him. But the damage that was taken from Opor to take the cap here, significant. 4,000 down. I mean, yeah, they go one of the E100s, but I think for Pozdro, E100 is the one thing that they're like okay with losing. It's an E100. He already served his purpose at this point.
Yeah, I mean, those double taps really coming in handy. Always over 1k damage. And now Kubash, he knows he has the advantage against the Batchat because, yes, Rishek is going to be reloaded soon, but Kubash, he has the hardening. So that means he's not going to go down towards one clip and he can just, you know, get those stings in from the side that are going to be those crucial shots into the backsides of the enemy tanks. That being said, though, cap is still going on. That's a pretty healthy tank on the cap that is going to need resetting at some point or another, or Sir Jacob just drives out onto Timfed here. We can see Kubash not really having an impact currently. Now Profuse and Rexa dueling it out here. Ozek has even made his way very, very close towards the cap. Slightly unlucky roll here for Profuse, not able to pick up Rexa. And now from the sidelines, it's gonna be once again Rishek taking a big one by the 60 TP though. The question is Profuse gonna be able to reload in time? I think that's gonna be the case. No fire, and this means the Batchat also goes down.
Yeah, but in the meantime, when you were watching this fight, everywhere else, Pozdro prevailing and prevailing by quite a lot. As even if Rishek won that fight, it wouldn't have mattered because look, everybody's dead. They're all dead.
Yep, and this means that Pozdro is going to pick up the second round here on Ghost Town, making it 2-0. And Opor, the resistance, not... I mean, they were trying to put up a fight, but in the end, it didn't look very close.
Yeah, sometimes the resistance is not really the bonfire, but more like a small cracker. And that is what we saw this one. What I would like to highlight is his equipment choices from Pozdro. It's good preparation. I mean, Profuse with optics, the CS with low noise to not get spotted taking the bush. Also, another good thing, the E100s from Pozdro, both Kono and Conrad, specifically held their shell. They didn't. They could have tapped Jacob. They could have done that. Instead, what did they do? they waited for Tisek
Hmm.
because Tisek has to cross. And when Tisek crossed, he took one more from somebody else, and then 1-2, double E100, and it's Tisek down for you.
Yeah, I think that was Timfed that was at the hull down at the cap that was giving like 2 or even 3 shots onto the tanks crossing onto the cap, and then obviously that 1k plus alpha coming in from the double E100 just able to punish that cross significantly.
There was a serious timing failure though there for the side of Oppo. Like they wanted to pressure back the E100s and make them shoot with the M4s so that they don't tap the crossing to the cap, right? There's 2 of them. But they pressured so hard. They only have to pressure them off the first corner, which they could do rather easily by peeking slightly. But then they peeked all the way. The 100s even shot. They didn't do any damage back, and they were reloaded when the IS-4s were crossing.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it really would make a difference, though.
Yeah, but it was just so impressive to see like 1k damage popping off every time. That is, like in those engagements below like 200 meters, that small gun from the E100 can come in so handy because it's very, very snappy. And this is basically how Pozdro was able to secure the second round here, meaning now we are going to Opor's map pick. Remember, this one was basically Pozdro's signature map. Now we are headed to Steps, which is also, like, I really like it in the map pool that there is a lot of different kind of styles of maps in there, meaning that, well, you can't really be a good team if you only succeed on, for example, city maps. You need to be able to play everything. You need to be able to switch it up for the different kinds of maps. Like, you also need to be able to, on a map where you play a lot off of bushes and camo instead of just individual trades in a city or just collapsing somewhere. That is not something that is so easily possible on Steps.
Yeah, we got the main thing on Steps depends on what kind of defense you see, right? Some people like playing full 1-2, other people like playing over the rails. It all really depends.
Yeah, and it also depends a lot on the tanks that are being picked by the defenders. Sometimes you see Minos, Badgers. Opor coming in with triple IS-7, 1 Kran. That's the first time I think we see that tank today. Double S-Conk and the Batchat.
Pozdro then, probably on defense, I guess.
I mean, the Mino suggests as much, yeah.
Yeah, and the Mino does suggest that. The CS, the BAT, the triple S-Conk and the IS-7. And the reason why the Minnow here is because people would put an IS-7 before in the A6 position. There's a slight hold on there. But then people started picking an E3 because the E3 can actually pen it. And the Minnow in return does not get penned by an E3.
I mean, I think it can get penned, but the odds are not very likely.
It's very, very key. If it's below 50-50 with a Jagdpanzer heat, it's definitely not looking good for an E3.
Anyway, though, very interesting opening by Opor, sending double IS-7 and Kran directly through the middle. That's not something you see often, the Kran immediately getting spotted, the IS-7s. Not seen as of yet, and Kubash taking this eastern position here with that Batchat. He would be spotting anything that comes through basically the H-line, but that is not the plan by Opor. They're sending triple heavy through the one line, they're sending triple heavy through the middle, and the Batchat just passively to cover here. I'm not sure they're doing themselves big favors here, though, as Conrad has A3, the Mino is also behind the rails, and the IS-7 in C1 to receive. So that is a lot of HP that they're pushing on right now, and I don't think they can effectively remove that HP as it stands.
I'm not sure what Opor is trying to do here right now. Are they going to continue peeking against Yozi? Because it does look like Ketsai is already going for that. They want to peek Yozi in that S-Conk. Ketsai takes the first amounts of damage, and then DJ clipping out on him as well. But Yozi is going to do very well here and survive. Trying to stop them from... I mean, I don't know. Opor needs to push Kono. They don't have a choice. They're completely locked. Like, they have to go. I mean, Yozi by himself is going to kill the entire team here.
Yeah, Yozi taking another good trade against the Kran, the Batchat from the backlines by Opor, not really seemingly able to farm him properly. And now we can see that push through the middle, why few teams does it. As soon as you have that CS in A3, Conrad,
CS got spotted though.
Conrad pretty low here, and he doesn't really have anywhere to stay safe because he has T-Sec and Rishek to his left, and he has the triple heavy in the middle. So I think they should be able to just blind shot him out of there. It's just 2 hits required.
They should be able to technically blind shot him to death, however, it's not as easy as it sounds.
And I think
It sounds a lot easier than it is.
yeah, obviously. But over time, they should be able to put in blind shots there without really getting tagged in return. He seems to have found a spot where they don't expect him, though. He can only be shot by Tsek and Rishek realistically at the moment, and he's like on the outside of the bushes where they don't expect him. Now Rishek trying to peek over. I don't think that one connected into the Mino, and to be honest, Pozdro is doing a good job of holding, even though their Batchat got spotted in the south, but Kubash is still full HP, so Rexar can't kill him in one clip.
Yeah, and Rexar also has double S-Conk in support. I mean, Rexar is pretty chilling right now, right? He knows that if it comes down to it, he has a lot of coverage from behind. And also, again, Conrad, with the Learner's Exhaust, might potentially be getting spotted by Rishek if he didn't have it. But now he's kind of sitting in the open, you know? Like, he's actually kind of in the open.
But him not moving means that he retains the higher camo value from being stationary, and now I think
Yeah,
Kubash...
but I'm saying he might not make it even there in the open without Learner's
Yeah.
Exhaust against Rishek.
So, good stuff by him. He probably knows exactly how, like, what the distance is of when he's getting spotted, and that is why he's just sitting there and not moving. So good stuff by him. Nerves of steel, I guess, but it's working out as it stands.
Working out. I mean, there's some map control being taken here, though, by Opor. But I don't think one S-Conk on the 7 line is going to achieve too much here. Like,
and the thing is, Yosi, like, he's not playing as aggressively as he could right now, because he is sort of afraid that Rishek and Tsek might peek him, but he could actually start trading against Ketzer, in my opinion. And also, ooh, DJ.
it's so risky, bro.
Yeah.
That's
Not really a big fan of that either. Like, especially if you're this low in the crown, if you're not sure you can do at least 2 shots in your clip without taking retaliation in turn.
no, that was just not worth it. No,
Yeah.
because even Conrad could have hit him for that if he could have done it unspotted, right? No, the Mino or the second S-Conk is there, and DJ's immediate. I mean, he is a one-shot now against the I7, so I mean, because he Ketsai and Souza grouping though.
Yeah, now they're both going to get spotted. Good shot by Yosi here, which is going to enable both of the IS-7s to now start peeking him. How much do they take in return is the question. Zuza, a whole lot is the answer. Yes, he's now a 1-salvo, but if he is able to take out one of the IS-7s for this, he's not quite able to. Good shielding by Kelsai.
Good shield. And Conrad is spotted again, though. No, Conrad is spotted again.
Oh, down to a
He
1-shot.
should fall now. Now, this time he should fall. If he doesn't, it's a disaster.
There we go.
Finally, he falls. That is really good for Mopur. And you gotta say, in the meantime, look at the HP key. It started getting even out. They have made, as this middle push makes a lot more sense now. That it's really just a design to kill Conrad.
Yep, and
yes.
also look at that S-Conk in like E8. That's a lot of control onto the tanks. Oh, that was a sad miss by Rexar. Like, he actually...
That's unlucky.
That was actually
That's
unlucky. And this is going to enable Kubash to now start peeking him. Good shot by either of them. And now...
That is just the game returning the favor.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And both of them
like
now
how
on
they
reload.
both immediately go on reloads.
Yosi, ooh, DJ once again trying it. He's not able to convert his shots
He
as
did
of
get
now.
one. He got one.
He got one.
He got one, and Ketsai peeks out and gets the other one to pick up Yosi. So now low HPs on Opor, but if they can keep these guns alive, they can do something with this. I mean, Rishek and Tsek, they cannot get pushed here, but the main health is now on the Profuse-fed S-Kongs, right?
Yeah, I mean, those HE shots into Olsek, they're not really going to achieve anything except maybe knock out some crew on the Mino. But the thing is, what's happening on the other side is what we need to be watching soon, as DJ once again starting to unload his clip here, seems to possibly have shots. Rishek and Tsek still not committing onto Kono, but I think on the other side the push is happening. You can see, Kubash getting spotted out there, taking some by Rexar. And now Timfed also being forced down. Profuse sort of in no man's land. Doesn't have a hold down to play with. Doesn't have anything to play with right now. Just starting to get farmed here.
Is Profuse lagging?
It
looks like he's lagging.
I'm not quite sure here.
He wasn't there for a second. He definitely was not there for a second. But anyways, it moves on. Even if he was in the game right now, or if he wasn't lagging, I don't think it makes a difference because of the fact that Kubash in his bad shot but dropped so low that Rexar could push him. Even if Profuse is there, I think the bat falls, right? Kubash falls to Rexar, right? And then in return, not just that, you have all the tanks coming from the DE line, the I7s, the Kran, who all survived on a one-shot, but they would all be arriving to overrun Profuse and his friends. So I don't think maybe they would have killed 1 or 2 tanks, but it wouldn't have made the biggest difference. And believe it or not, Opor, with this initial push that seemed to get absolutely brutalized, vandalized, has kept all 7 alive until the dying moments of this game as Zuza picks up Koro, and it's actually Opor to win their attack. And I guess it makes sense after all.
Yeah, I mean they took a lot of damage, but I guess also doing the key end at the same time, you know, trading HP for information, and in this time, like in this case, the game-winning information. Also, I think basically Conrad, I think he fired at the one-shot IS-7 in the middle. Zuza, that was the one to pick him up, and he probably missed. That's why he got spotted. So. Yeah, he's not going to be too happy about that one, because as soon as that 8-3 position is gone, that is a lot of threat, a lot of crossfire just eliminated for by the attackers. And we can see in the end, very, very convincing scoreline of 7-1, making the score 2-1. And now...
I'm pretty sure Perfus had connection issues.
Yeah, it seems like it, right?
I mean, come on, in that fight, he would have done more. But like I said, though, Kubash getting spotted behind the rock and losing the HP advantage against Rexar is so important. Because once this happens, Rexar could simply push the rock and kill Conrad.
Yep.
Not Conrad, Kubash. And even if everybody shoots him, if he doesn't die, he just reloads behind the rock.
Yeah.
And the issue for the double S-Kunk would be the angles. You have a Kran above you. You have I7 speaking you. You have another healthy HP S-Kunk pushing you as well. So you cannot defend with 2 against like 5 or 6, even if they're low HP, just because of the... You look left, you get shot by one. You look right, you get shot by another. And if you wait and sit there, the Bacha simply reloads and gives you a clip from behind, because there was still time for that. And then they just go to cap, because it's like 33 seconds. So
yeah, so now 1-2 scoreline. Opor finally putting up a fight here. They're looking to equalize the scoreline once again. It's this time going to be them defending on steps. I think we're seeing a lot of surprising attacking victory. Like, we're calling a lot of the maps like, yeah, should be 1-1. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. So far, a lot of the maps actually going 2-0, and it seems to be like the teams that actually prefer playing on maps, even though they didn't pick it, are taking the victories, which is very weird, because especially like in the first match, it was a 2-0 on the other map picks, and yeah, I mean, I don't think it's continuing here, but like those 2-0s on maps that are supposed to be 1-1s is kind of interesting to see, in my opinion.
well, we'll see if it's going to be 2-0 key. So, you know,
I probably cursed them now. Yeah, true.
I mean, they won the first one, and defense should be favored, but let's see if that really converts, though. But yeah, an interesting attack that ended up working. It looked a bit iffy from the beginning. I think they were maybe missing an angle or two, because I think even the Mino got a good clip on the tank speaking from the middle in the beginning. And he should be fully countered, you know, he should be like dying for that.
Yep, so let's see what either team brings for round number 2 on steps. I'm mostly interested in and if what kind of TDs are being brought by either side, because that is a big factor in how you play. And Oppo on their side are bringing triple I7, double S-Kong, a Batchat, and the Minotauro.
Yeah, so they also pick in the Mino. Like we saw Postdro, but Postdro this time 113, double I7, Kran, S-Kong, Bad, and STRV. STRV usually screams 9-0 line more than it does 1-2 line, because you put them on the big hill to cover when you go into the cap with the I7s. That is usually what this kind of lineup means and wants to achieve, because there's no really other position that the STRV makes sense if you want to play. Well, Kubash is going to get a lot of info though.
Exactly. Kubash driving to this stone here in the middle of the field is going to see T-Sec. It's
a trap from Apor. Like, if you look at it, look at Rexar, right, and Zuza. They're going this way in case that Postdro would go down the middle like they did, you know?
Yep, so that's not the case though. T-Sec once again getting spotted out by Kubash. He has no real way of knowing in which exact bush Kubash is, so I would be very surprised if he even tried to blind fire. I mean, every shot you don't take, you miss by default. Conrad taking one hit though. Not even sure who that was from. But an IS-7 being pushed up this far is going to signal to Opor that indeed what the STRV is signaling is going to hold true. I don't think Timfed is going to try to fell any kind of trees here, because that would be immediately... Okay, with HE. Doesn't expose his hull, so good stuff by him. You can also see how much HE...
That was the wrong way, by the way. The 3 fell the wrong way because he wants cover from the front, not really from the side as much.
You can see the blind shots whizzing past, though. They obviously see this.
Yeah, but he wants to knock over the 3 now towards him, so he actually has coverage.
Oh, he got spotted for that one, though. The bushes there, once again, not holding true, but I think he's able to get back down into cover.
Yeah, now he has a cam as well.
Yep, and that should be Panzfury not really able to peek anymore. Panzfury giving one into one of the crossing IS-7s. That was Konrad. And now Opor, once again, triple heavy commitment into the middle, this time on that defense.
Yeah, they're pushing down the middle with Zuza, Rexar, and Tisek. Kubash right now does not see any of them. He could end up surprised, but I think he reaches the bush on the right.
He sees all 3.
Orchak though just committing on towards Panzer Fury because they see these IS-7s. They're not waiting. They're no, and a Fury on fire, and a Fury goes down, and his Eskong guys Pozdro pull a quick number on that Eskong with the information they have. Good stuff, good reaction from Pozdro. And now Rexar going through the open in his IS-7. Not having a good time either, and Opor here scrambling to get back in this one. Fed does get spotted out, but luckily enough, he's not on the top of the hill where you see a lot of people. Oh, Yozi! That was a hefty amount of damage on towards that Eskunk in 1, 2, 3. Bit of an overpeak, getting punished.
The thing is, though, the time is on for Opor. 30 seconds, and they need to make those decaps happen, which means their tanks are going to be exposed. Good shots, though, right now. Good trades coming out of Opor, but I think Pozdro is just about to strike back. Both of those bad shots, Rishek and Kubash trading it out currently. Good shot once again by Timfed, who is just making that SGRV gun work right now, and we can see now Pozdro slowly but surely starting to edge away in HP. Tisek, he can't really push Kono because there's the STRV, there's the Batchet, both of those tanks behind. Kono taking one, but I believe the IS-7 probably had, actually big damage onto Kono. And now Ozek and Katsai are starting to trade it out. Konrad and Masui want to have a piece of that Eskong that just starts melting. The Kranwagen also seems to be off of reload. Ozek trying to shield Konrad here, but it's not going to work. And now Katsai able to kill Konrad, but is that going to be enough is the question.
I mean, it should be still alright here for Pozdro. Rishek does though take a really good position against Kubash, who is now going to be in kind of a no man's land in the bad shot. He dips over, trying to run away towards the middle. Tisek and Zuza right now do not have an opportunity to shoot this, but it's coming rather close, and a lot of penetration issues there from Pozdro. Konrad bounces shot on Ketsai. Kubash bounced on these IS-7s as well. Kono bounced.
Yozi in such a good position, or even gets the high roll onto Tisek. And now Zuza is kind of alone here. He doesn't have a way of angling his turret towards Yozi and the 113. On the other side, Kubash and Rishek once again the double Batchet, or rather the Batchet on either side trading it out. The Mino getting set on fire by the 113 isn't going to help. Masui to pick up DJ.
Second fire from Masui.
All of a sudden, Pozdro has 6 tanks remaining against Opus 3.
I think, ever since they got that first kill on Fura of Panzer Fury and his Eskong, it's kind of like disaster, right, for Opor. Like, Kubas gives the info on 3 tanks pushing middle. They're like, okay, 3 tanks pushing middle, the Batshot probably as well. We peek and we kill the Eskong.
Yep.
It's good stuff. Really good stuff.
Yeah, the reactions by Pozdro really, really on point. I mean, that Kranwagen clip, that's like 12 or 1300 damage even that you just pump into the side of that Eskong, and all of a sudden the IS-7s, if they just overpeak, give 1k per salvo, then that Eskong that is supposed to basically delay to give those resets, even with HE onto the turrets, it just melts away, and then you're forced into doing a reaction that is going to be, well, you quickly have to come up with it, and we all know the quick decisions, not necessarily the best ones. Now Cap being almost completed here by Pozdro, they're gonna put themselves on match point.
Yeah, good stuff from Pozdro there. I mean, yeah, Opor did pull a number on them on the attack, right? A good number, but in return here on the attack, and this the interesting thing to me, Kihan, is that their lineup is very telegraphed from Pozdro.
You mean as it screams what they want to do immediately?
It really does scream what they want to do. And with the Mino, they don't have to be super too afraid of a 1-2 push. And the SCRV really wouldn't make sense for it. Like, you don't bait that way in 7v7 IMO. You don't just pick a tank which can't do anything really outside of that just to pretend. But having like the triple IS7 in that position is more of a trap against a team that is wanting to play 1-2 IMO, because then you just repush the middle and kill them there.
I mean, the damage numbers here coming in. Nothing too crazy on the side of the defenders. On the attack side, though, it wasn't the STRV completely farming. Instead, Ozek just, showing what he's made of. 15, 15, 12 with a Kron gun. Almost 6k damage to his name. That is, in 7v7, a crazy amount of damage.
Yeah, or like they're doing very, very good in the Kron, utilizing its strength to burst. And everybody goes like, but the Kwan has been nerfed. Yeah, boys, the Kwan has been nerfed, but the gun is like a little bit more annoying, but everything else is relatively
it's a little
the same.
slower, but yeah, if you're just,
that doesn't matter on steps, though.
Exactly, and if you're in the face of your opponent and you're peeking him hull down, then the changes don't really matter, and he's just beautifully demonstrating that here. Now, that is Ghost Town and Steps both gone. Muravanka was banned then by Postro, and Tundra then being picked up by, or rather picked, we have to see if they pick it up, by Opor, by the Resistance here. And yeah, Tundra, I almost feel bad for saying it now, is supposed to be a 1-1 map. Supposed to be. We'll see. I mean, Steps also supposed to be a hard 1-1, but the other way around. So I think I'm just gonna hold back and keep away from predictions as to how it's gonna go, because the teams are gonna prove me wrong anyway.
I wish you did the same in map guides, actually. I wish you had the same energy on different aspects of life. If you ever, guys, I just want to point that out for everybody on the stream. If you've ever played Cliff and you feel like your entire team goes 1-2 line, there's only one guy to blame, and it's on the other side. It's this guy here.
Did you first point to the wrong side, by the way?
Yeah, it's because it's mirrored, bro. It's because it's mirrored.
I mean,
this is a...
Wait, now I need to think. Now it cuts away. No, I wanted to point towards you. Anyway.
Yeah, well, it's kind of hard when it's mirrored, Kyo. It ruins your sense of perspective, of direction.
Yep. Anyway, Tundra, though. Very interesting map. We saw it during the Winter Invitational, and there are some new tactics got tried out, with which I think caught a lot of the EU teams off guard, but that in turn means that a lot of people saw that this map can also be played differently. So I'm kind of excited about what we're going to see by either team now, because obviously if they didn't play, they will have watched it. So let's see. First of all, the Opor lineup: 1 IS7, triple S-Conk, double VZ, and T-Sec playing the Leo 1.
Leo 1, I've always said that I prefer just having another S-Conk, but that's just me. Pulsar in return, VZ, S-Conk, 4 M4s, and a 60 TP. Yeah, I stand by it. I'd rather have another S-Conk, man.
Yeah, I really like the Leopard as a tank for randoms, but I'm not a big fan for 7v7. I mean, we have this conversation every single time that basically, yes, the Leopard is a good gun on a mobile platform, but that's sort of it with the positives, right? You don't have a lot of HP. I mean, T-Sec has HP boost on it, but you can't push with it, and to be honest, like, either take a CS or take an S-Conk. I agree with you there.
I feel like just later on in the game, you have more out of a CS or an S-Conk extra than you do out of the Leo. Because the CS can still bounce and be annoying.
Yep.
I gets a good spot though.
Gets the spot. We say, oh, Leo, good gun, this and that, and then, the shot just decides to go into the bottom of the track anyway. So I think Ozek even saw T-Sec, and to be honest, if you miss with a Leopard or miss with a CS63, you're gonna do the same amount of damage, which is 0. So yeah. By Postro, I would say it's kind of unusual that the VZ is not punishing. From what I can see, it's not trying to punish the South Cross. Instead, it's in like C4. Normally, you would expect the VZ to go for that south. Some teams even take double VZ on defense and then try to get in 2k damage onto people crossing on the K line. That's not the case, though. Instead, the VZ from C4 is probably thought to counter any kind of north engagement by the attackers. That's not happening as of now. And I guess the most positive thing we can say right now about either team is that, well, no one has lost HP yet, so everyone's playing very careful.
Yeah, everybody's winning right now.
Oh, T-Sec getting outspotted in the Leo, though. Ooh, the 60 TP.
690?
Nice.
Oh, no, I thought it was an M4, but it was Orchek just clapping him. Yeah. That's going to be like 690 from an M4. I know we can roll 700, but come on, man.
Swinging the paddle there, just clapping that Leo once. And one shot coming out from one of the VZs by Opor, but not connecting. And yeah, I mean, Opor is trying to establish positions and trying to gain more information, but so far they aren't really doing anything with that. And also, with that triple S-Conk and that double VZ and that Leo, to be honest, the only tank that can really push somewhere and hope to bounce any kind of shots is the IS-7. Because
they're rotating, though. It's going to be a north push from Opor. Like, they don't... Tundra, it might be a small map, but you also need some time to work with. And right now, it's going to have to be a north clear from them. But God, is it going to hurt.
I mean, even that VZ that I talked about earlier, Conrad in that VZ55, is just going to do 1k and then dip.
It's 2k alpha immediately when you peak, normally.
And we can see Rexa is being pushed up here in that IS-7. As I mentioned, he's probably going to be the battering ram. And we'll see how much the spaced armor in the sides of that IS-7 is actually going to profit him on that cross. Let's see when... Oh, he's already spotted. That means Conrad does have the information of where he needs to turn his gun. Like the VZ gun can also be kind of iffy sometimes. But if you know people are going to be crossing somewhere, that just eliminates the time you need to turn and then aim in. And Rexar taking 672, I believe that was by Kono. So finally the M454 gun rolling pretty high.
Yeah, if you're Rexar, that's pretty unfortunate. DJ and Jacob here kind of waiting in a trap, but with 4 minutes and pretty good info. Because Conrad is still in that bush. He hasn't left it, so he knows there's just Rexar. He knows it's only Rexar right now.
And like...
He does...
sorry, go ahead.
I mean, no, it's fine. He just spots out Furia, but...
I mean, the...
Buzzer is not under pressure.
The double VZ, what does it achieve? Like, I thought they were sort of supposed to heavily punish Timfed, but Sir Jacob getting spotted, taking one. Now Pansfury and Zuza also already spotted on their approach. Conrad taking one, taking two for free.
Did he get tracked? I think he might get double... It's going on double tracked?
Oh, that... would
no,
be
he's fine.
terrible.
He's fine.
No,
he's fine. He's moving.
Finally, the double VZ arriving from the side. Timfed is going to take one by one of the S-Kongs. Finally, Pansfury and Zuza springing into action, taking damage though. And Timfed, he can just drop lower and let Conrad and Yosi let them do the work for him. Sir Jacob now taking one by Kubash as well. Trades starting to erupt everywhere, but right now Postro with the HP advantage.
Yeah, Buzzer with the HP advantage and also the positional advantages. I mean, these VZs are kind of in no man's land right now. DJ takes one from Conrad. Now Masu is also arriving. Kubash fallen back as he should. I think they want to clean up Fed or Kubash. If they both connect their full clips, they will be able to take Kubash out of the game. However, with a VZ, making sure you hit two is a bigger ask than most people know. Kono, in the meantime, is pushing onto Rexar as well. Good shot from Jacob. A secondary good shot from Jacob. Now it's on DJ. Kubash going forward because that's what you do with the M4. You try and face hook at the scenario. DJ now has it all to do. Can he pick up the M4? Trying to get a side plate. Does he get it? He does not. And now it's annoying. An M4 face hugging. T-Sec says, I'll help you, DJ. Do not worry, as Rexar in the return is falling, bouncing his last shot as well on towards Kono. And now, though, what does Opor do? Because now they have an issue. Conrad is coming. Matsui is coming. They're going for Fury. They're going for Zuza. Fed is going to push forward because he has to. Fury is also trying to push forward because he doesn't know where else to go. But he goes into the crossfire of everybody as now DJ is coming to pick up Fed. He will get him together with Jacob. Conrad might fall by himself, but still though, nice shot from DJ. Picks up Conrad. Kono now kind of in no man's land though. In the AMX M4, DJ has to shield Zuza. or just take the shot that way. But T-Sec now from behind, DJ coming from the front again, and now Kono realizes he's in trouble, realizes he has to run, but I think he's waited slightly too long as now Zuza, still Amarak, is not going to be able to give a shot, but DJ gives one, DJ is going to give a second here as well, and the cap will start, and Opor turning it around here on just a sliver of HP is making it happen as now the cap gets started, and now Pozdro with 1 minute 16 needs to find a way to reset.
Opor, though, with 2 guns more in the game. Currently, it's only 3 remaining for Pozdro, out of which 1 doesn't even matter. The southwest fight that we observe right now. The SCONG, first of all, is going to win on DPM, and second of all, the cap has been started in the north. It is double tank on the cap, meaning it would succeed over time. This in turn means that the Pozdro tanks need to leave their position, but we could just see Masui completely getting melted there. Yuzi also spotted. This means that Opor have all the information on every single tank. A third tank is going to join the cap also. We can see, yeah, the 60 TP is just going to lose out in the one-to-one combat fight against Ketsai here. He does get picked up, the S-Conk, not missing a beat here. And now 5 seconds remaining on the cap. Sir Jacob giving side shots. And Yosi, he will try to go towards the cap, but it is going to complete. And Opor, with not the best of starts, I would say, able to turn it around into the faces of Pozdro. They're going to put another point on the board on their Tundra attack. They're not down, they're not dead, and they're not defeated yet.
That was it the VC? The VC Conrad and Masuya, I think, in this AMX M4. Overextending, I guess, after all, because DJ came together with Jacob, and that VC was in no man's land. But then more importantly, was it Kono in his M4? I think it was Kono, right?
Yeah, that was completely out in the open, that then got found by DJ in the VC.
Kono could have run away earlier already, to be honest.
And he took like 2 shots by the Leopard that he wouldn't have had to take either way. Like if he runs earlier. Oh, Masui, only 1 shot of damage. That's not really where you want to be. And Kono, even though he didn't run on time, he still had like 4k. But on the other side, we see the smiling victors of this round. And yeah, so Jacob really putting that VC to good.
I'm gonna be honest though. I feel like every round of Opor winning is like a struggle. You know, like a struggle. The steps round they won, right? And this one, they both looked like in trouble. But somehow they came ahead at the end of the day. But
it's like jogging up a mountain sort of thing.
When was the last time you jogged up a mountain, bro?
The fact that I'm not immediately able to recall something like that is, yeah, not the best sign, to be honest.
The last jog you did was to the elevator to make sure that you got in it.
True. I mean, elevator's best invention ever. I mean, the emotions of either team probably also in an elevator, up and down right now, not really able to know where they stand, because it was a couple of weird rounds that we have seen in this match so far. I really liked watching the steps round, but I think it was really not the most fun to play for the players, because it was such weird interactions, and I think it was also very chaotic now on this Tundra round that we saw. And the more chaotic the rounds are, the more that they divert from basically what you do in trainings. It's like, yeah, you have this opening, then the enemy does that, this is your reaction to it, and as soon as something completely unexpected happens, and it just completely comes down to this, well, every single player has to coordinate with the 6 others in their team and then make decisions upon that, it starts just spiraling into those weird kind of interactions.
Yeah, but the close rounds are always super hectic. And Pozdro had pretty chill wins, to be honest. And most, like, at least 2 out of the 3 games they played in one were...
It looked more methodical, not like this.
No, it just wasn't really close, dude. Yeah. Like the steps one, where they got the S-Kung for free, like the attack, I think that was just over from the beginning. And I don't think they struggled too much on the ghost stuns. Like their defense on ghost stun, I don't think they like struggled at all, or were worried at any given point like we're gonna lose. Yeah. The attack, yeah, was closer, but still.
I mean, the attack on Ghost Town was pretty much all over the place. Now, though, they are going to be Pozdro that is attacking, I believe, on Tundra. So if everything goes according to the script I wrote earlier today, they should be winning now. But yeah, we have significantly diverted from the script already with that first match. That also was a cracker. So we'll see how it goes.
We will see. We will see.
What was the possible tiebreaker? That would be Moro, right? I think it was Moro.
I do not remember by heart, Gihan. I can tell you though that the tiebreaker was Muravanka. I just remember it.
It wasn't the production voice in both our
Did you hear production? I think nobody on the stream heard production. Therefore, there is no production.
All right, Opor coming in, trying to avoid match point being converted against them. And they're coming in with a 6 CTP, a double M454, triple IS7, and the S-Conk.
Poster and return double M4, double I7, double S-Conk and a CS. 2 of each makes it easy. This with Kubash, who doesn't have any friends, so he has to play the CS.
Aww. He's probably not going to be too sad, though. As the CS can be a nice tank to play, better than the Leo. Ooh, Profuse taking 33 damage right at the start of the game. Crucial HP lost on his part. Not really, but, you know. I don't really like if players are not being careful at the start. Like, that is avoidable. And if it comes down to this, you know.
It's very heavy north, though, from Op. And not spotted at all, actually, with those I7s, Rexor and Zuza.
Yep. I mean, we see Kubash...
It's another trap, though.
We see Kubash sort of with the standard, I would say, CS opening. Profuse arriving to sort of, you know, give backup. Good shot by Kubash into Katsai. Good high roll as well, 445.
This is really bad for Opor. Really bad, real quick. Look at the I7s already crossing over K3, or like looking at
Katsai out in the open, taking one by the I7. Good shot by Conrad, I believe. And they're now going to make it over without paying anything for that. So normally for that cross you have to pay a lot of HP. They're going to do it for completely free. I mean, Kono just can't believe his luck, or the luck that he's in right now. Doesn't want to cross. He believes there should be more guns by the enemy, but instead there is going to be north aggression by the defenders, by Opor.
Yeah, but they have to somehow repush an AMX M4 on the hill.
Yeah, good luck.
Which is not going to be too easy. I mean, is that Orchek on top of the hill? It is Orchek. So Orchek is 1,500. Ooh, Souza! Alright, dude.
Yeah.
But it's Orchek on the... Actually, it's okay. It's okay for Opor because Orchek is 1,500 HP and Kubash is not covering him and Orchek is not spotting either. So...
Double cap going on, and crucially, there's no tank heading through the one line that I can see right now. That would be providing crossfire. And Orzek on the hill is going to get found by that double IS7 slide roll. Low roll is going to mean that the IS7s will take a bit more than one more salvo. If they don't set him on fire here, we can see Rexa. He does connect one, but 608 HP. This means 2 more shots required. So Jacob now being forced into that repush, though. Profuse from the upper side is going to farm him. He should be taking tremendous amounts of punishment for this, as he does. Even getting Amarak in the process here, 741. And that S-Conk is not going to go away. Yes, Profuse misses one, but Sir Jacob is just going to have to keep committing into this. Good HE reset. I think
reset both of them.
Yeah, that was the most they could ask for.
But in return, they still have to kill Fed, Orchek, and Rexar. Okay. Orchek's still alive somehow? Rexar, are you making a fluff of this young man? He does seem to be that way. Orchek might actually come ahead out of that one. Profu's not getting pressured from 2 sides, though, from the front, from behind, as the hill is still in contention. Rexar finally picking up Orchek, but now Profuse facing off against a lot of guns. Conrad actually pushing out of the cap here, kind of by himself and towards Fury and towards Katsai. Katsai is going to probably pick up Conrad in that IS7 as he reloads. Katsai picks it up. Kubash now crossing over, taking 1.4, and Pozro falling to absolute shambles here yet again.
Yeah, Kubash taking one more, making him towards a one-shot. Pan's Fury is going to pick up Kono, and Kubash also falling in that CS. This means that only Yosi and Profuse remain for the side of Pozro, for the attackers here, and Opor just a solid, hard defense here in the south. They didn't have a lot of tanks, but Katsai, I guess, just did the work of 3 here, still staying alive on 89, and Yosi, the last tank, by Pozdro. He's just gonna get swarmed by the yellow tanks of Opur. They're just driving over him. The front llama not pointing towards the enemy anymore, and this is gonna mean that Opur, after a bit of few weird rounds this time, really pouncing and really able to show Pozdro what they're made of. I mean, it was sort of super messy, but I think Pozdro didn't expect this repush with the IS-7s towards the hill, and also crucially I want to highlight that decapping play with that M454 resetting not one but all of the 2 tanks in the cap. That was beautifully played, and as I said, they couldn't have asked for more from that play.
You know, they could have just driven one. They could have even used the CS to block Jacob and the round would be over already. Or anybody. But also Orchek not expecting the hill repush, getting caught out. The CS of Kubash kind of being useless.
I mean, the 445 that he did at the start was
the only shot he did. It's kind of useless in this game. Not gonna lie, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Triple cap pressure there would have also won them the game, by the way.
Yeah, if the CS just crosses over, it's
yeah, the CS just drives into the cap and shields the IS-7s, the game's over.
So,
like, the game is always over.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think if Kubash goes to the cap there, the game is over 10 out of 10 times. Postro does have the choice on Muro, so...
Yeah, Postro having the choice on Mura. I mean, the second match of the day, the second one going to tiebreaker. Content extension here by the teams and the team around Conrad here. So Postro is gonna pick attack. So...
Yeah, you don't see often that a team picks attack on a tiebreaker, but we did say that Muro's a attack-orientated map.
Yeah, and I think that also adds a quite different layer of mind games, because I think now in the pool we have like Himmelsdorf, which is, I would say, even. We have Ghost Town, which is dev-sided. Dev supposed to, right? I'm talking about supposed to. But then we have Muro and Tundra, which are both considered to be kind of attack-sided, which adds that little layer on... of complexity when picking the tiebreaker map. Also, why is Muro banned? And then the tiebreaker, basically, as soon as the pick and ban is done with the regular maps, then you do a separate pick and ban with the maps that got banned out. So this is basically how this comes to pass. All right. Well, predictions, though, Taki. What are we thinking?
I'm trying to remember what I predicted to begin with.
I mean, it's all out the window, no?
Let me cheat. Actually, I voted 4-3 for Opur.
I think I did the same thing, right?
You did the same, dude. We're all the Opur bandwagon. Let's go. Yeah, both you and me just predicting the unpredictable. You gotta expect the unexpected.
Exactly. So I guess both of us now waving the flag of the resistance. Still, if we recap the matchup until now, I think the Pozdro victories looked kind of more convincing. But in the end, if you get the rounds on the board, no one cares anymore.
It's only one round. It's a best of one now either way.
Yeah.
The last 6 rounds, they were there for show. It's to wake up Octo when he has to analyze later and cry about how he only beat Pozdro, but not Opur. The last Winter Invitational.
I mean, we also, if we talk about that, we should also talk about them then, losing to Tomatitos, the actual winners of the winner.
All I'm going to say is everybody's lucky that Toma is not here, because we could just send them the graphics cards already.
All right. Anyway, Muro going to be the tiebreaker in between Pozdro and Opur. Obviously, the team around Conrad with the selection of the tiebreaker. Picking, I believe it was attack. Now, Opur coming into this one with an IS-7, 1S Conk, triple VZ, and double Batchat. You love to see it.
Yeah, you love to see it. While Pozdro in between, though, IS-7 mouse, double 277, double S-Hung, and ACS. Bit more of a standard lineup, I would say.
I think, though, once again, double medium on one team, one medium only on the other one. So over time, Opur would be generating more map control. So Pozdro, they need to sort of force those engagements directly from the start. Rishek and Katsai driving towards the one line, both This means that, together with that triple VZ, they have a tremendous amount of firepower in their clips at their disposal. We're going to have to wait and see if they make it count. Josi, Konrad, Kono, Kubash, all of those players in purple here, driving, racing towards that 1 cap. We're going to have to wait and see how good the punishment actually is on the 277. So far, not a lot.
Not a lot indeed. His VZ's here just trying to punish if somebody crosses over. Tisek crossing himself. And just right now, looks like both these teams duking it out on 1-2. And they're fine with that. But immediately, what you talked about earlier is coming into effect. That double bad shot rotational force power mobility has or is allowing Opor to start exploring the right-hand side of the map. However, what the bad shot does struggle with is the fact that there is that mouse which will eat 2 clips from the bat. So, like, it just eats 2 clips.
The thing is also, like, right, Muravanka, there's some shots into DJ Muravanka. There's a lot of fences, a lot of houses, a lot of rubble everywhere. So in the batchat, normally you would want to load that heat clip intuition to it, but you have the problem that some of your shots just will get stuck somewhere in all of those fences. Now Orzek, he is kind of sideways towards the batchats right now, but Rishek already with the long rotation. The problem being though that Josi also is HP boosted.
Josi spotted though.
Ooh, yeah, true. Josi is spotted. Rishek opens up, but he misses the first one. I don't think he gets spotted in return, so Josi probably doesn't really know what's up right now. But the mouse, crucially, Orzek, the tank that is supposed to waste the time of the batchats, hasn't taken any damage as of yet. And now, Opor, on their defense, they've lost HP. They're down 2.5k currently. So Pozro, I mean...
Yeah, but they're controlling some of the rotations, though, which I do like. Like, they spotted Konrad, they know the CS is there. Orchek is now going to be moving over. It pulls a lot of tanks away from 1-2. Can they capitalize on this? Maybe. Because right now, there is an opportunity to take all 7 tanks that they have and turn into plow modus. Drive down 1-2 with all 7.
They don't know about the heavy tank in A7, and they don't know that the mouse is rotating towards
they spotted Konrad, though. They know Josi and Konrad were there. That's why they're grouping up on 2 for everything. They don't know the mouse is crossing over, but they know that he's in the middle of the map, though. Whether he's at D5 or D7, it doesn't make a difference if you're pushing down 1-2.
And the thing is, let's count the clip potential, actually. Triple VZ is 3k, plus double bad shot, that's another 4k. So we're at around 7k clip potential, plus Rexar, plus Pansfury, who are in the single shooters. And indeed, I think the engagement is going to get sprung here. Triple VZ driving forward. Rexar also in the IS-7 taking some damage, but I think this might be good for Opor on their defense. Yes, they're currently down in HP, but watch at the purple bar. That's going to get melted.
Yeah, here comes Opor with the bats coming from the top. Ketsai actually bailing out. Rishek deciding to bail out as well for some reason. I was convinced they would keep going here, but they actually halted. Don't know why. They had the perfect opportunity here to press W and eliminate, but I guess they're just happy with pushing the tanks back behind the corner. Orchek now kind of crossing through no man's land, though. Now DJ is going for it. Fury, Jacob as well. They pick up Kubash. They're keeping the bad shots in reinforcement. Konrad, Josi getting spotted out as well now. Tisek falling low. Tisek on 9 HP, but still alive. They don't get fed, though. A lot of misses there on towards him. But now Konrad, Josi spotted out, and that's Rishek and Ketsai territory in those bad shots. If they get a good push here, if they get a good engagement, they will be eliminating these 2 tanks. Ketsai takes the first. They want to take this fight. Keep in mind, the Opor still down 2k HP. Tisek falling now. Ketsai, Rishek getting reinforced by Rexar as well. They want to take down Konrad. They want to take down Josi, but they need to find a good engagement. In the meantime, Orchek in that mouse, trying to tank, trying to make it work, but the HP now evening out. Now Ketsai, Rishek, they're coming in. They're trying to finally make it work with Rexar leading the charge. Josi is getting deleted here down towards the one-shot. Konrad not faring much better. Jacob needs to get himself into safety, though. Ketsai is looking to pick up Konrad. Can he do it? He can. Josi, Konrad falling in quick succession. Fiora in return, though, in his S-Kunk, in a bit of trouble as well, though. Orchek is going to be picking him up, and as the dust settles, it's going to be a 4v4 against even HP.
4v4 with even HP, but crucially double batchat on the side of Opor, and that double batchat cannot be underestimated on an open map that offers so many pushes like Muravanka. On the other side, we have quadruple heavy tank. Orzek is a possible one-shot for the Batchats. Timfed, a possible one-shot for the Batchats. And everyone else is even in one-clip range. Even Profuse, that has the most HP out of any tanks on the Pozdro team. They are currently down one shot off HP, but the thing is, those Batchats, they can just run circles around the attackers. Now, Rexa with that IS-7 cannot really be collapsed upon. Still too much HP, and still Sir Jacob also with that BZ offering his clip potential. You can see Ketsai now carefully going around the map, puts in the first shot against Ozek. Misses the second one, but he's also starting, like he's gonna spray transfer, you could almost say, as Ozek does die to Sir Jacob. And now you can see just that power of the double medium tank that is probably gonna put Opor up in this defense.
Yeah, now Profu is pushing in as well, but Ketsai on the offside there, surviving on the one-shot bat, crucial. I still think that Opor, if they just pulled the trigger, of course they were wondering where's the CS in 277. If they just pulled the full trigger, they would have annihilated the entire 1-2 line. But the Batshot's bailing out then, and then they took a while though to kill the corner there, where the two heavies were, which was good to bring Pulsar back in it. But then this move on the outside of CS in the 277, ultimately I would say it wasn't worth it, right? I mean, they still need to play it out clean here, but Ketsai is behind them. He picks up Fed, leaves Profuse and Kono in a 3v2. Ketsai now gives one to Kono, who peaked too much. Misses on the second one though. Rishek playing it slow and steady, knowing that they're actually going to do a remontada, which is pretty impressive from them, coming back to match point and actually going to be winning the game as well. But yeah, I think the CS 277 move on the outside there really was not it for Pozdro.
Yeah, and I have to say I agree with you. I was kind of surprised to see them not pull the trigger onto the tanks on the 2 and 3 line, because it really looked like it, right? We were just...
I mean, we have all the information though.
Yeah. B-bar completely melt. But yeah, they are gonna pick up their tiebreaker victory here, 4-3. You said it, slight remontada. You love to see it. And I think let's take a quick look at the damage numbers, because I'm actually quite interested as to how effective those clippers were. I mean, yeah, on the other side, Yosi not really having the best kind of game. Then again, it's like so annoying to play against double Batchat with your CS. Like, you're almost relegated by default to being passive. But Opor making it work.
Yeah, Opor making it work, and I really like their rotation from the forest back towards 1-2. I think that was clever. I think that was really, really just clever. And I think that also it was just really smart. They knew that like the way it works, Opor has the forest. Pozdro needs to retake the forest, which means that they have to send more tanks there, which means that they need 3. So they only had 2 bad shots. So they bring everything to 1-2, which is very smart. And I think they got a bit scared there because they saw the tanks falling back, that the CS in 277 would be back on time to not commit with the bats. But that in return made it so that, like, I think Kubash made the shield for Fed, which meant that Fed lived for a long ass time. But then the CS 277 on the outside gave those bad shots that backed off an opportunity to actually make a play, because Rexar comes back and him and the double ban are able to repush that. So you could say that the move there was not it.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually the second time, I think, today that we see this outside move. And the first time it didn't get punished, the second time now. Very, very good reactions by Opor. But I think, Ducky, it's time for the two of us to rest our voices for a bit, as the analysts are probably gonna have to say something about this.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. It was painful, it was hard, Octo, but Opor is gonna take the victory in a tiebreaker. We expected Pozo to take it, but the reverse sweep from that team, and they're gonna be moving into the winner's bracket against all of Nitsi tomorrow.
Yeah, I didn't expect that comeback, honestly, but it happened, so good job. And I don't know, it didn't seem like they wanted to win at first, but they came back somehow, so really good confidence, I guess.
Good stuff from Opur.
And yeah, so Postro will play Phoenix then.
Exactly. Polstro is going to be playing Phoenix for the last match of the day in the losers bracket, and the next match we're going to be covering is going to be Grupa Speed against the GD VV1, the Ukrainian team. Grupa, they really had a pretty tough match against Olovnitsy, a tiebreaker, so they probably have been showing a lot. Tactic-wise, they played a total of 4 maps, so that's probably good for the side of GD VV1 if they actually analyzed what they played.
Yeah, but Grupa will be a little bit warmed up, so maybe that'll play a factor.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams, they kind of prefer just having played before, so they get possible momentum even though they lost. That being said, I think the replays are ready and we can take a closer look at what happened in the last match. And the first map was Ghost Town. We had Polsro on the attack, Hopur on the defense, and that's pretty surprising to see it that way. But the Ice4 taking the cap, not from F6, F7, E6, E7, but actually from the north part of the map. Kind of worked out for them, forced Opur to actually repush, and the positionings they had were pretty good.
Yeah, and with this, they have to reset, so this Batchat and this M4 come in. The M4 takes the clip from the 50B, but the 50B is down to 650, so the Batchat can come in, just finish him off. And he gets a beautiful clip here. I believe he hits 4 out of 5, just to confirm the kill shot. He shot the extra one. But yeah, they took the weird way onto the cap circle. They did that because in the beginning of the game, they spotted the M4s in G5, so they were able to do that.
Yeah, so I mean, Polsro, good reactions, good play with the bad shots to actually arrive on time and get the kills done. And afterwards, I think it was a pretty solid and interesting way to defend from the side of Polsro with the double 800 pretty close, capable of actually countering the tanks in front of them, but also giving the side shots on tanks crossing to the cap. And you could see there they were small, they were holding their shots to actually take down T-Sec with the 530 Alpha on the 800. That was a beautiful play from the side of Polsro.
Yeah, and they protect these E100s. The Batchat does kill one of them, but they're protecting them with the CS behind, so it's not really a huge issue. There's a lot of HP there, so as long as they're getting the cap resets, it should be okay.
I mean, I think it's also fine from the side of Polsro to accept to take all the damage on those meaty hundreds, because the other ones that you're gonna want to tank with, you have tanks, the mix. Maybe it was like the better alpha, the better gun, the better DPM, and the CS to just move around the map and do the damage. And you have those tanks they expect and they hope the enemy team to push on. So that was good stuff. Then we had Step, the map Opur picked. I mean, you expected a solid attack from them because that was their pick, and that's pretty much a 1-1 map where the defense is very favored, but they find a way to break it. They started by going on the mid, and we had the feeling that was going very bad for them, but over time they managed to get the CS, they managed to close up over the base 2 and then use the crown against the S-Kong.
Yeah, and the Batchat 1v1 on the 0 line was pretty awkward. They kept missing shots on one another, but eventually they were able to collapse on them. One thing to note, Profuse kept DCing and only did 1 shot of damage in his S-Conk, so that definitely didn't help Postro in any way. But yeah, normally an attack will go up the 1-2 line to kill the Minotauro and the IS-7, but they chose to do the middle push, and it worked out this time.
Yeah, we could see.
Although I definitely think an S-Conk doing 1 shot of damage is never a good thing, so I'm not sure how the battle would have played out if he was still in the game.
I mean, that could have definitely been a 4-0 or a scoreline to end that match if they didn't have the issues with that S-Con, because you could see afterwards they went for the base 2 and they kind of surprised Opur. They had a trap with 3 I7s over C5, and they would get ready to jump on a tank that would close up on the mid, but instead, since Polsar went for the base 2, they're kind of out of position with the I7. They pushed off the mid, but the Batchat spotted them, so they managed to kill the tank close at the base 2, and afterwards the positioning they had was just so strong. Opur had no options. They closed up with the IS-7s, but in return, Polsro, smart play pushing off Ketsai, making the Minotauro completely useless on that position, also focusing out the IS-7s with the rest of the tanks over the south. So good stuff from the side of Polsro, kinda surprising Opur not going for the base 1 and taking the victory on a step attack.
Yeah, it was a very calm take. They waited on the cap circle to get the right positions at the right time, so they didn't rush it. they waited for the IS-7s to commit and they wrapped around those IS-7s and then they pushed down. So that was very good.
I mean, maybe we could have expected something like I7s going back and repushing over the 9 line instead, because like they have good HP, they're pretty fast, or even the batchat spotting earlier. It was a bit awkward from the side of Opur, but next up, talking about awkward words like this Leo one starting, taking big hits, and then this push, we definitely had the feeling Postro had it. Their positioning was pretty solid. They had tanks in position to get the damage done. You could see it by the HP. They were like up almost 4k at that point, but somehow Opur, great team play, great focus fire, and actually using the mistake from Postro to their advantage to take back the lead.
Yeah, if you take into F2 and 3 and Tundra and you're able to kill the tank in there, and as long as you can maintain them, the defense on the 1 line, you can come back in some pretty weird situations. But I don't know, I think they had enough HP they would have been fine as long as Kono held back in A4. And I don't see Opur really winning this game unless Kono does this. So
yeah, it was all down to Kono closing up around the D4, D5 area with this AMX and allowing Opur. They were all on like 2 shots, 1 shot, but picking him up. And then afterwards having the opportunity to get the base 1 capture done. So, I mean, Opur, that was painful, that was hard, but good stuff
crazy comeback
in their attack. Talking about comeback, we also expected that round to go Postro way because we could see all of those tanks completely out of positions from the side of Opur, and there is like a possibility from the side of Postro to even get a triple cap pressure down to force those tanks to rotate straight and get some damage out of it. You could see Sir Jacob there. He actually played that pretty well because instead of going for the damage for the second shot, he actually loaded HE to get the decap on Conrad, and that was pretty key to buy time for his team.
Yeah, major mistake not putting cap pressure on right away. If they're not south in the defense, then you want that cap pressure because it forces them to make more mistakes on the defense. If you just put single cap pressure initially, you wait a little bit, you're allowing them to take more positions. They were able to take the hill. The M4 on the hill was only 1500, allowing the IS-7s to kill them relatively quickly. They were able to just wrap around the offense, so it didn't really make sense why they didn't cap right away. But moving on to Muro OT. Postro had side choice, but they chose attack. I guess they just were pretty confident here. Opur decided to push into this, but they pause after they bounce a few shots. They're playing with triple VZ, so the clip potential is, it's there. When it's gone, you're reloading for 20 seconds with 3 of your 8 heavy tanks.
I mean, I think it's due to the fact that the batchats never like really went in and used their clips. So as you mentioned, you have the VZ's clip, but afterwards, like they're all reloading and they don't get any damage output anymore. But Postro, again, I guess that was a bit of a mistake. Overcommitting over the 4 line there. Pretty much like all closing up when they expected a full push from the side of Opur. And during the round, we had the same idea. We were like, oh god, they stopped at the corner, so Postro is gonna take it. They have all the positions of the word, but Postro again making the mistake, closing up with some tanks and allowing Opur to work with that burst damage they get from the batchats and the VZs.
Yes, I would have liked to have the CS, once they realized they weren't really pushing, I would have liked the CS to get a little bit more distance so that he doesn't get clipped out by any batchat in any way. So that would have been nice to see, but I guess they just wanted, ruin my prediction. It's fine. Daki was right.
Definitely.
Always.
And then we're going to be taking over the losers bracket for today. The next 2 matches being losers bracket matches with 2 teams that we didn't see yet. The first one being Grupa Speed against GDD V1, the Ukrainian team that we're pretty impatient to see what they can show, because I think that's a team with a lot of potential. And Octo to introduce that match, being the 3rd one of the day. It's time to get back to the casters. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there once again from both Ducky and I. Obviously, big thank you to AMD for putting up their awesome hardware as prizes for the participants, most notably the winners and the ones in second place. The winners going to be taking those sweet GPUs. We're a long way from that, though. We are now in the dark chasms of the lower bracket. It's going to be Grouper Speed, the team that we saw lose in tiebreaker earlier today against the transfer players from GDVV1. And finally, we're seeing some of them making an appearance in the playoffs of the WoT7 format. Vixshare leading his team here. Obviously, a lot of the names are going to be new to people, or they're not going to be too familiar with that as of yet. But yeah, Lexa, Antonis, Beauty Fruity, GGBV, I'm not going to say all the letters for him, Sisa, Trash Panda, Lokir, and Clowns. What's your impression of those? Because I guess we've talked a lot about Grouper Speed and not a lot about GDBV1 yet.
We talked about it earlier already before the stream, and it could have been really a different result in the group stage for them. They could have been in the upper bracket.
Yeah,
really easily.
Yes, exactly. So how it worked out in the group was that if GDVV, if they win their last match without tiebreaker, they would have been top 1 in their group. If they win in tiebreaker, they would have been second, so still in upper bracket, but they lost in tiebreaker, which means they are starting in the lower bracket here now. But obviously with close scores like this, it actually was a super, super stacked group. That means we shouldn't count them out here. Steps and Cliff being taken out respectively. Then we see Mines being played as first map, Tundra as second, Proco being taken out, Ghost Town, then the possible third map, and Himmelsdorf as the tiebreaker.
Maps, though. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see Mines and Tundra. I'm really curious to see how this team will play. They may shake up the way that things are played a little bit. Because they're unfamiliar teams still. I mean, yeah, they played group stage, but seeing a team like this come into the playoffs, they could really, if teams felt like they got surprised by the NA meta and SA meta in the Inventor Invitational, they could get surprised here as well.
Exactly. Now the predictions coming in. You're going with a 3-4 victory for GDVV. October saying 4-2. I'm saying 4-2 for the team of Grouper Speed, and Insane also going with a Grouper victory. That being said and done, though, Grouper coming into this one with triple M454, 1 IS7, and triple CS.
And GDVV has triple M4Y, a mouse, a double CS, and a TVP. Talking about switching up the meta.
Maybe they know something we don't. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of guns are on the MVY. Obviously, there is the chance between a lower alpha but higher DPM one and higher alpha but lower DPM, slightly worse gun handling. We see Antonis boosting Sisa in his TVP up the hill. Vixshare is going to be spotted out. Is Jordan going to be able to put a shot in? Indeed, he does. I think Sisa even had to use his repair kit here. And now, I guess we see why the triple MVY was picked. They're just so fast. Those M4s, they're not able to get in those shots. Just twist from the island, able to put one into Lexa.
Yeah, Miku and Marcel fancy a little bit of a peek here because they spotted 6 tanks going on the hill. The mouse is just casually going around his mouse.
Oh, you know what just occurred to me? What GDVV is saying coming into this one? Yo. I'm sorry. I had to say it. Okay, say something. Don't leave me hanging like that.
Bro, that was the worst one they've made in a long time, man. Dude, yeah. Bro, dude. Wow. Wow.
It is rare that I catch you like speechless. So
no, speechless because it's awful, dude. It's just not bad. I know dads afford that make better jokes than this.
Alright, that being said though, triple MBY now on the hill, together with 1 CS still. And all of the other tanks are kind of on the 8 line here. The mouse starting to get pushed up. Trash Panda, he's supposed to soak up a bit of damage. Are they going to sacrifice?
Shield the TVP.
The thing is, if they sacrifice the mouse and put the TVP behind him, then all of a sudden the group out tanks need to come from the outside, from like 8-9 line.
No, but you're using a full tank for this, man.
Yeah. I'm never a fan of really doing that. I mean, they have an idea coming into this. Let's see how long it holds. I mean, obviously the mouse is just gonna get completely annihilated. It's nice if he gets to do a shot or two into Jordan. Ooh, Beauty Fruity eating one in that M5Y. And the pressure is on...
Look at the HP.
Hmm? Yeah.
Look at the HP difference already, and it's not gonna get better.
Yeah. I mean, what GDVV1 is basically hoping for here is that Grouper Speed needs to repush the cap, and then the MBYs get to sort of, you know, farm from the hill. But yeah, I'm also not a big fan of sacrificing a whole tank, especially in the 770 sort of meta, because we see now that Grouper Speed, they have other options. They can just repush the hill, and realistically, what is GDVV1 gonna do? They have 3000 HP less.
Oh, repushing the hill is really hard, though. I don't know if you've ever repushed against a team established on the hill, but it's not easy. It's possible, but it's not easy.
Yeah, the CS in C9 is actually going to come in clutch, because he should be spotting Twist, and then, you know, the info is there, but we can see Grouper Speed, they are actually forming up for that repush. They are on a timer, 44 seconds. Ooh, Antonis does spot out the double CS, is unable to connect his shot. Lexa taking one, Beauty Fruity. He probably doesn't even have a medkit, and now Miko and Marcel, they're gonna start peeking. Twist and Sokol not really pushing up there yet, but the MBY is obviously not the best tanks at trading. You can see Beauty dropping down to 1300.
I mean, if it's in hold on, it's completely fine, but right now it's not even in hold on.
Oh!
PvP left the cap, by the way.
Ah, good shots into Sokol here. That was double MBY, just, you know, clapping that CS once.
This is actually really good for GTVV. I mean, not to leave in the cap part, but because they left the cap, the team from Group Speed stopped going hill. So they actually traded slightly better.
They're still down 3k HP.
I know, but still though.
We'll have to see. Yeah, Beauty Fruity, by the way, he doesn't have a medkit. He has the oil.
Fuel?
Yeah, fuel and rations.
I mean, oh wait, yeah, I was gonna say they have Jack of all trades, but it's his commander. So.
Sisa once again starting up the cap here. Jordan is gonna come. I think he intuition to HE. He's gonna take one. By Victor from the back in the CS. He's not gonna... Ooh, Sisa opting to not go for the peak here. He doesn't... Like, I would have, actually. If the IS-7 fires there, why not just try to pump a full clip into the IS-7?
Yeah, I agree.
I guess he doesn't know how many tanks are there in the back to possibly shoot at him. Also, do you think there is a possible angle onto the TVP from, like...
no.
From, like, K3-4?
Maybe because the turret isn't fully turned, but I don't think so.
Also, Grouper Speed would need to know about it. Now, cap once again down to 1 minute.
I stand by it, by the way. This leaving the cap and stopping Grouper Speed from going up, it might not be intentional, but it's actually really good for GDVV.
Oh, the second commander biting the dust, by the way.
No, but because the CSs are not in positioning. Like, the CSs from Grouper Speed were in position before. Now they have to go towards the hill.
Ooh,
needs to be nobody's spotting the hill entrance right now.
Yeah, GG got spotted, but I think that was Proxy. Twist now getting sent on GG, taking 1000 directly into the side. And to be honest, the trade back not really that good here. You can see the low alpha not really good for the side of GGVV on their heavy tanks. Now the CS does come in though. Good track shot here by Sisa. That is gonna wide peak, and that CS actually completely dies. Yes, one more shot by the M4 into the TVP, but if you have more than 1 HP and are standing in the cap, that doesn't matter. Lexa with a good trade into Jordan as well, and all of a sudden the HP 1.5k apart.
No, GDVV can even send the second CS into the cap now and spot it. Because, oh, he doesn't make it though. Normally you can play there and spot it, because there's like a bunch, there's like a vineyard, right? And that's actually camo.
Yup, he does get spotted
I mean,
on the
Miku's
approach.
going around though. Actually, he can't enter the cap because he needs to deal with Miku coming behind the hill.
Yeah, he was actually the tank that was sort of securing against this move around. Bigshot taking one more by the M454 that was in the cap. Anton is also on the hill getting punished by the CS in the back. And now Miku and Elian, they can't really get farmed from the hill. Bigshot needs to establish crossfire. He's unspotted right now, but if he gets spotted, even Gursky should have shots. Also, Gursky pushing up towards the cap. Sisa being on a possible one-shot here.
Yeah, there's going to be double M5Y watching this though, but I don't think they can kill Gursky. Gursky's just going to casually stroll towards the cap, and if he rolls Sisa, there will be no more cap pressure for the boys from GDVV, and now you can see here, Antonis is actually...
Oh!
I'm gonna die!
No!
The key hand!
Ducky! It all starts falling apart quicker than we anticipated. I mean, Vikshar now trading it out against Elian. Miko is on a one-shot, but the HP, Ducky, that 1.5 KCS that just dropped dead from the hill is, yeah, the final nail into the GDVV coffin.
I don't think it would have made a difference. Thinking about it, like, okay, like he crashed and died. Gursky rolled the
Miku dies if he doesn't crash that.
Yeah, but
and then he rolls, he goes from behind, he kills Jordan. Then all of a sudden they have an opening onto Marcel.
Sokol was still alive. Look at the Sokol's HP.
I mean, what is Sokol doing there?
He's hiding because it's so they're defending you. No, but like honestly, Doki, because Gursky rolls the TVP, right? But slightly 572, I think it was, with 560 alpha. Because he rolls him, he survives behind the building, and they have to go kill him first.
Yep.
It would be hard. I don't think it would happen because Sokol could flank then and stay alive. It's just not really a thing. It looks funny though. It always looks funny when people jump off cliffs and die.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, I'm not... Alright.
You know what's the best part? I crashed there, was it yesterday, I think? Yesterday I crashed there in something. I don't remember which tank it was. I think it was an E5 actually. I got a little eager.
A little over-eager, one could say. But yeah, I guess GDVV won in this first round here in their match, at least delivering what we were hoping for, which was definitely a switch up from the, I would say, established meta. I think if a couple things more go their way, then they have a really good shot at winning this round even. Even though at the end it looked like, you know, sort of not close anymore. But if a couple more things start going their way, maybe even if they don't lose 2 commanders, if they get like a fire, then they... Like, Mine's attack is not the easiest thing to pull off, so...
I will say though, like, trading with M5Ys against the MXs sounds like a horror movie.
Not the best experience, I don't think.
Especially because MX is going to hit that cupola.
Yep. And if you, like, raise the gun... Or the thing is also, the MX could just shoot into those little things that hold the turret, if you know what I mean, if you peek too far. Yeah,
but on that range, when the Y presses the gun, cupola comes out.
So nonetheless, though, interesting opening into the match by GDVV, and you are not 100% expected to win your Mine's attack by no means. So maybe they're also gonna switch it up for Mine's defense, which would be a fun thing to see. Yeah, Grupa seeming undeterred though. They were like, yeah, nice little gimmick. It's still Mine's defense. We're gonna take that round. Thank you very much.
It was close though. I'll say
all things considered, it was pretty close. Yeah.
I just have your bad joke in my head. It's so
yeah.
Yo. You just dragged down the overall level of this whole cast by like 50%. There's no recovery.
I mean, at least from here on now, I am going to have trouble to put the bar even lower, you know, so...
Well, I don't think you can put... You are the bar for the lowest point.
Whoa, okay, that was kind of toxic, not gonna lie.
Oh! Well, I'm not lowering the bar with these... Yeah, they're saying, yo... like... You're not Eminem from Prague, bro.
Are you saying you're... Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that. Anyway,
just don't.
Grupa Speed coming in with 1 IS4, 2277, double CS, and 1 STB.
And GDVV continuing on the trend of we pick some interesting things. Triple CS, an E4, another E4, an E5, and an I7. They really don't love American tanks.
I mean, that double E4 sort of reminds me of the Mines meta from a few years ago, where you would actually play that. But I think nowadays that you have the M454 that doesn't have that much less alpha, it's like you sort of prefer playing those, because also the E4 doesn't have as much HP. Ilian gonna make it up there. The question is Miku gonna make it up without taking damage? Saisa taking a swing, hitting it 504 into that side of the STB, and also STB personally not the biggest fan.
It's good on top of the hill though. So far so good. I mean, if the C4 hits this,
one of the
one more.
CSs, and yeah, GG just chilling there with his E4. By now, Trash Panda will have established that the one-two line pressure that you might expect with having like so many CSs on the enemy team, that's not really going to happen, especially together with those 277s. Instead, Group of Speed opting for sort of a slow start. Miku firing HE into the one cap, not really sure what he's trying to achieve. Ooh, Trash Panda establishing a very, very aggressive spotting position, but Soko has already slipped past, and Saisa taking an HE, but he has a medkit available.
Yeah, they are going to pressure the IS-4 towards the cap though, which is kind of a more standard move. To drive onto the building to side scrape against the E5.
Yeah, and the E5 not really in the hold-down battle against the IS-4. I would prefer playing the IS-4. He's gonna start up the cap. The thing is, you can't really stay in this cap and like properly cap it through, because you're gonna get HE reset. But look here, he is below the IS-4.
What side is his cupola?
On
left, right?
on the left if you're playing the tank yourself. So it is on the quote-unquote right side for playing this position. But yeah, first heat not going to connect, but I would imagine he's going to switch to like HE, or he's just going to try to hit the... but that's exactly what I'm talking about, right?
Normally there's a follow-up now with the 277. That the 277 comes to the building in front, usually it's the IS-4 though, but it goes to the building up front to pressure the E5 further back even, so they have no reset angles without committing under the hill.
Oh, GG in the E4 taking a blind hit by, I believe, the 277. So good predictions going on by Group of Speed currently. 2k HP advantage at the moment for the attackers. And Miku is now going to proxy that E5, so Marcel is not going to get surprised by any 5 peaks. I mean, he knows the exact angle where the E5 is going to peak. It's just a matter of when. And to be honest, if I was Lokir, I would let the cap take up another 30 seconds before I start attempting the reset. Just so, you know, that I lose less HP over time.
Can't wait that long, though. If you wait that long, there's a chance to half the team from Grupa just zooms past you and stops you from decapping.
So, what is the plan here currently for
Gray.
GDVV1? I mean, Trash Panda, he sees those, look... Oh, is he not seeing the... finally he sees the 277 being rotated over. Another reset coming, so good stuff by Lokir. But Lokir driving through the open, the STB currently not really being able to punish. Obviously, the STB needing to be afraid of those E4s. So the reshuffle quite successful, and now it's a hull on IS-7 to provide the resets. That's much more comfortable, but Lokir sort of hanging in the open with that position, in my opinion.
Trash Panda spotting out on 1-2 though, sees 1-2-7-7. Don't think Sisa takes... Oh, it was a good shot though.
Did Sisa just penetrate Marcel with a 303 IS-7 pen? I mean, super low roll, but that couldn't have been an HE roll, no?
You never know, man. It really depends what you hit. I don't think so. I think it was a low roll pen, but...
True.
Bro, this double E4 aiming at 1-2 line is going to be dangerous though, like...
Oh, not that
driving through the
dangerous.
lower side?
Yeah.
No, they can still hit this though.
Yep, they are gonna get spotted. Trash Panda, he realizes this. He has to drive forward against Sokol, Jordan, Twist, and Gurski. So far, no shots taken by them. The E4 seemingly not having shots. Trash Panda taking a humongous amount of damage, is not gonna be able to trade it out against Sokol anymore. Finally, Twist taking a big hit by one of the E4s, but this is in turn gonna mean that Sokol picks up Trash Panda for almost free.
So many non-connections coming out on 1-2. I think this WE4 didn't even hit their first shot. Now the 1-2 push going in full effect here for Grupa Speed. Sisa just pushing up on the hill by himself. Gets eliminated.
Oh,
and this
no.
is never happening though. I mean, main is low-key. The CS coming in.
They took so much damage from the 277s that were already established then in 1-2. That was just 1500 in one salvo, and now full HP Elian is gonna sweep in here against Vikshare. He's gonna win out that 1v1 any day of the week, as he does here. And now it's only the double E4 remaining for GDVV1 that on their own map pick brought some interesting setups. But Grupa Speed, I would say with the meta picks, able to weather the storm here. And they're going to be picking up GDVV's map pick 2-0.
Well, I don't even think this WE4 hit the shot.
Yeah, there was one big hit, like 800 plus, but other than that, I didn't see a ton of punishment flying towards those two.
There wasn't a ton of punishment, but it should be 1.5k for the first guy. So the first one should take pew pew from the E4s, and I saw just shells land around it.
Yep.
But nothing on it.
Also, the CS, I think that was Trash Panda on the 1-2 line by GDVV. He could have been slightly faster with that reaction. As soon as he sees the first 277 pop up,
He can just get chased by it. Technically, yes, but what happens if he goes faster key is one of the 277s from Grupa casually drives back in the one line and kills him. I mean, he just stops driving down 1-2, turns around, goes up, and that's it.
Yeah, and here we see the E5 not really having a big impact. I mean, he sort of has the worst trades against that IS-4, and I think that was basically what he did all game with some HEs. Let's take a look once again at how 654, 654. So I guess they just really didn't have shots or were on reload?
No, they missed. Yeah, they missed their bounce. Hey, if they hit everything else after, great. But even if they both hit, though, look, even if they both hit, which they didn't in this case, you still have to remember, Key, that it's not enough damage.
Yeah.
Like, 277 driving through, 277 driving through, they wouldn't even kill one still. And it's only one CS holding. Like, they lose against this push.
Yep.
10 out of 10 times.
So, this means that Grupa now up 2-0. Even though we're in the lower bracket, it still is a best of 7. This in turn means that from Mines, we are now gonna go to Grupa Speed's map pick, which is Tundra. Interesting stuff by GDVV, but in the end, just not enough to secure even a single round on Mines. So, starting to be kind of worried for them.
So in my mind, like, these people have all the tanks that they could ever want because they're playing on a press account.
Yep.
Right? They didn't pick M5Y or E4s because that's the only tanks they have.
No.
They picked it because they wanted it.
Yep. Exactly. Now,
Unlike me in the campaign, I pick Kihan because I have to.
huh? You also want to. Come on. You need that content for your stream. Which we are going to raid later today, by the way. So if you won't be able to finish claiming your drops during the tournament stream, even though it's been going for quite some time now, you're going to be able to finish your drops on Daki's stream. Check it out.
Very cute. That is at least 5 campaign games for you right there.
Nice, easy. So I'm going to be able to participate in the auction. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Grupa Speed, double M454, one IS-7, one 277, one S-Conk, one CS-63, and the Minotauro on Tundra.
Yeah, and GDVV, kind of the same actually. More meta lineup here. They still really like that E5 though.
I'm not a fan.
Me neither. Then the CS, the Mino, and the triple M4. I like that they're trying it. I even like that, no matter what anybody says, chat, don't add me. The E5 is a fine tank in randoms. It's hard to play, but it's still fine. But in this format, I'm not sure what it gives me over an M4 or an S.
Yeah, I mean, over the S-Conk you have the heat, which can come in handy sometimes.
Hype and heat, yeah, but...
You also have good DPM. I think it's roughly the same as S-Conk, but that's sort of it. Like, the gun handling isn't better than the S-Conk. The armor is better on the S-Conk. So, yeah. Anyway, Minotauro now, the tank that is sniping from the hill. Out of all tanks in the lineup, the Minotauro as a sniper, I mean, yeah, he has improved aiming, but...
Bro, listen, Key, I'm gonna tell it to you once and clear, alright? Do you see the icon on the minimap? What the Minotauro is?
It is
It's
a
a TD.
triangle, yes.
Exactly. Triangle, camp, bush.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, comprende. Ooh, Trash Panda starting to get blinded, having to go out of the bush, but all the shots, luckily for him, missing him. Caster
Mino hit
curse.
it, see?
Okay, I take everything
That's
back that I
sniper,
said, and I now have a different opinion. Alright, you got me. Jordan
still
pushing?
Jordan coming close. I mean, Beauty took a shot of damage as well. They know that he crossed with the CS early info. Jordan is actually just gonna pressure Trash Panda. I love his nickname. It's so good.
He's gonna push him away. He's gonna spot him out here. Does he have the shot with the heat? He misses. So Panda is gonna get... Oh, I spoke too soon. He's gonna take one by Miko in the S-Conk. Is gonna get out alive on 1100 HP. And now we see a rotation coming in by GDVV that are currently down over 1.5k HP.
Yeah, and down in positions as well. The fact that the 2-line has been... There's a reason why a lot of teams have an M4 there, Key, for example, to control the position. Because now when Jordan has it, it's almost impossible to retake it for your GDVV, which means you always have this annoying 277 there.
And the thing is also, Sisa can't really commit on him because there is the Minotauro, and with the Minotauro you can never be sure how deep is he into his clip. Like, he can just pull the big reload and like 20-25 seconds later he's like, yeah, I do have good DPM again for the next 5 shots. And we actually see Twist right now pulling that big reload. He's gonna be off of it rather soonish. And then Grouper Speed are probably gonna start making their next move. The CS now being rotated towards the hill. So... And I think the Mino are driving off the hill towards the north here. I guess they're trying to bait a little towards the north to then commit full south, or they're gonna just do the big rotation. Not the best trades though for Antonis and Beauty Fruity in the southwest, as it seems.
In general, not really good trades for them, right? I understand it's a hard side to play, but... Oof.
Twist now starting to get pushed through that middle of the map, probably gonna end up in DE sort of 5, I guess, where he's going to be staring at the other Minotauro's turret. And yeah, Viksha actually taking a swing, but I don't think really connecting his shot. I think Grouper Speed right now waiting for Twist to establish this position here. And then we're gonna see a go, because 4 minutes, 20 seconds, it is still some time to play around with, but they need to make something happen.
I mean, they've established Twist into position now.
Oh, good shot into Lexa.
Indeed, good shot. And Jordan's so annoying there. I think for Krupa, the rotation is north.
Yeah, they have that triple M454. The one in J1, can it actually leave without taking damage is the question. I mean...
No, I mean for Krupa. For Krupa, the Krupa, the rotation is just to take A6. You take A6, A5, you counter the E5 position.
And then the Mino.
And then the Mino, and then the CS, because they have the balcony at J7, which counters the Mino from the other angle, and they have a Mino by themselves holding it as well, right? So for them, I think if they go through A-line, get A5, kill the E5, get A5, kill the E5. That's a Kihan level joke right there.
Aww. It came from you, though. I'm proud.
No, it wasn't intended as a joke. I'm just saying that it would be one of yours.
Not quite.
That
convinced.
backfired. Yeah, okay. Believe what you want. You do that anyways. I see that in your map guides.
Okay, man. Anyway, we're kind of padding a bit for time with the cast right now, because apart from Elian taking one shot here and Grouper Speed doing the aforementioned north rotation, not really super much is happening right now. I think Sokol was trying to get up into some spotting position. He has given up on that now. Now though, he's gonna just cross the open field close towards that one cap. He's not spotted yet. Ooh, Lexa having to repair his Amarak here. That E5, once again, the armor not really holding up. Sokol finally spotted, Gursky finally spotted, and now GDVV, they know what's up, but can they actually play against that is the question. Trash Panda trying to support Lexa here in that northern part of the map. Sokol dropping down to 1.1k.
Yeah, I don't think Sokol really expected the CS to be there, and he actually got out-traded by him as well. Now you can see Gursky come to the right position, though, which is against the red line here. Takes immediately to the Lexa. Double Amarak, indeed. That is going to be pain, but Jordan falling because he got repushed into 277 by the M4s. Elian is still alive there, but this little move here, sending Elian to this as well. Jordan was enough IMO, because now they do not just get one tank on the repush, they actually get two tanks on the repush, which they will be very happy with at this moment in time for GDVV. Now the cap can get started, though, for the side of Grupa Speed, which are still ahead in HP. It's even on tanks, and it's still going to be hard for GDVV, though, because... But Miko, though, in that S-Kong is quite isolated. He's going to have to pull back towards the bridge, but that alone is not going to be enough for him to survive, as he's going to get pushed by the GDVV tanks. He's trying to back off as much as he can. Actually, a really good positional play there by Miku, trying to survive as long as he can. Good shot, though, coming out from that M4. Miku now down towards a one-shot. He's going to drop off as well. Does he live? He does. So good movement there from Miku surviving, while Marcel picks up Trash Panda. Twist still holding off the fort, though, against Antunes there, and that double cap pressure is extremely hard to deal with for GDVV. Nice shot from Loki on the move. He's quickly picking up the tank there, and a good shot from Sisa as well, picks up Marcel in the north. And what was I saying? Gursky picks up Antunes, though, but there comes Beauty Fruity with one, Loki probably with another to pick up that M4, and GDVV actually turning it around at this moment in time.
Lokia dropping low though on 14. It's going to be Beauty Fruity to break up Gursky, but now Sokol is going to sweep in with that CS, reducing Beauty Fruity towards a one-shot. Sokol is now going to flank Lokia to try and kill him. That Minotauro in the meanwhile though getting picked up, and all of a sudden it's a 2v1 with Sokol left to do it all. 18 seconds remaining, and yes, there comes the high roll by Sokol, but now it's going to be a game of chicken here. Who picks when? Who picks first? And Sokol is going to lose that one as Beauty Fruity locks in the first round for GDVV.
Yeah, a lot of stuff there, actually, that kind of went against Grupa at the end. Like, Marcel dying in A4, somehow. It shouldn't happen. Mineros, who I thought was safe on the lower side, also died. Then the Mino bounced a shot as well. His last shot, he bounced one of the one-shot M4s. Which otherwise could have been good for Sokol, but I still don't think that they needed both Elian and Jordan in the 4-line, though. Like, I don't know what it added for them.
And now here we see that the Minotauro, despite bouncing one of the crucial shots, actually did pretty well, all things considered, but it wasn't enough against the team of GDVV, who are finally showing up in this match. I guess, you know, picking meta tanks can be kind of good for you. No, not talking about that. Lexa, all things considered as well, though, did
pretty
good.
Well, though.
Like 2.7, and you need to remember, if he doesn't get double Amarak, then he probably does above 3k easily.
I think Sokol also kind of... I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like he also kind of misplayed by not waiting for his AMX coming behind him. Because, how do you say? He took like 1k for nothing. For example, he took 1000 damage for nothing, no? Like, he peeked against Lexa, he didn't even pen the shot, I think, and then got peeked by a Trash Panda from A6 and took damage. If he just waited for Gursky went together, they killed the E5, they killed the CS really easily, and Sokol has more HP to play with.
Also, I would be super interested in how Marcel dies, because he completely outtrades Trash Panda, being an M4 against the CS around the corner, but then for some reason his tank vanishes. Like, and he wasn't under pressure. There was no like close tank towards him that I felt like was an immediate danger to his life. So whoever picked him up, good job, and probably part of what won the Ukrainians the round here.
Yeah, I mean, it all fell over the 4-line ammo. Good repush from GDVV with a triple M4 onto Elian and Jordan, which, there should only be one there. Which then exposes Miku.
Also, when
who-
those double M4s were driving over the bridge, there was the S-Conk on the lower side that wasn't even allowed to do a shot anymore. Instead, one of the M4s driving
Yeah,
over
shot
the
him on the
bridge.
move.
Yep.
Yeah, he shot him
I don't
on
know
the
if that
move.
was HE onto the top of the turret, but it was well played regardless. And like it came down to one single shot at the end, so also round-winning play. Sides are going to be swapped now, however. And we are in for game number 4. There's really a lot of games today, right? The first two matches going to tiebreaker. Then this one is not going to be a clean sweep either. We know as much already. So, yeah, I'm happy. Grouper speed. Triple M454, triple VZ, and the UDES on Tundra. Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, so it's interesting lineups. GDVV, more standard, though. Double M4, triple IS7, a BAT, and a Mino. Although triple IS7 is not that standard either.
I mean, yeah, the IS-7 obviously lacking pen, lacking gun handling, being good hold down. So it's got that going for it. But the missing DPM, if the other team is able to force a shootout, then you really start hurting with those IS-7s. So we'll see GDVV, though, on the attack. It is expected of them to sort of control the pace of the game. Look here, getting spotted out in the south, and that is a lot of snipers on the hill. Only one of them connecting onto Gorski.
Yeah, only one connecting, which is pretty good overall. And look at the amount of tanks on the hill for for GDVV. That's 3 tanks there.
They have the higher ground now, so they're never going to lose.
Smart key. I like it. Sometimes you say these really intelligent things. Just not today.
Okay. All right, bro.
Yeah. That was a good one, though. Key, do you like that one? I'm pretty proud of that
It
one.
came kind of unexpected, but
yeah,
I guess you got to keep me on edge.
True. Big edger. But yeah, so they started off on the hill, just sniping, which is fine, really. I mean, it's okay. You have a little bit of time to do this anyways, because usually you go either south or north and then decide to rotate if needed. And the UDES is actually in a peculiar position. I need to see it. It's in K2.
Yeah, it's K2, and he's sort of trying to play hold down behind that.
Is he like hiding, or he's really no? He's not hiding. Okay.
No, he just wants to farm immediately, but I don't think he would be in any immediate danger of taking damage. Like maybe look here, but if Antonis pushes, Antonis won't be able to retaliate. Big share outspotting Sokol here. That is to be expected. Then again, does he want to start off his clip here against Sokol? Not really sure. On the other hand, though, a lot of information being given away by the team in white in the north, because a lot of those tanks are spotted currently, and the Minotauro being pushed up to like D5, that is a big commitment.
Look at Gursky's HP, bro.
Yeah, and also the Gursky, like where did he lose so much?
How?
But I think GDVV, even though Gursky lost a lot of HP now, GDVV is now so...
Gursky?
613 by the IS-7 casual max roll.
Could have been Trash Panda as well, no?
It could have been, yeah.
The MX is right behind. I mean, let's believe it's the IS. Oof.
Yeah, HP being traded back on the other side of the map. Jordan now trying to peek Sisa, but Sisa is hold down, taking a swing at the cupola of Jordan, I think. Not hitting though. But look at the HP, 3k currently in favor. Just as I said that, Sisa taking one shot by, I'm not even sure who, Jordan? But the trades right now favoring the attacking team.
Yeah, I really don't know what happened to Gursky. Like, Elian even getting shot by these IS-7s by so lucky actually. Both Antonis and Loki missed the shot onto his Elian, and the Mino missed the shot.
Yeah, he's going to be happy about the outcome here. And the IS-7s, I think they are blinding the M454 that was retreating towards A23, but we can already see that he's rotated to A1. And Jordan looking for more peaks here, but Trash Panda is not going to get spotted for those shots.
Marcel is also very far forward though, and he's very alone.
All right, commitment coming in.
But Antonis and Loki, they're gonna face double VZ though. Like one, fuel tanks. Oof, not the second one though. Elin makes his full clip there though against Loki and Antonis. Now the Uras is coming as well. This could be a disaster for GDVV. I mean, they're pressuring towards Miku now. The Uras is gonna get in position.
Oh,
Miku takes a big shot. Oh, takes another big shot there. Only connects one out of his two. Now getting flanked as well. Does connect that one. Twist in the return, not having a good time either in his Udas. GDVV pulling a number here, man.
Yeah, look here, and Antonis with that combined push onto the VZ, able to take it out. Still 2 HP more, but Lexa completely getting collapsed upon by Elian, and Marcel sent back towards the garage. And yeah, this is going to be 1-1 regarding tanks. But the thing is, as soon as Viksha is reloaded, he's going to be able to take out Twist in that Udas. Right now, he's playing Ring Around the Rosie with the stone here. But Elian not really connecting onto those IS-7s. There's also the tank on the hill. Now we see on the lower side, Viksha, I think he should be reloaded rather soonish. And then Twist is going to have a really bad time.
Fixture missed one though.
Missing
already.
one.
Fixture missed one. He has 4 more. He is going to need at least 3 to kill off Twist. He has 2 more. Twist is getting an AMX M4 in support though. Twist could use the little wagon there to potentially eat a shot, but Twist still running, missing everything. Really, it's not worth it, man. Sometimes you just gotta stay and fight, IMO. Like sometimes you just gotta stay and fight. He missed 3 times there onto the bat.
Yep.
And the bat still killed him.
Yep, Antonis now not connecting that shot onto Jordan, but as time ticks on, GDVV is just taking more map and more HP away from Grouper Speed. You can see Gursky and the VZ also in B1. Both of them are spotted. This in turn means that GDVV, they have so much information to play with, to react upon. There is a one-shot VZ by Grouper Speed in the middle of nowhere. Basically, the M454 and the VZ just completely caught out in the open. The fire onto Jordan is not going to help it either. Double cap has been started, and Grouper Speed seems to be caught on the back foot here.
They seem to be more than on the back foot right now, man. They seem to be down and out altogether. They pull a good number on Sisa, but Jordan takes 1 more from Trash Panda, and now they have this big M4 from Sokol in position, but you know, Sokol has to push forward to reset. Immediately takes 1, takes 2. I think he even missed the shots. He'll have 1 more opportunity to get a reset here in that M4, but still so much time left on the cap. Jordan is going to be reinforcing, but they are not going to be holding it. I mean, Sokol's just getting blasted by every single one tank from GDVV, and just like that, it will be Tundra going the way of GDVV, making it 2-2, man.
2-2 indeed, as look here is now going to look for the ramp onto Jordan to make him a one-shot. He's going to pick him up, and once again today, either team on their map pick getting 0-2, 2-0, whatever you want to call it, not picking up a single round on the map that they wanted to play.
Yeah, and for Group of Speed, there's a lot to think about. In the last one, you could probably say they threw themselves. But on this one, man,
they just got completely out-traded. Like, especially, who was it? Gursky there?
Gursky.
Like, what the hell, man?
I don't know, the first time I saw him was below half HP already.
Like I mean, he took 1 on the cross for getting there from the 3 people that were left on the hill, but after that, he should be kind of safe, no?
Yeah.
Let's see. He bounced 1 shot. That was it. That was it. On the other side, yeah, Lexa got completely collapsed upon. Probably didn't have time to reload within his autoloader there. And
Wait, Sisa penned 4 shots for 2.5. That's a pretty good ratio.
I think he rammed 2 people.
No, he set somebody on fire.
Ah,
no?
yeah, true. Also that. So good stuff, and this means we have a proper match on our hands. 2-2, score all even. We are going to be headed towards the next map, which I can't... I know the tiebreaker was supposed to be Himmelsdorf, but maybe we can pull up the map pick and bans once again to remind us. And yeah, here we go. So it's going to be Ghost Town.
It should be a group map, no?
Should be. I said it earlier today. I am gonna refrain from making any more predictions. Like, if I now say Ghost Town is normally supposed to be a 1-1 split for the defending team respectively, then either it's going to be 2-0 or it's going to be, you know, both attacks going through. So, yeah. Today is a weird day, but an interesting one nonetheless.
3 tiebreakers in a row would be something, though.
Professional content extension. Polizia, though, having dropped down from the other bracket, they're not... I mean, they should be kind of favored, at least in my mind, because they've had longer to sort of learn and get to know the 7v7 format. On the other hand, we saw GDVV with interesting approaches on mines and then, you know, just reverting completely to meta on Tundra. The interesting approach is not really working out. It was interesting to watch, but it didn't net them any success.
You say that, and the next round they're gonna have like 3 Yak Pounders or something. I'd be careful with these kind of comments, man.
For 20 heated.
Yeah, or 3 mouses. 705A, let's go.
That was such a strange meta to play, by the way, when you had like type 5s and mouses, even on Muravanka. That was weird.
Why? It was about your speed.
Yeah, I didn't really like it.
I wouldn't say you're a highly dynamic.
I mean, I was one of those type 5s trying to snipe bad shots on Brock.
Wonder why you were one of the type 5.
Oh, that was always fun when he did like 1400 into a bad shot, though.
Oh, so first he hates it, but now he likes it. Average argument contradicting itself.
All right. It always depends on the situation and the context. And the context for us right now is that we are in round number 5 in between Grupa and GDVB. Grupa, the Polish team, bringing double M454, triple IS4, 1 S-Conk, and the CS63.
GDVB, though, no meme tanks and IS4 and S-Conk, double CS and triple M4, pretty standard.
The thing to highlight, obviously, double medium against 1. So the defending team should have the advantage when it comes to the angles being generated on the outside. A lot of, basically everyone by GDVV, save for 1 IS4, I think, getting sent towards the northern 1 cap, just destroying all of it, or the houses in it, rather, to, not give that opening to Grupa. Grupa seemingly not interested in that.
Well, Miku's position is a disaster. Like, it's actually a disaster.
Yeah, he's on the lower side, yeah.
No, he's dead, dude. He's dead. He's not even on the balcony, by the way. Like, he is dead.
Yeah, this is slightly problematic for Miku
No,
to
it's
put
not
it
slightly
mildly.
problematic, yeah. He's going to die.
I'm trying to sugarcoat it, alright? But now we see the hit squad from GDVV. It's Lokir, Beauty, and Trash Panda. All coming in. Lokir taking one by, I believe, Marcel in the IS4, though. But Miku, as you outlined, is not where he wants to be right now.
He's dead. He's been dead for 30 seconds. It's just the Grim Reaper waiting to happen, man. Refuse all you want. Your fate was sealed at the moment you didn't go on the balcony, but went from the lower side. At least on the balcony, you could live for a while. But I told you. And to return, though, Antonis is gonna die as well, probably. Because he didn't leave the position there, which means he gets pressured from below. He's like getting farmed between Gurski and Sokol now, pushing into the cap and towards Jordan to try and do the maximum he can. Really should have left that position. Loki now coming in to try and help him out.
Sure
just pushing in. They want Alien. Actually, Lexa pushing in as well. They're trying to take an overmatch here. It does exist. Antonis picks up Alien. Now Jordan is in a 1-2-3 way of crossfire on towards him. Loki's still not dead though. Now Gurski pushing in, but Gurski getting fired by Sisa, by Beauty Fruity. Sometimes he just gotta fight it out, like I said in the previous one. Gotta turn into a man, and man handle is what they're doing to group at speed right now as Loki falls, but Gurski goes to the grave in return, and Jordan is not gonna fare much better as Lexa is gonna be picking it up, and Grupa speed, they've gotten taken by speed here by GDVV, who go from 2-0 to match point in, I don't know, this in spectacular fashion. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, Grupa speed on their attack here, completely falling apart, completely falling to pieces. GDVV with all the right answers to the questions asked by the Polish team in purple here. Sokol is just trying to make a run for it now, but you can already see all the tanks in white just following him. They're gonna pick him up, and it's gonna be 3-2 for GDBV, just like that. After mines, I wouldn't have thought this was possible, but I guess sometimes you just have to believe in yourself and just win those rounds, one after the other. 3-2, my goodness. And that was not even close. And yeah, obviously losing Miku like that.
I don't know if Miku made a... If it's intentional for him to go there, it's a real big tactical failure from the beginning of the game.
Against double CS, like...
If you play on the balcony, you can survive for a while.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, so they have time to do something on the cap. Like if he's on the, like, you know how you have the ledge, right? If he's instead of the lower side on top of the ledge, he survives for a while. Now, no.
Yeah, and even like Elian, in my mind, he should have been able to put in more shots. I think he was one of the tanks on the cap. Yes, he did get focused out, but like there are so many tanks driving over the open ground, attacking you, that you should be able to do more damage there. And overall, just good reaction from the defending team here, putting themselves, you said it, onto match point. And like it feels like not too long ago that we were sort of memeing on GDVV for their mines, you know, setups. One of them which actually almost worked with that triple MVY. I think that's the first time even we saw it in WoT7. Like not even talking about playoffs.
Probably the last time also. The first and the last time. I mean, it's like he had winning a tournament.
You know, if you just come in, win one tournament, then you have 100% success.
You guys carried harder than reaction did.
There is no shame in admitting, you know, sometimes you just gotta have friends in the right places.
Average politician. Not even a man of the people, dude.
Huh?
He's so out of touch with his fan base and his supporters. It's insane.
Huh?
Maybe you should get down into the nitty-gritty with me someday, Kihan, huh? And take the direct community feedback.
We're gonna have enough of those possibilities during the global map campaign, I believe.
Oh, man. Spain without the S.
Now, round number 6, I believe. In between GDVV and Grouper Speed, aka formerly known as a Good Night Nomi. Now, GDVV, they are gonna attack on a sort of defense-sided map. Then again, I think after the 5 games we saw now in between both of those, we can just throw all of that out of the window and just enjoy what we're about to spectate, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, today has been a day of opposites, right? So we might have an opposite here as well, again, if it comes down to it. But let's see. And nothing has been decided yet. Could very well be a tiebreaker as well. GDVV. They're back. Double M4, double mouse, an E5, a CS, and a Progetto 65.
On the side of Grouper Speed, we have a singular IS4, a singular CS63, and quintuple Superconk. So concentrated hold down and DPM power on the side of Grouper. And I mean, double medium once again on the side of GDVV. The Progetto getting pushed here. Jordan is gonna get spotted out, so
I mean, if he takes shots here from the guys, they're all aiming. Don't know if they have an angle. Oh, 1, 2.
And that means he's now on a 1 clip for the Progetto.
Yeah, when he reloads.
Oh, the Progetto also getting spotted out in the open. Sizer has to be careful here against Miko, against Marcel. Both of those S-Kongs having shots. I think there was a heat shell connecting 2 shots, but that is still a fairly healthy auto reload, I guess. And
the fire though from Marcel onto the CS that's coming behind Cisa. Jordan still spotted here. Does not want to run away just yet because he has the entire team aiming from GDVV. But if he stays, he's in trouble. If he runs, he's in trouble. Trouble follows Jordan wherever he goes. He's speaking out against the mouse now, trying to nail that shot. Needs to be careful here though, Jordan. He is spotted now.
And he just gave the info of where he is. Yes, the S-Konk in GH1 is also there, but that one's also spotted, so the Progetto knows better.
Can they peek him though?
I don't think they can without taking a humongous amount of damage, so they're not...
What if he goes next to the rock with the Progetto?
Okay, both of them now there. But I think the Progetto has to expose too far, and he cannot, like, YOLO. Like, I don't think he can do that because Miku, Marcel, and also Elian, they would be connecting their shots. Now, look here, even being pushed up. The Ukrainians seeming very
Wait, is the
intent on this
M4 is the
K4
M4
position.
tall enough to potentially hit that?
Possibly. I mean, Beauty Fruity getting pushed up in the mouse means also, like, that is just more angles onto that CS by Jordan, but how much are they going to pay for it? Like, Beauty Fruity already down to 1900 here, and GDVV down 3k HP right now. Look here, taking a big one by Sokol and Elian. Like, yes, they had an interesting and a good opening on the CS, but now I think they're sort of, you know, the CS is keeping both of them hostage in K4. He's not letting them leave.
I think he's keeping all 3 of them hostage right now.
Yeah.
And it does seem to be extremely safe.
So.
Which puts them in a bit of a predicament, though. What do they do?
Yeah, and the thing is, if we take a look at the damage taken, like if Saisa just YOLOs Jordan to get him out of there, I think he doesn't kill him. I think he's dead.
No, he just dies.
Because
I mean, Trash Panda is trying to push up as well, but that's in the mouse against an Eskong.
yeah. And you can already see the trades in the city starting to favor Grouper speed as well. And yeah, I mean, the Eskong, like Grouper speed, they feel so comfortable with the situation right now that they're even sending one Eskong towards A4 because they feel like they don't need it in the south where the majority of the guns of GDVV1 and the majority of playmaking guns as well are concentrated because the mouses, yes, they can, you know, start the march of the elephants and just try to, you know, book it down onto one of the Eskongs, but like they're just gonna get shredded for that.
I mean, ooh, Sokol getting spotted out though.
Yeah.
Pressured back immediately. The CISA has CVS, by the way. I think he's trying to peek the bush to actually spot the guy in the back, but that alone is never going to be enough, though.
I mean, Sokol takes one shot now he knows, and now he's just gonna stay safe. Because, like, you take one shot, that's fine, you know the enemy now has the angle, then you just stay back and don't take damage anymore.
Yeah, you should learn from it.
That you can't play like this.
Yeah, you gotta stay back with the 50Bs.
Exactly. Alright, trades starting to erupt in the city though. Lexa has been pushed up in that E5. He's gonna engage against Twist. Lower alpha, but higher rate of fire.
The Eskong at A4 stops this though.
Yep. Gursky is not gonna let Lexa peek for free here. And also Lexa is peeking into 2 guns. Twist now even able to start peeking against Antonis again, pushing back the M454. And yeah, I think Lexa... Oh, Antona is taking one more shot here. Not sure who that was from, but you can just see the trades everywhere just not going GDVV's favor. And I think they now realize they need to make something happen. The aforementioned March of the Elephants does start. Trash Panda bearing the brunt of the damage on the other side. The YOLO has finally been started by that Progetto, but I think now the double Eskong should be enough to finish it off. As I said, they even had to commit the CS, which now won't be able to leave anymore. And as the dust settles, it is a 1-for-1 trade in guns, but the HP department not looking as good for the attackers.
Yeah, and Anton is even going to take one from the S4 here for stopping. Actually, Twist not connecting, which gives Lexa an opportunity to peek this at the very least and towards the S4. He gives one. Twist now down towards a one-shot, though. Good trades from GDVV. I mean, it's still 2k, Kihan, but they have that CS, though, in J2. Remember what the CS position achieves is crossfire. Lexa seems to be tracked, though, by one of the tanks from Grupa. He does get back around the corner. Now the mouse is pressuring back up again. I wonder if the CS can get some shots from there. I don't think so.
What is keeping Miko from just driving over Antonis? I mean, yeah, Trash Panda will be able to give a shot, but that Eskong reloads so quickly. One good shot into Antonis, and now it's going to be Twist to pick it up. That is one more gun gone for the side of GDVV, who are also trailing by 1k HP. And the mouses, they're starting to run out of steam here, running out of HP. Even Trash Panda down to 408. Marcel, though, crucially is ammo-racked in that Eskong, and might be a 2-shot here as Lexa picks up Miku.
Yeah, but the CS is now crossfiring though from behind. He actually pushed up at the CS to get an angle on towards the backhands there. You can see Vic in that CS actually achieving it as well. Now Twist is the only one left there that can actually do something. The E5, however, is pretty low HP. And I don't think the E5 can win the 1v1 against the Eskunk in the north of Gursky. I mean, I don't think Lexa normally wins this.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. Nope. Maybe if he had more HP.
I mean,
And Loki and Vic are the only ones with HP, which are also coincidentally the 2 tanks on the K line. I mean, Gursky here is gonna nail the shot. Good from him, waiting to actually nail it, but still closer than it could have been, really.
yeah, I mean, 1 minute remaining. Right now, the group R tanks are just, Sokol is gonna die against Vikshare here, but Alien still 2.4k HP, and GDVV1 just not with the HP anymore to win this fight here. Is Beauty Fruity gonna get the ram against Marcel is the question? Nope. Once again, the answer is Trash Panda is gonna get proxied. Marcel is going to turn around. Does he get the roll? Oh, he even does. So yeah, shut down completely. And now only Lokia remaining on 12 HP. I agree with your sentiment. This was closer than it needed to be.
Yeah.
That is, I think, everything that we can say about this round.
Tiebreaker, 3rd match in a row where we're gonna have a tiebreaker coming in for sure. Wonder who has the side advantage on picking.
Probably Grouper because of their Mines attack. That was pretty quick, no?
No,
The Mines attack by Grouper?
it was not that fast. Mind attack from Grupa was with the Ice 4 on the cap, and the rotation towards 1-2, and then the bridge down 1-2. This is not that fast. The Tundra attack might have been faster from GD.
Might be. We'll see. First of all, let's take a look at the damage numbers, though. And yeah, the Progetto getting the initial spots, but overall, I felt like the tank didn't really work out. I felt like a Batchat would have achieved everything the Progetto achieved and more. But yeah, on the other hand, Jordan, I think, was really the MVP of this round, even though he's lowest in damage. Like, the amount of time that he wasted, and more importantly, the way he stayed alive there, stalled GDBV for such a long time that basically he was more than worth, even though he didn't do his own HP in damage.
Yeah, I don't know. It was okay for both teams there. Jordan did indeed do really well surviving. Himmel's tiebreaker.
Grouper is a faster attack win, and they picked Def, by the way. Not that it matters all too much on Himmelsdorf, but still, it's nice to have the timer ticking in your favor. So, yeah, on a not really sided map, if you don't have some attack strategy that you really believe in, and even then it's kind of hard because you never know what the enemy is going to defend with and how. Yeah, I agree with defense. Okay, so third.
I think everything depends on who gets to pick the side here.
Yeah, I said it. Grouper was able to pick Def.
Okay, so they picked Def. I wonder. It's an interesting GD. Will we get GD with mouses, or will we get GD with E100s, or GD with M4s, GD with E5s?
E4s, yeah. I mean, you trade good against E100s with E4s.
Bro, seven American tanks. Octo's wet dream, bro. Think about it. Like 2 E5s, 2 E3s.
I remember like
2 E4s and a Sheridan.
A couple tournaments ago, I think we had 7 French tanks. That was where, Insane had to change pants after, but yeah. I don't get this thing with the with all the American tanks. I feel like the M454 right now is in such a spot where it really, it doesn't eliminate, but it sort of takes the spot of the E4 kinda, because you have that big alpha and you can actually push. You have the HP and you have the frontal armor to just engage enemies with. So yeah. Anyway, it's gonna remain a mystery until we actually see the setups, because I feel with GDVV you can never be quite sure what they bring.
Yeah,
until
you never know what you're gonna get. It's like you open Pandora's box and you're like, oh look, a surprise.
Never know if it's a good surprise or not. It's like
I would compare that to Kihan's gameplay in campaign, actually. It is a surprise. Good and bad.
even to myself sometimes, you know.
No, mainly to yourself, I think. Especially when you do well. Kihan's like that proud kid. Like, you gotta imagine that I'm his father, and Kihan's like that proud kid who's like, look how well I played. Look how well I did.
Look, I actually played well.
I did 6k damage stacking.
All right, I'm never gonna say that. Only if I do 7k. There we go.
I totally see you do this though, 100%.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just also have to spotlight yourself.
Okay. Yeah, well.
Anyway, the prediction.
Bro, honestly, I'm gonna say it, right? I predicted 4-3, man.
Yep. Yep.
Me and Octo are just like, I mean,
insane also for 3, just for group buy, you know? We're just
but
split
wrong-
right down
wrong-
the middle if you think about it.
wrong is wrong, Ducky. Don't forget that, yeah?
I mean, if Grouper wins now, then at least I predicted the right team. But we are not there yet. But I think the lineups we're going to actually see pretty soon, as we already have the intro video with the AMD assets. Thanks a lot, AMD, once again, for being awesome. But yeah, let's take a look at the lineups, I guess, to find out what we're in for. And yeah, Grouper Speed gonna defend with double M454, 1E100, double IS4, 1277, and Sokol bringing the good old S-Conk.
So go bring in the good old S-Gong. Indeed. Then they're going to be facing off against double 277 and IS4, triple M4 in the CS. Now, I think the 277s are kind of light, but all in all, not a bad lineup.
No, overall pretty standard. The 277s giving a bit more rotational potential to GDVV. Especially if you're like in the lower streets, you don't have to drive up some hill. Then you're going to be way faster than the IS4s or M4s or even E100s that Grouper Speed has here. Vixer and Sisa getting sent towards the lower side. Actually not a single tank by GDVV on the hill. Anton is getting spotted in that 8 line here. And I think that's half a recycle, but also half a mind game from Grouper Speed. We're switching it up, not really going to the 1-2 line with the almost same setup that they had before. Instead, forming a trap in the 8 line, getting ready to overpush the 8 line, and they have a lot of information. Yes, Twist is taking some damage here, but is it gonna matter in the overall, like, grand scheme?
They're all spotted. They're all spotted.
Antonis needs to run now.
Yeah, I mean, Antonis trying to go back, but he's gonna get just back inside the courtyard, not really further than this, gonna be stuck there on that corner at this moment in time, as now Grouper Speed is not really going to be left with a choice, because they're soon going to realize their IS4 is going to get flanked. Now, what this means is that there'll have to be a reaction, and now Jordan's going to be leading the charge. Antonis takes a big one there, not retaliating. Beauty Fruity now coming as well. In the meantime, we can see that the IS4 from Twist is starting to dwindle down, starting to die. Now Jordan, Sokol pushing up, Antonis is falling. Twist in return is going to fall as well. But so far, so good for Grouper Speed. They have pulled a big number here on GDVV, who are down and trailing by about 3,000 HP in this moment in time, and Twist is surviving much longer than anybody would say he would. And Beauty Fruity and GGVV himself pushing up here, they gotta be careful. There's an overwhelming number of tanks from the side of Grouper Speed. Jordan takes a big one behind it as well, gets set on fire to lower his HP. 2k lead still for Grouper Speed, and now they have the angles on Beauty Fruity to push him back into the window, though, Kihan, and it's not looking that good for this team.
Yeah, GDVV now trailing by 2k HP, as they seem to have the overmatch regarding guns just about everywhere. Good trades back by the IS4, though. That is sort of being relegated to staying in that position where he can't really get out of. Sisa trying to make a play onto Elian. He does connect his shot. Marcel not really able to give one. Instead, it's going to be Miku with a big one into the side of Sisa. Elian having to make a run for it now, as GG with another good shot, but dropping down towards a one shot. Lexa not really able to have a say in these matters. Now look here, peeking from the side onto Gurskui. This is all over the place, but Grouper right now with the higher HP, with the better amount of guns. 6 versus 5 here right now. GDVV, they've got their work cut out for them. Vixer is now going to engage against Elian. He is going to put a big one in, but Marcel with that kind of HP, he can just make the cross and force Vixer to stop that engagement. Just dead in its tracks. Oh, miss by Gurski onto Vixer though.
Yeah, missed by Gursky onto Victor, who's going to survive. Now Loki is going to use this timing to actually peek Gursky. Cross back over as well. Loki is going to survive. Beauty 3D now picking out against Jordan. If he makes the kill here onto that one-shot IS-4, he does actually pick it up. It's a 5v4 now. Sokol still with 474 HP. However, 474 HP is a one-shot to the AMX M4. If he peeks out, Lexa is going to be bouncing it actually. Sokol survives on a slither of HP, but Sisa from the back lines shuts it down. Beauty now driving down on towards Miku, but the HP for GDVV is so low at this moment in time.
Yeah, the HP really, really bad currently for GDVV, especially considering Lexa is on 451 and Lokir is on 126. Those are both one-shots for every single tank remaining on the Grouper lineup. Even Sisa has to be careful because Marcel is now starting to push up. Taking a hit by Lexa is now also going to take one by Sisa here. So the HP starting to not even out, but they're edging ever closer together. Lokir on the big rotation, but Lexa getting picked up by Miku is huge at this point in time.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened there, that he got picked up Lexa. I think he was watching towards Marcel and Miku just with the superior peak. Now Marcel pushing up and that E100 is going to be picking up Sisa. He should not miss in this. I don't think Marcel ever misses this a day in his life. Maybe today is that day though, but I wouldn't be surprised. Sisa there does not connect. Marcel low rolling though. Ilian actually missing the shot, so Sisa is going to survive for a little bit longer. But he's getting absolutely manhandled by this C100. Cannot get past him, Marcel. Just an unmovable fortress. He cannot go past him, rams him to death without intention. Beauty Fury now against Miku as well. And at the end of the day, it's going to be Grupa Speed that is actually going to be winning this match as Marcel closes it out in a tiebreaker for the third match in a row, which also means that we'll have to say goodbye to GDVV. But what a remontada that they made. Sadly, this one fallen just short.
Yeah, Grupa Speed by the nick of time able to pull it over that finish line with their defense on Himmelsdorf. And you really thought, like, those trades in the 8 line, they were, you really thought they were going better for Grupa Speed, but in the end I think it was the time that it took for GDVV to take out that IS-4, right?
Forever.
He was alive for such a long time. I think the only tank that was really able to deal punishment onto him was the CS actually, and that's probably why it took so long. And yeah, in the end, the higher amount of HP, and that also that the E100 was at the end, he had so much HP, he could just go somewhere. Yeah, I take a shot on the cross, I don't care, I'm just going to eliminate gun after gun and after gun. And you also have to mention that crucial kill by Miku. When it was almost all over, he basically sealed the deal with a kill shot onto one of the GDVV players. So Grupa Speed able to stay alive in the tournament, playing a grand total of 14 games today.
Yeah. That's a lot of games, but you know, they made it through. That's all that matters.
Exactly. And I think this, in turn, then, was, for the moment, quite enough from the two of us. Let's see what the analysts have to say about this.
Thanks a lot, guys, and that's it for the third match of the day. And once again, Octo, a tiebreaker, and this time Grupa Speed taking the victory 4-3 over GDV1, the Ukrainian team. That was a close match.
Yeah, they definitely made it interesting. The MVY picks providing Kehan with a hilarious joke in the beginning of that. But Grupa's going to move on, and GDV's out, sadly. Hopefully we'll see them next time. So then the Postro and Phoenix, winner of that, will play Grupa tomorrow. And Haloaniti and Opor will also be tomorrow.
So yeah, like you mentioned, we will have winners and losers bracket, a match to start tomorrow. But before that, we have to cover the final match of the day to know who Grupa is going to be facing in the match number 6 second match of tomorrow. Postro versus Phoenix. Phoenix, they were third in their group, the only international team we have in this tournament. They have players that are not possibly the strongest, but they have always kind of made it into that stage of the tournament, and they always had IDs to play.
Yeah, and they're the last remaining non-Polish team, right? So gotta represent.
All right. That being said, I think the replays of the past match are going to be ready shortly. We have the first map, which was Mines, and like you mentioned, we had a pretty interesting lineup from the side of GD VV1 triple M5Y.
Yeah, I guess they chose it because it got there before the M4s could bleed them in the middle. But besides that, it doesn't really do much else. I think they were using the small gun for the DPM, but it doesn't trade well. It's like, do you know the Alpha?
I mean, it's if you have the small gun, it's 360. Otherwise, it's 400.
So yeah, 360 versus
estimate.
560 on the M4s. It's really hard. And then they're trying to reset here, and the TVP is hiding behind a dead mouse. They wasted an entire tank. Here comes a desperate attempt, and doesn't really work out there. But you know, it happens to us all.
Yeah, well, good stuff from Antonis to just bring entertainment for the stream with his diving there. That's not the swimming pool, but that's fine. And next up, we had the group of speed in the attack, and they actually proposed something interesting because the way they pushed, I mean, they didn't avoid the shots from the E4s. Both E4 got a shot out, but then they made it all the way to the one line and then forced GD VV1 for a reaction. As you can see, the push, you'll see the double miss from the E4, just a critical hit on 277 side. Good stuff then from Group A with this push, making it, winning the 1-2 lines and then holding strong on the middle.
Yeah, bringing an E4 kind of makes it hard to hold on mines just because after a crossing or whatever, it doesn't really add much to the gameplay. So having two of them makes it really difficult, especially when both of them miss. But it also was smart. They noticed the IS-7 and the E5 were focused on the IS-4 in the cap circle, so they were able to take less bleed potentially crossing the two line there.
Next up, we had Tundra group speed with the 2-0 lead, this time on the attack, GD VV1 on the defense. And you could see that Jordan managed to get a pretty forward position for free.
Yeah, once you get in here, you can pretty much take the whole map away from the defense because you can shoot into A3, you can shoot into C3 if the guy messes up. It sort of forces the defense to repush into this, but yeah. The E5 is a little too far up, so he's going to get picked here, but there was a minnow 1v1 in the middle there, D5. Yeah. I didn't notice that before. But yeah, then they're going to have to cap if they want to win this. It's very close, so it's very interesting. I don't know why it came down to this, but
I mean, it was a very close round, and you could see from the side of Gupa Speed the Escon closing up at the G line, which was probably a mistake. And at the end, even though GDVV had only like 1 shot or 2 shots, they had all of those guns alive with the 560 Alpha on the AMX. That made the difference, but you could see at the end, the last pick from Sokol, it was 1 shot against 1 shot.
Yeah. And a Miss Minnow shot that round, actually lost them that game.
Possibly.
But, so yeah, you have the IS-7s going up into the F line again. The same thing as the other attack just did. They're going to go and try to kill this VZ while the Bad Chat, the UDES is going to go and try and shoot these IS-7s, so the Bad Chat's waiting for the UDES. Whatever tank is in the K line, he wants to bleed him in return. The Minnow is just playing against the M4 in the center, but they're going to pick up this VZ pretty much for free, and Twist here making a mistake and clipped out by the Batchat.
I think that the Minnow also made a mistake there to close up and allow the tanks from Grupa Speed to pick him up. And afterwards, the UDES, he took initially 2 shots from the Batchat. He was then chased. He got killed, he tried to run away, so he didn't make any damage. That opened the opportunity to GDVV to just trigger the cap, forcing the tanks from Grupa Speed to come back over the one line, but you could see the pressure forced them out. Then they just had to pick and take the kills, so good stuff, taking the victory in the second Tundra round. And then starting on Ghost Town, this opening from Grupa Speed, Daki mentioned it. Huge mistake from the side of Miku, actually going for the outside, but not on the upper position.
Yeah, normally it's probably a color mistake not telling him to go up high, because if he plays up high, normally he'll be a lot more safe than that. Especially against double CS, I don't know why they risked that. But here they're gonna and Antonis, I don't know how to
Yeah,
pronounce that.
Antonis, yeah.
He didn't move early on, so the SCON got around him, so he was forced to push onto the cap circle, and because of that, his team followed him on, and they ended up winning though with the brawl. So I guess it didn't matter because they got the M4 out so early with almost no bleed. So
I think what
I
happened
don't know.
is Grupa, they tried to compensate the fact that those tanks from GDVV were out of post to trigger the cap straight, but you could see the reaction. Like they just followed Antonis. Antonis was the first one. Maybe it was even like a bit early to enter the cap where he did to just shoot those tanks. He had his teammate that followed him, but just like this tank advantage that they had early, that helped so much that it didn't matter. They just took that overmatch, they got the kills, and they won their defense. But next up on the attack, that was very awkward because you had all of those three tanks kind of locked into this position without the possibility to do much because that's CS at the raid line over K3. He's being covered by double, triple S-Kong, and he forced GDVV to actually go for a push with the mouse combined with the K-line push, and they did not trade well for it.
And they're watching too many NA replays with the Progetto pick, but didn't work out this time. I guess it's not the same. But yeah, the mice are not able to really push into this. As the SCON can play hold down there, Miku can side scrape. I don't really know why he's poking like that, but doesn't really matter. The CS and J2 should die here to the S-Conks, and yeah, it's pretty much just over. I don't know why they committed 3 tanks up into K4 and pretty much just decided to sit there for the whole game. I think it would have been much better just to use that M4 for something else, but hindsight. So
yeah, it was definitely not needed there. And the final round, the tiebreaker on Himmelsdorf, we had GDVV actually committing on the banana with Antonis, and he got caught. In return, they actually managed to get the kill on the IS4, so it's kind of a 1-for-1 trade. But position-wise, you could see the CS from Vic very committed here, and you have to keep in mind that Grupa is on the defense, GDVV on the attack, and the way they are splitted, it actually allows Grupa to keep going aggressive over the banana.
yeah, because they took so long killing that IS4, they didn't bleed them crossing the 8 line very much. And also another thing, the heavies in the the G line survived for so long because Grupa didn't take the windows and just bleed them for it. So I didn't really understand that play, and they made it way closer than they really needed to. But yeah, with the E100 here in the end, he has all the HP, so it's pretty much just over unless they have a miracle, Amarek or Fire or something. That 277 can't leave. The 2500 HP E100s trolls this 277 essentially.
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward to play then from the side of Grupa Speed. They were on the defense and they were wanting down, but they didn't actually wait. They managed to get the kill, I think, on Lakeside in the window, which was really good because then they could just push up the 800 over the tree line, get the kill on 277, catch the IS4, and to finish low gear in the AMX. They were on defense, they had double the HP, they were wanting down, but they had a great position to hold on. So good stuff and good win from the side of Grupa Speed, moving into the next round of the losers bracket, and they're going to be facing either post-draw, either Phoenix, which is the next and the final match of the day. So the question is the following one: are we gonna have 4 Polish teams facing each other tomorrow? We're gonna have to see if Phoenix can take the victory and keep hopes for having a European / international team alive in the tournament.
Let's go, Frugo.
And Octo, to introduce that final match of the day, once again, it's going to be the time for our casters to say what they have to say. We want to hear that. So let's get back to the casting desk.
Hello there and welcome back one last time today during the AMD WoT7 number 9 tournament, and we are going to be casting now the last match of the day, which is going to be a team that we haven't seen so far. It is an international team under their captain Atiquel from the Quell family, and he's going to have some very international backup for his team, and they're going to be battling it out with the Bananas. Once again, Pozdro Pochvic. We saw them lose earlier today in tiebreaker, so they're going to be hungry for revenge. They don't want to drop out of this tournament, basically losing 2 matches in a row. So high stakes for either team, as this is the lower bracket. Losing here would mean, yeah, tournament elimination.
Yeah, lower bracket, no second chances for Phoenix, but that is also because they just didn't perform that well in the group stage. Interesting lineup there for that team. International one coming in. We saw Poster already. They had a good showing, I think, against the Poor, but some things just not going their way.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, if you go to tiebreaker, it is sort of anyone's match in a best of 5, because you've both played on a map that you picked, then you've played on the 3rd map even, and you had to go to overtime. Cliff, once again, not being picked here, instead immediately burned by Pozdro. Then Ghost Town, kind of understandable by Phoenix, not really wanting to play Ghost Town against Pozdro. Prokhorovka then being picked up, so first time today we're gonna see that. Mines to follow it up. Steps being taken out, then Muravanka possibly for map 3, and tiebreaker being played on Tundra if it comes to it.
Proco, haven't seen it yet today, so that's an interesting one. Mayans is always an interesting one in terms of how the teams play it, and especially if it's GDVV apparently. And Moro, tiebreaker Tundra, good set of maps. I'm most curious what Proco will bring. Because there's a lot of styles that work on Proco, and a lot of plays that work.
Yeah, especially considering that the post-row guys are basically Invil players, and we all know how Invil, also in 15v15, likes to play Proco. They sometimes ditch the lights completely. That isn't as possible in 7v7, because you just cannot pick like 15 tanks and just go full-out combat, all aggression. Instead, most of the time you're better off picking like a T100 to just generate that passive map control by having that light tank, and even better, if the enemy team doesn't have one, then, well, 1-2 line is yours.
Yeah, exactly. So, caster predictions. Octo, bro, that is Frugal bias, man. Frugal bias.
I mean, yeah.
He's not from NA, bro. He doesn't know your name. But yeah, then Kihan and Insane going for 4-2 for Pozdro, and me myself for 4-1 for Pozdro.
All right, so yeah, something playing into Octo's predictions here. Maybe he does. Maybe he just knows something we don't. Oh.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. You're looking for too far.
Or maybe the other way around. Maybe he's missing something that we know. Anyway, Phoenix coming in, triple IS7, double S-Conk, 1CS, T100.
Pozdro in return, double 277, double IS7, an S-Conk, a CS, and the T100 as well.
So basically, yeah, I mean, an IS7 and an S-Conk being traded for double 277, but almost the same. We can agree on that one. And now it remains to be seen who's actually going to be attacking on this one. Because, well, what lineup would you consider to... Okay, Pozdro going to be attacking with double 277. I guess that's a bit better for pushing because you're slightly faster. Double S-Conk is better for holding, obviously, on the defensive side. Slight HP advantage for Phoenix to start it off, but to be honest, not really anything to write home about. Kono and Itox exchanging spots. Horse taking one by the T100, so good stuff by Kono at the beginning of the game, and immediately Kono there with all the information he could ever want. Like, he just knows now that there is no one east.
I love this on Pozdro.
That is...
I love this. It's so fast, so aggressive, and catching Phoenix, still pushing down 1-2 with the triple IS7. Ideally, the camp gets started immediately here by 1 or 2 tanks, and then it's going to be S-Kunk's having to retake while the I7s are still pushing down 1-2. Yeah, the S-Kunk is spotted from Fed in 1-2, but he should be doing at least 1-2k damage, and the cap will not be slowing down here.
No, the cap is not going to slow. Instead, it might pick up the pace if the second 277 actually joins, but it seems to have gone to A6, so kind of slow cap here. But Frugo taking a truck ton of damage there in the 1-2 line. The S-Kong really putting on the hurt, and you can see he hasn't even taken any damage yet. The I7s just need to cross so much open ground until they're there. He's just able to put in so many shots. Finally, they have reached him, and he's obviously going to focus on the lower HP enemy. That is the correct play to do. He's never expected to survive, but yeah, cap 20 seconds almost remaining.
Yeah, cap 20 seconds remaining, and White is just not making this whatsoever. Conrad has decided that he's trading it out in the middle, which I actually respect, because otherwise he would be going down and not doing really anything anyway. So he's just like, I'm gonna do my damage while I can. If I die, I die. Fed actually kills Frugo as well. Conrad falls to iTalk. Attila picks up Fed, but the cap's over. The game's over. It's Pozdro picks it up. It's spectacular. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So we already know if it comes to tiebreaker who's taking that. Impressive stuff from Pozdro. Very fast, very aggressive, reading Phoenix like a book, really, and having all the positions to deal with this. The Eskunk in K1 taking 2 IS7s, even killing one. I mean, it's an Eskunk, bro. It's yeah, well, it's an Eskunk. He has like 200, 300 meters where he's just shooting you the whole time. Conrad deciding to, in the middle, be a chat and be like, okay, man, for me with your T100, it takes you a minute to kill me. I'm just going to shoot the Eskunks and the CS for a while. They also pushed the CS into A6 immediately as well to prevent an S. It was great. It was actually great.
Yeah, well executed attack by the team of Pozdra, and you can see, like, Tim Fed, yeah, he did go down, but at what cost? 4.4k damage we'll see over here. Yeah, sort of a weird game for the Phoenix players to play, but then again, that was well done, well executed by Pozdro. Kind of a rough time to start into this match here for the international team. Yeah, and I mean, almost perfect, 11-10-10, maybe one blind shot in there. Timfed just doing exactly what he was supposed to. Conrad, the same thing. I mean, 2.6k damage there. And as you said, as you pointed out, he doesn't really care if he gets farmed into the back, if he, at the same time, is taking up the T100's time and also dealing damage on the tanks that could actually drive towards the cap. Because, well, that's what won them the game, the cap going through, and no one from Phoenix even being close to there. The only tank that was trying to decap was the Eskong that just got picked up in the middle of nowhere, like in one of those ditches west of the rails, and yeah, well played to Postro. I mean,
really good start from Postro.
There is not much more to say. Then again, you said that they read them, sort of, because the triple IS7 was pushing down.
No, they definitely read them.
Yeah, and as soon as that happened, that was basically lost by opening for the side of Phoenix, or rather won by strategy for Postro, if you're so inclined.
Yeah, I mean, it was just good. It was just good. I mean, it was a good round from Postro, man. It's just a good read. I think Phoenix lost completely on opening. It was over. So it was over from the first 10 seconds of the game. Like,
as soon as they decide to go where they go, and Postro opens like they do, it's done. Like,
yeah, there's so many things there. Like I said, Eskunk in K1, right? You have to take 2 tanks to push him. Normally you take the T100 as well to just kill him as quickly as possible. But this time around, the T100 is farming Conrad, because Conrad is just sitting in the middle and he does not care. He's shooting the CS, he's shooting the Eskunk, the other Eskunk. They want to go reset, Conrad is going to shoot him. And the only one that can shoot him really was the T100. Then on top of that, you have the CS that committed into A6, right? You have the CS committed into A6, which shoots you every single step of the way. As soon as you leave the ditch until you get to the rails to actually reset, he's shooting you. And you have the 277 there also on the rail that is also shooting you. There's zero way back into the cap. And, you know, if you have to use 2 tanks to kill a Conqueror,
yeah,
in
and
K1,
one of them dies even, and
one of them dies even.
He bled the other one, like he did.
And the T100 is also stuck, shooting a I7. So you have 3 tanks stuck, killing 2. It is no way back. This was a good round from Postro. It's a bit risky, of course, but you know.
I mean, sometimes it does pay off. Now sides are going to be swapped. It's going to be Postro on the defense, but looking how comfortable they seem just taking an aggressive stance. Maybe they're not even going to play some kind of passive defense, or they're just going to, you know, completely switch it up and pose different kind of challenges towards the Phoenix players. It is going to get answered rather soonish. Map video suggesting that we're going to get gameplay soon, but man, after the first round, to be honest, if you get stomped that hard, because I think that's what just happened in the first round, I don't think that even like takes a toll on you mentally as a player, because like you're like, yeah, we lost an opening, there was nothing we could have done. I mean, just go next. What are you supposed to do?
Nothing.
Because if you lose like on RNG, or if you lose like on...
No, I know, but this was just a clean round.
Yeah.
It's like a clear-cut round, 100%.
I don't think it's gonna... Yeah. Anyway, Phoenix, I7, 22771, S-Kong, CS.
Polestar då, 4 S-Kongs, a T100, a CS, and a 277. That is a lot of hold on.
That is a lot of hold-down tanks. The thing to keep in mind, though, is Pozdro has a light tank, while Phoenix does not. So Phoenix, obviously, more combat guns in the game in that regard. But Pozdro is going to get the spotting advantage. That being said, the CSs are pretty good at denying the middle runs, because they're also so fast. But most of the time, they're not even being sent there, because after like trying to deny the T100 in middle, what do you do? Instead... what year is it? Is it Kazna playing?
Oh my god, the full team 2-1-2. The issue here, there's a big issue, by the way.
Yeah, it's called
CS?
Kono.
Yeah, no, the CS from E6 spots the rails.
Oh, he sees them already.
So CS from E6 spots the rails, right? The rails crossing, and he didn't see anything crossing. And Kono spotted everything in the middle, saw nothing. Bro, this is...
Choo-choo does the train.
Man, I don't want to be negative Nancy.
What is the opposite of negative Nancy? Positive Peter?
Positive Andy.
Okay. I thought it was...
Wait, they're turning! They're turning! They're going the other way! Okay, I like it actually. Not sticking to their guns and moving. Maybe the dumpster onto the middle would be...
I mean, they would get 2 guns immediately if they do it. Frugo taking one, putting one into Orzek, and that is a lot of guns that are actually trained onto the tanks by Postro. The collapse starting to happen. 7 combat guns here onto Orzek and Timfet. The focus fire not quite there yet. Orzek getting rammed by Frugo, and now only Timfet remaining there, but it's Postro in turn laying down the law onto the players by Phoenix that have pushed onto the double tank by Postro.
Yeah, but those tanks from Pozdro are doing a lot of damage, though. They're gonna pick up Frugo as well, and Lip in return in that Conk 1.5, taking T100 of Kono behind him as well. He's gonna have a rough game there for the rest of this time. Now the CSs are trying to counter Kubash and Conrad, but Magic and White Rock don't really have a choice but to continue pushing on towards Profuse. But Profuse is supported by another S-Kong from A2. Frugo now falling, and White Rock and Magic don't really have a choice anymore on what to do, but they also don't have an S-Kong in support, because Kono is holding down the fort there against Lip in the S-Kong, and Profuse even doing a good number in blocking. It did look like something there for the side of Phoenix, but as the dust settles, there's a massive lead for Postro, like insane lead actually.
Yeah, I mean, the full HP light tank, even if the HP were kind of close, a full HP light tank is just such a valuable asset to have in the late game on Prokhorovka. But it's not even gonna get close. I mean, yeah,
from
Conrad is gonna get set on fire. Not that it really matters.
No, he said I took some fire to kill him.
Yeah, but like it's 3v3 still, but Jose
and
still
Kono killed Lip.
And Kono, yeah, starting to finish off his side of the map. Kubash, possible one-shot onto White Rock here, 407. That's not too much of a high roll. Horse is now going to get pulled because they know the time's ticking. Kono is coming from the sidelines. It's going to be Horse driving in there. Oh, trading it out better than I initially anticipated. Now getting tracked off. The collapse is coming. And, yeah, they're going to get eye for an eye as they ram each other to death.
Think, Key, with me. Do you think it would have been better if the S-Kong just kept driving to go to F7 instead of peeking the middle? One. And do you think it would have been better if they did a death ball instead of the CSs crossing over the rail and just kept going? overrun the first S-Gong, overrun the second S-Gong, push onto the A6 S-Gong.
To be honest, there is so much open ground that they have to clear.
Bro, but there's so much open ground for the IS-7s anyway. Like, if the IS-7s are getting shot at or the CSs at that point, it doesn't matter, no?
Yeah. Maybe...
You're getting shot at by the tank no matter what.
Yeah.
I think if the CSs just keep going with the IS-7s, they kill the Kongs, right? And then they can potentially dead ball over the Profuse Kong and then continue over the rails again. Would it work? God knows, but...
Yeah, I think as soon as the T100 saw them all, the jig was kind of up, and they were committed, even though they hadn't really left the red line yet. And yeah. I mean, in the end, there's two sides to it. Also well played to the Postro guys for just reacting perfectly. Even though it was a 7 versus 5 scoreline at the end, it was, I don't think, close. So, gotta give credit where credit's due. Postro 2-0 up against Phoenix, deservedly so. 2 quick rounds where the Polish team seemed firmly in control. Now, however, we are switching maps. We're headed to Mines, and this one is actually Phoenix's map pick now.
Yeah, Phoenix's map pick being Mines, but so far I think Postro is not looking too shaken from their earlier defeat. Let's put it that way.
No. They rather look motivated by it, if anything.
Yeah, I think they were just came out really strong into their first round. The second round, they also just did. It wasn't the most impressive thing they ever did, but it was still solid, right? And they started off like that, and that makes me worried for Mines.
We'll have to see. Magic, one of the Phoenix players, has actually written extensive Discord DMs as to how he thinks or wants to actually play Mines. Like, he has a lot of it planned out. We are gonna.
Bro, plans are one thing, man.
Yeah, like the
plan. In my plans, I win every round.
Yeah, yeah, but the plans only last until the first contact with your opponent. That's how it is. Because then you need to react, and if you didn't plan for an occurrence, if you didn't plan for the triple yo, then you know, sometimes you tend to get surprised, even positively in case of the triple yo.
Oh. Key hand and the Yom. And I was thinking back to what you said, man. It's awful. Actually awful. I would like to extend an apology to the entire audience that you sometimes have to listen to Key hand's jokes.
I'm not going to apologize.
Yeah, of course he's not. But, he works for White Gaming. They never apologize for anything.
I apologize for the mistakes that I do, but that was entirely intentional.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I apologize for the mistakes that I do. However, I just don't make mistakes.
Oh, no one's perfect.
Yeah, but you're pretty close to it.
Aw, what's the catch here?
There's no catch, dude. See, I'm just going to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, this time.
You never know what's coming next.
Nope.
Are you worried now?
Yeah, actually.
Don't worry, there's nothing coming. Let's focus on Mineski, and it's okay. You have time to recover.
We'll have to see if Phoenix also recovers, because right now being down 2-0 and not really looking good on Prokhorovka looked kind of harsh, not gonna lie. Phoenix now coming into this one with quadruple IS-7, 1 S-Conk, double CS.
In Pothro, double M4, double I7, a mouse, and double CS.
All right.
Phoenix lineup screams attack, right?
Yes, it should normally, because on attack, why would you take the mouse? Like maybe make a shield, but
for a TVP perhaps. Ever seen a shield for a TVP on the cap #1?
I seem to recall something happening earlier today.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Alright, Itox and Horse in their CSs are going to make it up. Profu's not going to be able to put a shot in there. And already, something that we saw in group stage, Phoenix is going to divert a lot of heavy tanks. This time, though, not towards the 9 line, which Postro might be expecting. Instead, they're sending them on towards the 1-2 line. Phoenix and Pozdro on the hill exchanging proxy spots with the mouse and the CS. And yeah, Magic is gonna go, the full rotation gonna go on towards the one line where we see Conrad is gonna be waiting for him.
I can see Conrad here even using the speed governor, him and Frugo spotting each other out. So they have an I7 established on 1-2. Of course, an I7 is a lot harder to deal with than a CS, right? Because the health pool, chance of bouncing.
And it actually has the turret with which it can continuously spot you out. Conrad taking the bush on the lower side once again, though. So trying to see if there is more commitment by the I7. There was a time window during which the Phoenix players could have crossed and not be spotted. But that time window seems to now have passed.
Yeah, but it should be pretty easy to figure out that Conrad is here, though.
Oh, Kono's position. Is Postro actually expecting like an 8-line rush with the IS-7s to then have Kono in crossfire?
It's like I7's pushing 8 lines, CS is pushing past. This has happened before.
Okay, Artiquel and Frugo both joining up with Lip now. If they go completely like at the stones, do they...
No, I think they're gonna blind fire it, dude.
Ooh.
We should see from their first person to really know.
Yeah, maybe
what they're aiming at.
Maybe we'll get a first person onto Frugo, but I don't think, like, Artiquel and Lip, they are not really aiming here. And, yeah.
No, they stopped, because Conrad got spotted. I think they were aiming, and then they stopped.
Yep. So now triple IS-7, I mean, that's good for Phoenix in the sense that their IS-7 rotation is not gonna get, like, revealed. Then again, we don't know yet if it's good for them in the way that this is probably going to drive them to push the 1-2 line. Like, this is what they're for.
Okay, what shoots 1-2? Mouse, maybe. I7, yes. Perfus. Conrad, yes. Kubash, yes. Fed, yes. And Yosi might have time to do a shot.
Yeah. I mean, depending on how soon Conrad spots them. Also, I think Conrad could just, you know, fall back and then drive towards the, like, 2 line.
He can't. Because the CS is coming for that exact purpose.
Okay.
You always put somebody to counter the 2 line for that exact reason.
Well, Magic and Conrad exchanging spots. This in turn means that the triple IS-7 that Phoenix has to boot. Oh, the CS63 on the lower side already got spotted. Not exactly sure by whom, but he's going to take a shot by Kubash. And now also the IS-7s are spotted. That is very, very early. And you can see the damage that is raining down into Lip, down to 439 with his IS-7. That's a one-shot for Conrad, possibly. Conrad staying alive, doing a good job, even killing Lip here.
Yeah, now Kono crossing over to help out Kubash. Conrad still surviving. The CS is crossing. They want to take that 2v2 there. Now the hill repush coming as well, though. Perfus, Orchek, Yosi moving their way towards the hill. Itox is not able to kill Conrad right now, and he's going to need some help then of Magic probably to kill this I7. But the hill repush is going to hurt here for the side of Phoenix, as there is so much HP still for the boys of Pozdro to actually push that. Now Magic pushing into Conrad is the correct play. Frugo needs to be careful not to die in return. Horse and White Rock, I mean, Horse is probably going to bail off the hill, but I don't think White Rock can make it off of that position without dying, and Horse is going to be fine. White Rock is going to try probably. I would guess he's going to try to drop off. Does he die for this? No. Actually only takes a little amount of damage, but in the meantime though, Kono killed Attila. I mean, Frugo went for, I don't know what he went for. Like,
yeah,
he went on a scenic route throughout the map, and it's 6,000 difference.
I mean, 6,000 different. Magic doesn't seem to have a repair kit anymore to take back his ammo rack down to 98. Kono still unscathed, still full HP basically here. He's gonna pick up Magic, and now only Frugo remaining. This attack here by Phoenix is just completely falling to pieces. You can see Yosi going down, out to aim, but he does connect his shot. Takes a huge amount of damage, but at this point in the game, it doesn't even matter anymore. The mouse thinking about dropping down as well.
Do it, Orchek. Do it, Orchek. Aww. Drive off the hill anyways, Orchek.
Yeah,
come on.
do it or kick. Oh,
Huh?
he's no.
Do it or Kihan removes your account.
Oh? No, I would never. I would never. Anyway, Postro with a very, very solid defense, with good answers towards the mines attack by Phoenix here. That basically was over before it started, because the amount of punishment dealt onto those crossing IS-7s. It was brutal. It was
Good shooting.
Yeah,
Really
good
good shooting.
shooting is, I guess, the most positive thing we could say about it, because yeah, that was hard to watch.
It's painful.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like I need somebody to talk to after this.
And just like that, after 3 matches in which basically we went to tiebreaker, now for the first time today, we are looking at the possibility of a clean sweep, because Pozdro 3, Phoenix 0 means we're looking at match point. Phoenix, however, now they are going to be defending on mines. So at least they got that going.
Looking at the positive side, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, whatever positive side there is left, because so far, like, I don't want to trash talk the guys from Phoenix, but like, Pozdro has seemed like the better team with a better plan by far in the 3 rounds that we have seen.
Yeah, Postro is just playing really, really, really well right now.
Yep. I mean, there's nothing really, like, normally there's always something to criticize even if someone wins a round. Honestly, I think the reactions were just perfect by Pozdro here. Like, there is nothing bad to say, which is a scary prospect if you're the team playing against them, really. Because in the end, World of Tanks is a game of mistakes and exploiting those mistakes that the enemy makes. And if your enemy...
In 10 years at Dietkiha, that's gonna be my quote, dude. World of Tanks was a game, it was a mistake.
Okay, now you're actually just taking my
They're
words
gonna
and turning
be
them
like, where
against
did you go wrong? Well, listen, when I was a young boy, easily influenced, my friend sent me this Tanks game. He quit after 100 battles and I never got out.
That's not what I meant at all.
Yeah, sure, man. Who's your oh yeah, Eek is your direct boss. I'm gonna send it to him, this clip. Hope he's watching.
Yeah, he actually
is a
is
game of mistakes.
Okay, bro.
E2023 World of Tanks is a game of mistakes.
And exploiting you're literally just taking the part of the sentence that makes sense for you. You're taking it out of context.
I think that everybody understands what that part of the sentence
bro.
means, bro. I mean, you said it, not me.
But you didn't even take the second part of the sentence that would give the context to what I was trying to express here.
I think the first part gives all the context.
I feel misunderstood here. I just have to put it out there.
I am glad you're finally showing your true self.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, I think we're about to head into what might be the last game of the day here. Phoenix now on their defense. They have their work cut out for them. They're looking at match point. They haven't won a round so far. Maybe they're going to start now with double M454, double IS7, and triple CS.
Pozdro in return with the double M4, the triple 277, the E5 actually, and the CS, and this might indeed be the last game of the day, but also the last game in Kia's casting career if he keeps making statements.
Okay.
It's like what he just did. So I kind of got a keck by for Kia. I'm hearing the PR department in the background already be like, yeah.
I think you're trying to just create drama where there is none. However, drama is probably also going to happen in this game here, as Kubash is the one to try to take the hill for Pozdro here. Itox and Arctic will also come, and Kubash opting not for the block here onto the double CS by Phoenix. Each side trading a shot of damage, but now the heavy tags are going to start arriving, and to be honest, if I had to choose positions, it would be the ones from the attacking sides here that do have double M454, that do have double 277 hold down. Lip taking a beating, trying to get to the stone.
Yeah, Lip taking more than a beating. Lip on 500 HP, and I think this will be the moment for Pozdro where they try and take the fight, but Conrad in return, the leader there, taking a brunt of damage. Now they're finally coming for Lip. Yosi has to waste his alpha on that though. Conrad falls. Kono is falling soon. Fed in that E5, just going for the freedom push across the open for democracy, as Kubash is now farming from the hill, but Profus in return not having a good time. Fed actually not having a good time either against the double CS from the hill, and as Profus is probably gonna fall here against the guns of Magic and White Rock. No, Kubash saving him for just a second more. I think it is still looking rather unlikely that the boys from Phoenix are able to throw this one, as Frugo killing the E5. means that they have a CS to deal with in their side. Attila now peeking out as well. Yozi wants to get the finish line. Attila with the snap. Yo, Attila. Beautiful. See, you like what I did there? I incorporated your joke, dude.
Even though there isn't even an MVY, but yeah, Ozek takes a low roll by Whiterock, but Whiterock is gonna finish it off with the Ram. Itox is gonna finish off Kubash. And finally, Ducky, we have a match on our hand. Phoenix are gonna secure the victory on their Mines defense.
I think that if they just took all the tanks after they shot Lip and pushed, they win the game. I think that there's an opportunity there for them to use the CS that he could drop from the hill, or you could just push with them because the CS are going to shoot any. And you take the ball and just push. You have a massive HP lead. But then they peaked and then traded the same on combat, basically, right?
Yeah, and we can see here with the damage done that basically that the tanks that have the DPM on the side of Phoenix, those are the M454s, but those are also the CSs because they're mediums. Like mediums most of the time tend to have higher DPM than their heavy counterparts. And the longer you're able to keep them in the fight, the less it matters that you're starting off with an alpha disadvantage, because as soon as that DPM starts kicking in, and also if you're having sort of lowish alpha, which in the case where you're having to pick up low HP targets actually favors you because you're gonna reload quicker. And yeah, Itox 4.9k damage.
The way it works, Key, is so you have the E5 in the cubby, right? And the analysts can disagree or agree with me later. I personally don't care. Is that you?
Oh yeah, they could agree, they could disagree. I don't care, man.
I mean, it's true. I said what I said, and I stand by it.
Are you gonna say unlike you?
I mean, you said it yourself,
No,
so
no,
I guess you already know.
Oh,
right?
okay.
I don't even have to say it, like if you're saying it yourself. But anyways, so you have the E5 in the cubby and the 6 tanks in the middle, right? You have 5 tanks. You use the E5 from the cubby, right, Key, to come towards the hill entrance, and you push everything else before that already. So the E5 can force the CSs to push on him, or he just DPMs them, right? Yep. And you use everything else to kill the tanks in the middle, because Lip should only be able to do 1 shot. Max 2 indeed, but it's also some stuff like, what is the worst tank to use to finish an M4?
Yeah, an M4, because it
has
M4. The highest alpha.
560, but Yozi had to kill him now. If the 277s just went in when Conrad was peeking instead, and they swarm, because of the damage on Lip, they will win that fight, because they might take the same amount back, but it doesn't matter anymore, because they're always going to be ahead in that regard. And I think they straight up win from that point, because they have the E5 and the CS that can just fight the CSs on the hill. So the CSs either shoot the tanks in the middle, go kill the CS, or go kill the E5. It's super... They wouldn't... Itox would never do 4.7k then. Never.
Yeah, I mean, most of the damage that he did, he was doing onto the heavy tanks that were trying to sort of eliminate the enemy heavy tanks, but he just had 3 shots. Also, that E5, I think, on the cross took 2 Amaraks.
Yeah, but it's also like if you just... like, that's why the E5 shouldn't be pushing the 3 line. You should be going towards the hill and use everything else to just push past. Because once you get past the corner, what does the CS do? Like I said, he either pushes the hill, he pushes the E5. All of them are bad scenarios.
Yep. But like this, I guess it's actually fortunate for us, because we're gonna get more gameplay here. This time it's gonna be Muravanka map number 3 in between Phoenix and Pozdro. And well, Phoenix just won a map, or rather won a round, but the facts don't change. Pozdro is still on match point. Phoenix has to fend that one off with an M454, double A7, 1 mouse, 1 S-Conk, and double CS.
Double CS to finish it off against the T100, actually, from Pozdro. Double S-Conk, a IS-7, and the triple M4, so they're opting for the T100 on Muro. Haven't seen that much anymore.
Has sort of fallen out of favor since the map changes, because I think a lot of teams are just trying to play it over the 1 cap now very, very aggressively. Where a T100, yeah, it can be a nice addition, but having a combat gun in the game is gonna be even better. But now Pozdro here switching it up, sending the T100 immediately towards the forest. Ooh, he does get spotted by Horse, but obviously Horse in speedy mode is never going to hit those. And the T100 even looking for some blood in the water here. Is he going to try and shoot? Not for the time being, but Kono, extremely aggressive spotting run, and Horse...
But look at Phoenix there, just pushing down the 2 line.
Yeah.
This is... who did this? Upor, right? Did this as well.
Was it Holovnici?
No. Yeah, it was Holovnici, dude. It was Holovnici just pushing down 1-2. It's only 3 times, though.
It's only...
I don't know if 3 is enough.
Yeah, and the thing is, Profuse isn't spotted yet, and he's just gonna farm those IS-7s in the side, but they need to keep going to take out Timfet.
They don't have a choice.
They don't have a choice at this point. I completely agree with you, and they're just gonna take shot after shot on the cross. You can see 2 salvos. Magic already down to 1200. Now, finally, they're gonna be able to start shooting onto Timfet, who's done a beautiful job of staying hold down up until now. Magic is gonna be the focus for Timfet here, who repairs his Emmerich, but now Profuse is gonna start trading it out against Lip. White Rock trying to come to assist, and the thing is, Phoenix, they haven't even spotted that rotation by Pozdro.
This is a mistake. This is a mistake from Pozdro. It's always a mistake. In every single game we've ever seen this, it's a mistake. Because Fed dies, which means you lose A3, and when A3 dies, Profuse dies, so when you repush like this, you're driving into a crossfire, it's over. Like, it's legitimately over.
Oh god, 2k HP down already for Pozdro, who are now sending their M4s over the open field to try to take out that corner. Conrad dropping down towards a one-shot, even the T100 getting pulled into the fight, but it's going to be White Rock to pick up Conrad here, and you can see the HP, they are just draining for the team in yellow, same as the guns. 3 already picked up, finally a kill to answer. But I agree with you, this game is pretty much over.
It's a mistake from Pozdro, 1-1. You don't have a choice but to give up the 1-2 line at that point and play off of the T100 on the cap. Is it awful because you're down 2 tanks? Probably, yes. Is it the only choice? Also, yes. When you do this, you are never making it back.
Are they gonna do the next push over the open, by the way? Okay, Yosi dying now, because there was like this tiny sort of copium window
There's
where...
like a few things there. With them being so late on rotating, they should not rotate at all and just play over the forest and play the cap. But also the T100 of Kono spots the entire K line, which means that they know that there's nothing in the forest. Which also means that they could be pushing out 1-2, which means the M4 should be turning straight around and rotating to be there at C3. This push dies. Second of all, there's a thing, what a lot of teams do, or what teams did in the past at least, is that you put both the S-Kongs in A3 to begin with, and you just don't care.
Yep. And then you're Gucci, right? If both of the S-Kongs are
If both
there.
the S-Kongs are in A3, you are never in trouble against this ever in your life. Because you just kill the first IS-7.
Yeah, you deal the same amount of damage on the cross,
the issue is that Profuse is farming, but he's farming and not contributing HP, because as soon as A3 falls, Profuse falls. It's always the way. A3 dies, Profuse dies.
Alright, so after a quick 3-0, instead now, good shot here by Lip, but he's still gonna get picked up here by Kono. That is trying to prolong the game. I mean, they're probably gonna be talking about the next round anyway. Yeah, he's not gonna prolong it anymore, but after a quick 3-0, Phoenix putting 2 rounds on the board in quick succession. We now find ourselves at a 2-3, and Phoenix gets to attack on Muravanka now. So, I mean, we were sort of, you know, trying to find any kind of silver lining for Phoenix after the 3-0, because let's be real, up until then, Pozdro had played an absolutely amazing match. Like, there was no fault to be found anywhere. And now Phoenix, they put the pedal to the metal and I guess, you know, started playing better.
Like Kihan said, World of Tanks is a game of mistakes, and Pozdro made a few in this game.
And then those mistakes got exploited.
Are you adding like a disclaimer, bro?
Yeah.
I'm saying it's 100% making a soundboard out of you saying World of Tanks is a game of mistakes.
Don't worry, it's not going to be only insane. There is going to be a lot of people pretty happy that I said it like this, I guess. Alright. That repush, by the way, with the M4s over the open. I think probably at that point, once they started driving over the open and got farmed, they probably realized that the mistake that you're in, but sometimes even if it is a fail call, if you execute it properly regardless, then it's going to be better than second guessing yourself and dying either way. So, yeah, 2-3 in between Phoenix and Pozdro.
Bro, 4 tiebreakers one day, let's go.
I mean, first of all, we need Phoenix to win another round. Then again, I think I predicted 4-2 for Pozdro. So...
I predicted 4-1, and it would have been pretty accurate if they just rotated on Muro. Bro, they're not in the forest. Where would they be? They don't have a lot. It's like there's like a few insta losses key in my mind in Muro. If the enemy team is not contesting 6-0 line and you have a T100, they lose. Like it's impossible to hold because the T100 just free caps every single time and they have nothing to spot it outside of a CS YOLOing, which just dies. So the only option is to push 1-2.
Which they did.
Which they did. Which you can always rotate back for on time.
Or even if
So
like
there's-
the S-Kong is also in A3, as you pointed out.
But the triple M4 just turns around, goes back on top of the hill, on where the Profuse was, and the game's over.
I mean, it gifts us at least one more round here in between both of those teams. I am stoked to see what Phoenix is going to bring to their attack. Also, I think Pozdro, they sort of thought they were in safety, I guess, after winning the first 3 rounds. Now, I mean, they're not in the biggest of troubles yet, but you don't want to go to tiebreaker. You just don't. You want to close it out in regular time just to not run the risk of actually being eliminated from the tournament. So, yeah. Phoenix attack with 1 M4 54 IS7, double S-Kong at double CS.
And Pozdro in return, SCRV, CS, S-Kong, Mouse, IS7, and an M4 that's pretty heavy.
That is pretty heavy. That STRV, is it gonna go to the position where we saw the Udas earlier? What do you think?
It might. I think he might just more likely play... No. I think he just plays on the 3 line to start with.
Phoenix, first of all, seems to be very intent on going towards that 1 cap, though. Obviously, they have double mediums, so a slightly more mobile lineup compared to Pozdro. Then again, that STRV, he doesn't spot anything. Double IS7, Konrad and Kubash, both of them getting sent towards the forest. That is pretty good for Pozdro, actually, because yes, the IS7s are not going to be able to contribute their HP, but they will have the angles onto the cap, where 1 CS is already in there. Kono has taken a shot of damage, but if the IS7s get to the church, then no one is going to be safe in that cap.
Yeah, that's why a lot of teams started playing 6-0 line now, right? With a few tanks, like you have the Mouse pushing onto the church, you then have the STRV covering, Profuse and Yozi playing 1-2 line, Profuse is even going to push up in the building, which is all good and well. Kono covering from the back, and then you'll have the IS7s getting the reset angle on towards Frugo.
And not only the IS7s, the Mouse as well. I mean, 16 seconds.
Orchek is going to, like, they got, Phoenix has to push.
Yep. Phoenix has to overpush now, because that would be triple heavy tank by the team of Pozdro out of the game. The problem, though, being that the STRV is just going to start farming now against those pushed-up tanks by Phoenix, who are now down 4k HP. Yes, Profuse is probably going to be the first to fall, but at what cost is the question?
Bro, Fed is just having the time of his life as he's popping off shot after shot after shot into these Phoenix tanks. And the Phoenix may rise from its ashes, but it has to turn into ashes first for that, which is, I think, is happening right to them right now. I mean, yeah, Yozi's kind of alone on 1-2 line, but then again, not really, because he has Kono in the CS behind him. Fed now has to readjust, back off, get a different angle. But look at how much this is costing the boys from Phoenix to kill this, and they still don't have an answer for Kono. I mean, Attila here, Giga child play onto the STV, might just even ram him. He says, Fed, what's up, bro? Yeah, he did that. That is a big ram. If he backs up and does it again, he will one-shot him after that. Like, that's what he does now. He goes back and then one-shot him. But in return, though, Lip getting pressured by Orchek, Konrad, and Kubash. Even the Mouse is now on the outside as the STRV falls. If they find Kono,
Max
though...
roll by Lip. Max roll.
Kono.
Yeah.
Look at Kono.
Kono.
If they find him, it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, Attila should be turning
It's
around
7
now in
tanks.
his IS-7. 7 tanks, you pointed it out, still alive for the side of Phoenix. Kono sort of caught out in the open. He has nowhere to run, he has nowhere to hide. Itox coming from the side with his M454. He's probably going to put a big one into Kono that now is on a 2-shot. Yes, Kono starts trading back, but a lot of the HP by Pozdro is actually on that Mouse that can't really make the plays. Oh, good focus fire here by Kono to reduce Magic towards a 1-shot. Itox reducing him towards a 1-shot in return. Magic is going to get picked up by Kono, though. So that is 4 against 6 right now, with Itox making it a 3 against 6. We're going to have to see that Mouse. Ozek, he's got to do it all, but the thing is, he's a Mouse on Muravanka. What's he supposed to do?
But they just couldn't kill anybody. They couldn't kill anybody. Look at the HPs. I mean, Horse is a one shot, White Rock's a one shot, Attila lived there 2 shots. Really good play from Attila to go ram into the STRV because he was ruining them. And yeah, I mean, Konrad and Kubash have to push now on towards this guy.
Ooh.
Nice kill
Well
from Lip
played,
there
Lip.
as well. And Phoenix is actually going to do it. 4 tiebreakers in a row, bro. Oi, oi.
I mean, the maximum of, oh come on, Attila. But yeah, maximum amount of content of games and rounds in one day, as Phoenix is gonna convert their Muravanka attack, making the score 3-3. All even in between Phoenix and Prostro. And the only other question remaining besides who is going to win this match is now, first of all, who is getting to pick tiebreaker's side?
I don't know. Postro apparently is gonna pick the tiebreaker side on what map again? I forgot.
I think it was Himmels. I don't want to speak too soon. First of all, let's take a look at
Magic on 0 damage.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
They're doing 6k though.
he was providing emotional support, you know. Yeah, Timfed. I mean, there wasn't really anything he could do once the IS-7 started pushing him, but yeah, Magic.
Honestly, though, I think Fed could have run away.
Maybe, yeah.
It would have to be whoever's leading for Postro saying that he has to run away. But if he falls back to like K-line after he stopped getting shots, he would have been better. But that's hindsight 100 though. Like,
yeah, exactly. Now, map pick and bans. Oh, it wasn't actually Himmelsdorf. I was misled. It was Tundra that's gonna be the tiebreaker in between Phoenix and Postro. And yeah, Postro chose a defense after that very, very quick Prokhorovka attack, which...
defense on Tundra is...
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, bad timing can be bad. And Tundra is one of those maps where that can happen. We'll see.
Okay, put your money where you think this match is going after watching 6 rounds.
Honestly... Phew. I think Postro's gonna do it.
You really have the guts to say that after all of this?
I mean, what do you think is gonna happen?
Well, I think Postro's gonna win.
Yeah, you think it's gonna be Phoenix? I honestly, at this point, like, after Postro going up 3-0, I was like, yeah, okay, quick 4-0 to finish off the day. Now we're not at a 4-0, but instead we're at a 3-3 scoreline. So nominally you would give the momentum to Phoenix. Then again, Postro got to pick the side on Tundra that they're most comfortable or more comfortable with, apparently. So I think it's a 50-50 either way, to be honest. Like, at this point, anything is possible.
Expect the unexpected. Did you know that everybody in Uganda knows Kung Fu?
Is that a meme I'm not aware of?
Yeah, bro, wait, you don't know that one?
No, I don't.
Oh my god. You're so old.
I actually don't, man. And what do you mean so old? I'm not even 30 yet, okay?
Yet, but how long is it now? Not long, right?
Less than a month, actually.
Yeah, oh my god, dude, I can hear Train 3 already show up.
Yeah.
It's all downhill from here, Key.
I mean, yeah. We'll see for which of the two teams it's going to be downhill from here, by the way, because Phoenix seemed to in a steady decline until Postro, you know, started not winning rounds anymore, or instead Phoenix, with the upwards trend, once again, the predictions, I mean, all of us completely in shambles, and the only good thing is that whatever happens, at least one of us got the team correct. Gotta look at the upside here. whatever of the upside is actually left, because it's not a lot. But yeah. What we do know already is that this is going to be the last round of the day. in between Phoenix and Pozdro. Both of them trying to stay alive in the AMD WoT7 number 9 tournament. And I think we're about to see it start here. Phoenix on their attack, coming out with double M454, one IS-7, one S-Kong, double CS, and the Minotauro.
Pozdro, though, in return, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 M4s.
In the
And then
store.
there's a... Yeah. Then there's an S-Kong by Fed, a VZ by Konrad, and 60 DP by Yosi.
So 7 heavy tanks being brought by the Polish team, the international team choosing for double medium 1TD. Rest is going to be heavy tanks as well. This is going to translate into an HP lead for the defenders, for the Bananas, for Pozdro here of almost 1000 HP. And now a very south-heavy, or exclusively south-heavy opening by Phoenix, sending Attila to the standard spot with the CS. He's gonna fell a bush. But then again, he should be seeing the M4 and also the 60 TP before they are able to blind fire this one. Is he pre-aimed for Yosi? He should be, but he doesn't get a shot off.
He just prefers spotting.
I mean, he just won information for his team. And now...
Sometimes the most important players are the ones that do the least damage, Keyhand. We call them game-winning players. A unique breed of players in World of Tanks that plays for the win. Often found by themselves on the field side of Ensk.
All right, Phoenix starting to group up for that victory that they're looking for, but the question is, are Pozdro going to let them one shot taken somewhere else on the map by Profuse? But now the Phoenix players are actually going to get spotted. Magic out in the open horse. Ozek choosing to fire onto Magic when instead he could have done the more easy damage onto the M4s. Is going to take one in return. Kubash as well taking a shot here. Pozdro starting with the rotations, but that HP lead that I was talking about completely obliterated.
Yeah, and Yosi, you're just not going to have a good time in that 60 TP. It's going to be a 60 goodbye in a second as Magic, DFC, leading the charge. Frugo, Horus, Lip, following in quick succession as Yosi gets swarmed by the boys from Phoenix, who seem to have a pretty good idea of how to play here. But here comes Pozdro in return as well. Yosi still loading that shot, gets it out in the nick of time. 8:26 to compensate for his first low roll. Orchek now coming in, leading the charge, gives one on towards Magic. Then Profuse coming around the corner, gives one as well. Konrad now coming with the 2 shell auto-loaded, the VZ55. He connects both of them. Profuse now down towards a one-shot, though. Orchek to pick it up. And now Horse from 2 sides getting pincered as well. Profuse looking, not getting it. Horse with the high roll to finish off Profuse. Konrad now kind of stuck in no man's land himself as the boys from Phoenix seem to have pulled another remontada that is actually going to go through. Kubac has something to say about it though, as he gets a shot in to finish off one of the guns. And Kono here with the body block, but that is not going to be enough as Frugo might be a potential one-shot, but Lip there with some awesome shielding coming out as well as White Rock picks up Konrad. Now Frugo is going to live, and can you believe it? Phoenix did rise from the ashes that looked to be this match. The remontada that bring it all the way back to a 4-3, keeping the international hopes for the team of Phoenix alive.
The full Polish festivities of a second day of WoT7 are gonna be halted momentarily as Phoenix is gonna hold up that international flag. You mentioned it, Pozdro, one of the teams that have won tournaments in the past, that have proven that they're up to the task, being bested by Phoenix here. And yeah, I mean, you already outlined it. 3-0 up for Pozdro. Everything seemed clear. Everything seemed done and dusted. But then the cookies started crumbling.
Now I understand why they lost against October. They can't even beat Phoenix.
Okay. That is just so incredibly toxic, by the way.
It's funny.
It's not toxic if it's true, I guess.
Wow. Whoa, I was just joking.
Okay.
Saying it's true, bro. Dude, man's first time analyst, and you go and say things like this, Key? Apologize.
I mean, we also gotta give him something to talk
He say sorry.
after
He say sorry.
he remedied himself with his own performance there. But just so you stop, I'm sorry, Octo.
Yeah, see, there we go. Mino stopped damage though.
Yep.
I mean,
988.
somehow.
I think he got good shots onto the M454s that were crossing, that were trying to help tanks. So yeah, Itox with a good performance, and overall
a good read from Phoenix though. Phoenix, if you think about it,
like the mental fortitude required to go from a 0-3 and then make it in the tiebreaker 4-3. So yeah, congratulations to the team of Phoenix for staying alive. They're not going to be one of those teams that basically have one showing in the lower bracket and then out. Instead, we're going to see them tomorrow again. But I think before we head quite there tomorrow, by the way, 4 p.m. CET, tune in, don't miss the finals. Let's head over to the analysts and see what they have to say about this cracker of a match.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and Octo, this is it for today. The last team taking the win is gonna be Phoenix with the complete reverse sweep. They were down 0-3 against Pozdro, and Pozdro actually being magnificent to the at throwing rounds. That was the case already in the winners bracket against Opur. We were expecting them to take the victory and face Olovanitsi in the winners bracket match number 5. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to say bye to them.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it all along. I trusted in Frugo, so, easy for me, I guess. I'm always ahead, NA. But tomorrow we'll see Holo and Opur, and in the loser bracket, Grupa versus Phoenix. Go Frugo. But I guess Phoenix should have been in the Winter 77, so they could smack us.
Yeah, well, at least we have to say that tomorrow we'll have an EU international team alive against the 3 Polish ones. So good stuff from the side of Phoenix. Really convincing victories at the end, and the replays are ready. We can take a look at them, and we were starting this match on Prokhorovka. That was actually really good from the side of Pozdro, completely countering the opening from Phoenix.
Yeah, I would have liked to see, honestly, they could have triple capped here. The S-Kongs would have been completely out in the open. The IS-7 spots this in F4, so there's really not much they could do. And then they could even take the positions they were in back. But yeah, so this S-Konk in this corner, they have to push him out, and he did 2,000 damage basically by the time they got to him. And he just continues and continues to put that DPM in, and there's no chance that they can ever reset this cap, because they have to kill the K line, they have to kill middle, they have to kill A6. There's no chance. So
it was pretty surprising to not see any tanks with the A6 from the side of Phoenix. Most of the teams, when they tend to produce defenses, they have an S-Konk A6 to at least provide few decaps if it comes down to it. From the side of Phoenix, you had a full gamble pushing the one line with the I7s, and next up, this one was pretty funny. I mean, they were going for a full push over the 1-2 lines with all of their team, but Kono, great play with his T100, actually spotting them out, and instead of going for the 1-2 lines push, they actually swing all the way to the 5-6 lines and went for that. But they actually made a mistake to push over with all of their tanks, and they didn't leave anyone back on the mid, apart possibly from the S-Kong that was actually caught by the T100.
Yeah, doing the snake strat, is probably better than pushing the 1-2 full, but then they decided, they didn't want to win this round, so I guess easy for Pozdro. They just wanted to extend the content, but man, I couldn't believe what I saw when they went over the hill. But hey, learning. So hopefully they won't do it again.
I honestly think that from the side of Phoenix, if they didn't make the mistake to commit with all of their tanks, and they kept more over F5, F6, they could have taken the victory. They could have gone back and deal with the T100 over the 1-2 lines, pushing back. They could have still commit their tanks over the 5 line. And next we had Mines, this time Pozdro on the defense, Phoenix on the attack. I don't necessarily like that play from the side of Conrad to push up here to those rocks. I think it would be totally fine around H1, H2 and use the CS to just make a shield. But you could see that Lip went down on the cross. Kono also making it back to K1 and completely outplaying Attila later on. So from the side of Pozdro, you could see it by the HPs. They didn't even need to push back on the hill. They could have held, but they actually combined, winning the 1-2 lines each with Kono and repushing it.
And as you can see, Horse jumps off the cliff semi-correctly this time, doesn't take any damage unlike the last CS we saw. There goes White Rack. Everybody's just cliff jumping today. But they don't kill Kono, and he's on full HP, so there's really nothing Frugo and Magic can do. If they push this way, the M4 is just going to shoot them potentially once, and then Kono will just kill both of them. So it's pretty much just over. The mouse is going to jump. Well, actually, he didn't. The M4 did.
Yeah. Next up, it was already match point from the side of Polstro. I think they made a mistake to combine two IDs. Like, when you go for such a tactic and go the E5 or the Kobe like that instead of the 4 line, you tend to want to actually take the hill and have the E5 to make some crossfire. Instead, they all stop at the rocks there, and they actually want to possibly push on those tanks and take them out. That is different. Maybe you have to just involve the E5. You could push with him over the 4 lines to actually bait some shots, possibly take some bounces using the lower play that is not an auto pen. And instead, they were very indecisive and passive over the mid, just taking picks, also missing some shots which are very important. And at the end of the day, Phoenix managing to have the double CS on the hill to win the hill and holding on the middle. And you could see also what's interesting is that they kept one of the CSs at F4 to hold some crossfire angles.
Yeah, I think the E5 just basically doing nothing at E4 is what won the game, because they had more, Phoenix had more on the hill, and then their heavy tanks could essentially play safe from that E5. He had to push up because of it, so I don't know, that was a big mistake from them.
Next up,
and then
yeah, you can go on.
And then here, they kind of got lucky. This is sort of a gamble anyways. But they made the right play by pushing into the A3 S-Conk, because as Daki said, you take A3, you kill that S-Conk, and then you turn and you kill C4.
I mean, I think the difference, all of Nitsi, they did that completely blind. They didn't care. They went all in over the 3 line and the 2 line. In comparison, Phoenix is going with the CS deep in the forest, possibly baiting that he has something behind to follow up. And Polstro, they took the bait. They were careless in the way they attacked. Instead of going back with all of those tanks to C3, C4 to possibly top the tanks that would cross all the way to A3, they made a mistake to keep pushing over the forest. And then they were completely out of position and not on time to deal with this push. Phoenix, on the other hand, actually making the right and the correct play, taking that gamble that worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, and then Phoenix is on attack here. They chose to put everyone on the 1 through 4 line. And well, it's a gamble, because, like, you know, sometimes you can get Amarak set on fire and it could be really bad, but they had an M4 in G1 and an S-Conk in F1, so those are essentially 2 picks. Not for free, of course, but they are picks, making the game close. And a couple of plays from Attila ramming the Striv.
Yeah.
Soon to be seen. It just went in their favor. So, like, this position here, you can see, yeah, the Striv can't really do much anymore. So, it somehow went in the team's favor of Phoenix. So,
I honestly think that the issue for the side of Polzo there is to have the AMX close at G1. Due to the fact they have double I7 and Mouse out of the fight, and they have the STAV that can't really play one-on-one. We have just seen it. Attila going full speed, going for the RAM, also having the caliber to overmatch all the tanks without any problem. So maybe if the AMX wouldn't be G1, but would be more likely like H1, H2, he could use the coverage of the CS. It would force them to push all the way out. They could cover the STAV if he would get pushed with some side shots. And instead, that was like, as you mentioned, the second pickup from Phoenix that could just have one play pushing over. And next up, the tiebreaker, Tundra. I mean, Polstro getting like just smacked there because the 6TP is out of position, to be fair. There's like 4 tanks of them just pushing, and even though they are going for the repush afterwards, the positioning from Phoenix is just great. They were not finished to push. They were the ones pushing the kill line, and they were the one actually managing to make some connection at G1, at G2, G3, which was very impressive. And you could see also, they tried that one-line repush, but that was just not working in their favor. And on top of it, this Minotauro, he was at H5, he was possibly out of the fight, but he was top damage for his team.
yeah, I mean, they bled nothing crossing the K line. In fact, they counterbled them somehow.
Yeah.
And so repushing the one line there is never the option, I don't think. I mean, they weren't capping. They didn't have to do that immediately. They could bleed some with the 60 TP and maybe take some other positions, but that was definitely not the right move to do that. I think, if anything, maybe try and go into G7, G6 to counter out the minnow between G2 and G7. But yeah, I don't know. I think they had to trade off the 60 TP and pray that they could take positions in time, as they were not capping to force them. So
Well, yeah, they couldn't really trade that 60p, no damage on the cross, so, well, Phoenix going aggressive, but actually good execution from their side, so it worked out, good stuff from them. Complete reverse sweep, taking the victory. We'll be able to see them again tomorrow for the losers bracket match, but tomorrow we will be starting with the winners bracket match between all of Nitsi and Opur. Both of the teams, they know each other very well because they're actually playing together most of the time in the 15-15 tournaments in Inville, and that's going to be the first match of the day. That's going to be tomorrow at 16 CET, just like today. So make sure to tune in tomorrow at that time. And Octo, do you have anything else to tell to the viewership before we cut off?
yeah, just hopefully tomorrow we can have another 28 game run of Keyhand's jokes. I just can't wait. So hopefully everybody has a good night there over in Europe. I want to eat lunch, so please.
Well,
but yeah,
we wish all of you a pleasant night. Make sure to check who we're going to be hosting after for the drops. I think it's going to be possibly tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the 2D South Strengths of Spirit to get. Make sure to be here. Great night, everyone, and see you tomorrow.